All right. Are we live? Are we live? Looks like we are. Hey, what's up, Jason? Thanks for stopping by. Ooh, bitrate looks a little unstable. Not ideal, not ideal. And I need to copy. All right. Okay, I think we're live on both websites now. I definitely need to hit up. Oh goodness, this is gonna get confusing with multiple OBSs. All right. Got the virtual camera there. Should show up here. Maybe mute, maybe don't mute. Test. All right, I think my desktop audio may have been duplicated there. But so as per usual, we are definitely doing it live. Alrighty then. Test 1 2, test 1 2. I might need to move my mic a little bit, but we are getting bad cop. It's just part of the stream, you know, it's part of the experience, it's what we do. No, I've literally been changing things like every day. Before I didn't even have the stream PC. So if we're being honest, last time I was streaming from my MacBook, and this should be much better than that. I also ran a new Ethernet cable, so bitrate should be better, although it's showing up red on Twitch, which isn't ideal, but no dropped frames. Ian Douglas, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. All right, so I gave Finite the link, the linkity link. Yeah, no, literally every time I stream, I have some aspect of my setup that I've totally changed. Today was extra tough because I had to set up, whatchamacallit, I had to set up an OBS portable instance because I'm going to try to have Finite walk me through installing his plugins. And I might want to pull up those links, actually. But yeah, so... All right, who's going to join in a minute? Yeah, I needed to set up 2 OBS instances so I can like stream setting up the plugin. I'm still not sure how it's going to work with stream because I don't think the video source will work on both instances at once. So I think I need to like hide myself from the stream before I pull up the other instance. But we'll see. As always, we're doing it live. Every stream, I get a little more dialed in. Oh, I should tweet. Should definitely tweet. Okay, tweet, logo. I did actually fix up the overlay a little teeny bit. So that's something. But yeah, it's a slow iteration. Every time I stream, I do a little bit more. Gets a little bit better. But look at that. Now we got a little logo. We got a little logo and some stuff, and the background for the logo is not the right color. So that's fun. You know, we're doing great. Everything's great. How's everyone doing today? How is everybody's day? I hope y'all are having a wonderful day. Go live tweet was the other thing. Oh, where's the stupid emoji I'm looking for? The flashing light. Alarm doesn't pull it up. Klaxon doesn't pull it up. I know it's a klaxon. That's what it's like literally called. Yeah, it's on the vehicles page because of course. All right, other thing I should probably do is, hey, what's up, Operation Gaming over on YouTube? We are doing a little bit of, oh shoot, actually I should do these over here. We are doing, yeah, this will be much better. We are doing an interview today with Mr. FiniteSingularity, who will be joining. That was the, background I was showing there. Wow, I'm not at all focused because I'm doing like 6 things at once, but hey, that's how we do. Did he join ping? There we go. All right. How are you doing? Can you hear and see me?
I can. Can you hear and see me?
I can. Now I got to figure out if stream can, which is an entirely different question. But, as we were just saying, this is how the stream goes. I tend to do things live, and I'm constantly iterating on the stream setup. So every time I stream, it's a little different. I tried doing an HDMI feed today and had the capture card and everything all set up with my iPhone because that's my camera is an iPhone. And it was having connectivity issues. It would just, the source would go blank randomly.
Ooh.
And so I'm back to the Epic Cam over Wi-Fi, and it might be a little glitchy, but hey, we got it working. So let's switch this scene over, and then in theory, oh, there you are. Fantastic. Yeah. All right. So the real question is the embed is muted, so try talking now.
Okay, I'm talking. Are you get good audio?
I think you're doubled.
I'm doubled. Okay.
All right. Yeah, let me pull up. So the funniest thing is with my new desk setup, I don't even have my second monitor plugged in. And so I have like a stacked monitor setup that should be nice to have an extra monitor, but now for now I'm just using my literal MacBook like on the side. I just literally have a separate computer for my extra monitor. All right. So I am pulling up the chats, which will be helpful to keep an eye on those things. Thank you everyone for being here. Today we're going to be talking with FiniteSingularity. And we didn't really talk about this before, but do you prefer Twitch handle? Let's stick to that.
Finite or Mark, what I'm.
All right.
It's all good.
I was going to say, yeah, I just wanted to double check with you on that, but I will update the overlay as well so that we get both of our real names. So Mark, also known as FiniteSingularity here, is another development streamer, and y'all probably know him. Probably know better than me. All right. I'm getting notes that you are quiet compared to me. So
I hope that's not on my end. Oh boy.
Oh gosh, what's happening?
Oh no. It's happening.
All right.
Come on, you can do it. I should probably turn this off. I thought it was turned off. Hold on. I'm gonna
Are you streaming as well right now?
Hold on. Too many buttons, right? There we go.
Too many buttons.
Get out of here.
I know that.
Get out of here.
No, I love it. All right. I do need to figure out how to make the audio a little better if your audio level is lower. Actually, if you can turn it up on your end with anything, that might be the simplest fix.
Let me see what I'm showing. Okay. Let me just go to. Oh yeah, I bet it is. They have you turn your levels down and then you bump them up in OBS, but then this isn't using OBS, and you know how it goes. Hold on.
Man.
Let me see if I can put a little bit. Is that a little bit better? Let me know if
it sounds louder to me. Chat, how's the relative levels?
Let us know.
Because the other thing I can do is turn myself down and fix it in post. Wait, try talking again. I think I can bump you up a little bit.
Check.
There we go. All right.
Is that a bit better?
I think that's much better. So,
okay.
I was going to take a picture for my tweet. So wave at the camera real quick. So I'm going to screenshot us. All right. Perfect. We'll get that tweet out, and then I'm going to do a quick ad break just so we don't get hit with pre-roll while things are going over on Twitch.
Okay.
So thank you everybody on Twitch. Apologies if you get hit in the face with some ads. But we want to make sure that we are uninterrupted for the interview. Oh, I hope that wasn't incredibly loud for everybody. Cool. All right. Well, I'm sure aspects of this are going to be scuffed, but it wouldn't be a Nate stream without it.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Oh, man. We got so many people in chat. I am going to, well, I'll roll. Oh, no. I'm going to welcome people, and then we'll roll the ads. So, yeah.
Sounds good.
I see Kevin help us. I see Spiro, of course. Good to see Spiro again. King 440. Bad Cop, Jason, and Ian are all in here. Ian Alex Hart, I don't know if I've seen before. Welcome. And Shirer JS, One Up Cad, welcome. So good to see you. And then, of course, Dylan, the O Camel Man himself. Yeah, that Windows notification. It's always, that is one thing I feel like no matter what stream I'm watching, if anybody has the Windows PC notifications come through, that has the loudest gain of anything in the world. Like, I don't know why that's just the loudest thing in technology, but that's always a good time.
They got to get your attention somehow, right?
They do. Oh gosh, and that was the other thing. The logo is currently barely not the right background. If I export this again in the same place, does it update? Probably not. How was your stream today? Because you were
It
streaming
was pretty
this
good.
morning.
It was pretty first stream back since all of the festivities I went through over the last couple weeks. So it was good to get back in the chair and fire up the stream and see everyone and try to get a little bit of coding done. It's a little bit slow, but we got some stuff done, so it was fun.
Yeah, and so you had been not streaming for a little bit. And
Yeah.
I just wanted to check and see, how are you doing with recovery? You had a
I'm good. You know, I'm not gonna say it was the Primogen. You know, he rated me about an hour before my appendix decided to peace out. But
oh goodness,
I'm not saying it was the Primogen, but I also can't, you know,
we can't rule it out.
So,
you know, you don't know.
Yeah, too much excitement from the big Primogen raid. So
oh my gosh. Oh man, goodness. Well, all right, that export looks like we fixed the background there. So Darren Baldwin, good to see you. I didn't run those ads, so we're going to run a 1.5-minute ad break, and then we will kick things off.
Okay, sounds good.
It's funny, Twitch is telling me that things are unstable, like bitrate is unstable, but I haven't dropped the frame and everything looks good. Like the entire line's green, but then the end of the line has stayed red since I went live.
Strange.
So hopefully that's
it looks smooth from this end, so.
All right, and then I've got both of the chats. Oh wait, that's not a chat. That's a old video.
Now we got Maddie in chat as well. Getting some good representation from my stream.
Oh yeah. I think, yeah, I recently started following Maddie Two Shoes. Perhaps I picked him up through your stream. That might have been where I actually initially.
Yeah, Maddie's a part of the Claw team that I'm on, and he's a pretty impressive data streamer. So he does a lot of stuff with databases and data science stuff, and so it's yeah. He's also on his meme game. Yes, Woo Claw, Maddie, Woo Claw.
Okay, is your tag? It's FiniteSingularity on Twitch, right? How I have it on my screen.
Yes, it is. It's only on Twitter that I had to do the shortened version because it was too long. It was too long for Twitter.
Oh, Coder's here, and we have a mod in chat, so that's helpful. Good to see you, Coder.
Okay.
And we gave a shout out to Maddie Two Shoes actually, but once that timer's done, then we'll give a shout out to Finite, to Mark here as well. It's all good, Coder. We got Maddie's a fantastic streamer as well, so that is not a wasted shout out by any means. I did MA and auto completed. Perfect. All right, so I believe the ad break should be over now. And we've got 30 minutes of pre-roll off, so maybe in 30 minutes we can take a water break. But yeah,
sounds good.
For starters, I would love to hear about you, Mark, in what you're currently doing. And you can speak to kind of work as well as your, what you're doing on stream stuff. And
Sure.
Who's Mark?
Oh, so who's Mark? Well, why don't we start? I know one of the things we like to talk about is sort of our journey into tech, and mine has been, like many of us, not so traditional. I think a lot of us streamers, like we come in from like left field and we're like, I don't even know why I'm here, so I might as well just stream the whole thing, right? So I actually have a really deep academic background in structural engineering of all things. Did a PhD a long time ago. It doesn't seem like so long ago, but did structural risk assessment, which essentially was, let's keep buildings from falling down in earthquakes by doing a whole lot of math. And it turned out doing a whole lot of computer programming helped a lot too. So I did a lot of projects that were based on sort of big, huge distributed computing on what At the time, we called them Beowulf clusters. So essentially, just a ton of computers in a server room, and kind of what your cloud computing is now, but it was local at the university, so to speak.
Right.
So that's where I really started to kind of learn how to do more complex computing. Maddie asked, Beowulf clusters are now a single GPU. Well, what they're doing now is they've got Beowulf clusters of GPUs. So it
yeah.
always gets bumped up a notch as technology kind of moves forward. So I spent several years doing that sort of thing. Then I kind of moved into more of the educational side of things. One of the things we noticed in the department that I was in is that engineers were having a really hard time learning how to program. The university I was at has a world-class computer science department, but it was all so theoretical that you'd have these graduate students who just wanted to code up their work. They'd go to a class, and 3 classes in, they'd be like, I'm not getting anything out of this because I don't care what the theory is behind this, cache miss and whatever. I just want to learn how to program, right? And so I was asked, because I was the one who basically, my department did more programming than anyone, and people kept coming to me to ask questions about programming and whatnot. So I was asked to start teaching courses on it. And so I spent about 4 or 5 years teaching courses to graduate students on very sort of practical how to program as an engineer or as an engineering graduate student. Taught classes in both C++ and Python. So, you do this in graduate school, you throw everyone into the deep end. So it was like, oh, you're working in an Excel spreadsheet, let's learn C++, So, but it seemed to work because the students I had were very, very motivated because they all wanted to finish up their research, right? And so they wanted to learn. And so it was a really kind of a neat scenario to hone my teaching skills, I'll say. Then I got an opportunity as a postdoc. I was working on this project for what's called carbon capture and storage. So taking CO2 and injecting it into these very deep formations underground, and we had to model where all the fluids and stuff would go. Obviously, you want to keep that CO2 underground. CO2 in salt water makes acidic water, which can cause collapses. And so we were modeling all this sort of stuff and spun off a company to advise the carbon capture and storage industry. So I kind of decided to jump out of academia at that point by writing these pretty heavy simulation tools. And none of you have probably really heard much about the carbon capture and storage industry because approximately a year after I made that decision, the entire industry imploded in on itself and never really saw the light of day.
Wow.
So then I did about a 5-year stint in fintech, which we don't talk about that. Those were dark days. And then I started up my current venture, which is developing it's essentially a field logistics app for construction companies. So it's bringing together a lot of the civil engineering stuff that I know real well and putting it into how can we make those in the field who are doing large construction projects more efficient through technology on mobile devices. So that I've been live streaming that because it's my own gig. I'm fortunate that I can actually live stream that work. So back in, I guess it would have been like a few months into the whole pandemic thing, like many of us, I discovered Twitch. I discovered, holy cow, people actually code on Twitch. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Oh my God, am I a nerd? And then decided I'm going to give it a try myself. And, kind of the rest is kind of all spun off of that. So that's kind of how I got here.
So all over the place. Now I want to touch on a couple things there that you went into. So just to clarify, you went from learning development for the systems you were working on academically to then teaching. You mentioned teaching the Python C++ courses, not taking some courses, but actually. And now, were you the full professor for that, or were you a TA for those?
I would have been, I mean, I wouldn't have been considered a professor because that's a very specific title, but the
But you were the
lecturer who was
teacher.
fully running those classes. I unfortunately didn't have any TAs of my own to pass the grading down to. But yeah, I was doing all the lectures and the
Would have
lesson
been nice.
plans and grading everything and all of the stuff.
Oh man. Okay. So, um, let me think. So you went with no classical or like with no real training or education in development to learning it hands on to then teaching it academically. But like you mentioned,
Yes.
you were teaching more of the theoretical side of it. Is that right?
Well, no, I was teaching the practical side because it felt like in at the university I was at, the only programming courses available to graduate students were these highly theoretical classes that they didn't learn how to program, and they were just looking for, I want a hammer to be able to pound this nail in. I don't want to have to understand how the hammer was engineered, right?
So you were the origin of those more pragmatic development courses.
Correct.
Now, this is something I found interesting because sort of a whole different topic, but I'd love to see your perspective on it. So,
Yeah.
when I went to school, I got a degree in computer science, and one of
Yep.
the common complaints from students was that we would go to an internship or go get a job and be doing all this stuff that we didn't learn anything to help in class.
Yep.
And my university was more theoretical for sure. Like their computer science program was intentionally more theoretical and they
Yep.
leaned more research and academic. But it was a big complaint. I've heard it from other students. I think I'm more of an academic nerd, but my hypothesis is that theoretical is better for a 4-year education because it's less changing over time.
I would say it depends on what you want to do. Like anything, I mean, if you want to go out and you want to be a software engineer, obviously learning things like algorithms and data structures and some of those more theoretical, like sort of brushing up against the theoretical stuff is great. It's great. If you're wanting to go to school to learn how to write compilers and how to, develop chipsets and firmwares and a lot of this sort of lower end stuff, then yeah, the theory is a huge piece of that, and you really do need to understand it. If you want to be a higher level, what I would call like a software engineer, I think that a lot of this deep theoretical knowledge is, in my opinion, a little bit of wasted time. I think it's good to know some of it, but a lot of these computer science programs focus heavily on the theory, and you're missing out on sort of those practical skills. So
Yes.
I mean, it really boils down to what do you want to do with it, and I think a lot of new students go in and they see computer science and they're like, "Ooh, I'm going to learn how to be a programmer," and that's their thought going into it, and then they get through 4 years of a very theoretical computer science programmer, and they're like, "Wow, I really didn't learn how to be a programmer very much," So I think if it was a little bit more transparent about what you're getting.
Yeah, the expectations.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's cool though that you were able to be that kind of initial touch point for putting tangible tools in their hands, and
Yeah. I
an
mean,
early
it
start as
all
an educator.
started in one of the big things in engineering, like physical engineering in academia, is MATLAB. MATLAB is the big, like, everyone uses MATLAB, and it's a great piece of software. So many people have like this love-hate relationship with it. It doesn't make the most efficient code, but it's really easy to prototype a theory or a problem out. So the advantage is you can dive into MATLAB, build some really cool stuff. It might take 100 times longer than it should to actually calculate, but you can get that together quite quickly. So I had a lot of people in the department coming to me saying, we want to run this software on the university's supercluster. How do we do that? And it's like, well, we need to rewrite the thing. Like, you can't do that in MATLAB. And
Right.
so I did a lot of conversion of MATLAB code to either Fortran or C++, and much less C. So yeah, rewriting Rust. Yeah, that's probably a lot more popular these days. Tired Beaver. This was long before Rust had even started to oxidize. I mean, like, so.
Right. Well, I think, I think it was a very different time. I think when I was in university, it was CUDA had just like begun, and they
Yep.
just started moving towards more of a parallelization.
We've
and
got
GPUs.
some stories on that. I was actually pre-CUDA days with one of our calculations that we determined could be done extremely efficiently using a GPU, converting it to colors and doing the various color transformation functions, just raw dogging the thing on a GPU and getting out like a frame of colors that would then be interpreted back into the data that we were looking for. And
because that was all just linear algebra matrix computations, right?
Exactly.
So it's just churning through. Oh man.
Yep.
So this is interesting. So you had a early start in education. I don't think I knew about the academic side at all, actually. You mentioned the carbon capture industry. We don't need to go super deep on that, but I am curious, when you mentioned that industry exploded or imploded, what did that look like and what was the cost for that?
So carbon capture and storage, the idea is specifically for like what you call stationary emitters of CO2, things like power plants or cement production. Can we take that CO2 that we took out of the ground in the form of coal, and instead of letting that CO2 go into the atmosphere, can we go inject it back where it came from? Right? Not specifically where it came from, but put it deep, deep underground. So we look for these, what are called sedimentary formations, where you'd have layers of shale and sandstones. Think of it like a layer cake. Okay. Where each layer of the layer cake, you got your fluffy cake that could absorb a lot, and then you've got your frosting, which seals that layer off, and then you've got another fluffy layer, and then another frosting, right? And we're going to stick a straw down there and inject all that CO2 into the fluffy cake and hope it stays there, right? So that was the idea, and it's actually a great idea because due to various sort of geochemical processes and things that happen, if you can keep it down there, it will actually turn into a calcite or a calcium sort of based like these minerals. It'll mineralize and it'll get permanently trapped under there. So it's a good idea in theory. There's some dangers involved. The one that most people think of is, what if it just comes right back up and goes into the atmosphere? And to that I say, well, it was just going into the atmosphere before, so is that really all that more dangerous?
Right.
But the bigger issue is, when you inject it in, there's a resident salt water that lives down there. And this stuff's like 20 times saltier than seawater. And it can actually get, from the pressure, get pushed up. So you might have then salt water invading a freshwater reservoir, or getting pushed all the way up to the surface and contaminating agricultural land. There's all sorts of potential issues. And so I came to it from a risk assessment point of view to determine how safe this would be for different formations and things like that. And then we developed the tools to actually model the whole injection process, and then what would happen to the fluids over the hundreds or thousands of years afterwards. The idea behind it was, it's going to cost the utility companies, the coal companies specifically, in that they have to add technology to their plants in order to scrub the CO2 out of the emissions so that we can go inject them somewhere, right? And so the coal industry didn't want to do it because it's going to cost them money. But at the time, we had a president, in President Obama, who was very motivated to try to get a climate policy through. And there was a lot of theory that there was going to be a carbon cap and trade or a carbon tax imposed, at which case this would become very economically feasible. Well, it all turned into a big political thing, as all things with the environment seem to, for some reason. And Obama made it clear that he was going to focus on his healthcare plan rather than the environmental plan. And seeing as about 50% of the money that was going into carbon capture and storage was coming from the coal utility companies. They decided they didn't want to pay in anymore and basically dragged the whole industry out in the back alley and shot it in the head and walked away.
Oh
So
my gosh.
it literally went from, we were applying for grants where there was on the order of $1 billion with a B dollars available for various projects. And not that we would be getting that kind of money, but that size like grant pool to zero over the course of a month.
Well, right.
It took 1 month.
Well, from a business perspective, you only need really a slice of that pie to have a feasible business plan, and you've got that big of grants going out. You just capture 5%, 10%, you can run a decent business.
Yep. We I'd started up a company. We had gotten what's called an SBIR, a Small Business Initiative for Research grant from the Department of Energy. And they funded essentially a salary for me for a year to look at the feasibility of developing the software. And then we submitted our application, which would have been I think it's like $1.5 million over 3 years to then hire people on and start building the thing up. And I ran into a guy at a conference who said, "I'm one of the reviewers on your proposal. Congratulations."
No way.
And it was like, oh my God, we actually got it. And a month later, this whole thing happened. And then we got a rejection notice from the Department of Energy.
Oh.
So it was like, we were told we had it, and then it was like pulled out from underneath us. So.
Okay, so you started in academics doing theoretical kind of structural analysis type stuff, and then teaching.
Yeah, this new like structural system that we were trying to do risk assessment for high seismicity zones, so for earthquakes.
And then that turned into risk assessment for a now defunct industry. And then that went into fintech, and then you had your own side project now, which is, you said it was construction. It's interesting you mentioned that. We have F's in chat. I hope that's F's for the industry that imploded, and not.
1 second, guys. I have to be right back. I've got 2 people outside my house right now. Okay. I will be right back. I'm sorry.
Please. All right. Cool. We get to talk to chat now, and y'all can give me all the spicy questions you want me to ask them. Oh no, the government. Actually, that's a great point. There is this neato. All right, we have this Q&A tool. Almost forgot about this, but I'm going to go ahead and drop. Not that URL. Here we go. All right, so here's the URL. If you have any questions for Mark, if you have any questions that you'd like to be covered, go ahead and put those in here. And towards the end of our time together, I will pull that up and we will go through those.
All right. Apologies. Not the FBI nor Obama. They found me, yes.
Your audio just got kind of loud. Oh, there we go.
Oh, did it? Maybe did I put it
was some background noise.
Too close to the mic?
No, it was more like background noise, but no, you're good. Welcome Go Haku to chat. And
hey, Go Haku.
So, all right. So I was going through, you had kind of your start in academia, and then you had, risk assessment calculation for carbon capture, which imploded as an industry shortly after. But that sounds like that was sort of a startup environment, right? Like that was a company that was being built around those government grants. So a different style of startup funding than a lot of people might be familiar with, but a startup nonetheless.
Absolutely.
And then you had the fintech stint, right?
Yes.
And then you had your own thing.
Which I'm okay to talk about. There's just a little PTSD there from...
I'm actually, I've had a little bit of exposure to fintech as well. My last job was technically commercial real estate, but a lot of the executives and the people that started the company were from fintech. They were from Thomson Reuters. And so it was based out of New York and had a lot of that same, fintech feel in a lot of areas. But we don't need to dig too much on that. I'm curious, though. I was going to ask... And then currently you're doing your own thing. So you're doing construction, not compliance. That's what I did. Construction.
Yeah.
Field logistics.
Like a logistics. Like think of it as like ERP light Like it's
Sure.
ERP without the accounting. So we get an export from their accounting software each morning of all new jobs and things like that. Then all the stuff is tracked in the field, and everything that needs to be billable or payroll is set up based on, the people out in the field entering in time cards and materials and equipment
Right.
use and all that. And then at the end of the day, it gets imported back into their accounting software, because I won't touch actual accounting with a 100-foot pole. There be
That's fair.
dragons.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So that is your own gig you mentioned. Is that,
Yes.
would you consider yourself a startup, or I guess if it's just you, it's a little more just independent?
The idea was for it to be a startup. It became one of those like chicken egg problems, like the classic. It's a scalable product that I know could be successful. I need about 2 or 3 developers in order to really push it forward, but I also would need about 5 or 6 big clients in order to hire the 2 or 3 developers, but I would need the developers to get the client, to be able to support the clients.
Or you would need more marketing or account executives or a dozen other things maybe.
And then it just spirals from there. So, it's one of those things. I'm kind of trying to figure out next steps. It's a great piece of software. Again, I developed, a big chunk of it live on stream, so a lot of people here who've hung out on my work streams, they've probably seen a lot of it, and I think it could have legs. I'm just trying to figure out the next steps, and with what the economy did right now, with money going into startups, it's expensive right now to do it. We'll just put it that way. And I'm fortunate enough that I can, put it on the back burner for a couple years and wait until things sort of settle out. The other thing about construction is, as soon as there's uncertainty in the economy, construction companies they circle the wagons, they close down quite a bit. It gets a lot harder to convince someone that they need to spend a bunch of money and change the software that they're using in our current climate. So.
Yeah, interesting. That totally makes sense. And I was going to say, yeah, thank you. We got a hydrate redemption. Gohaku was concerned that he was bummed he couldn't redeem water for you. But I will hydrate here for Ian.
Yeah, it worked before, Maddie. It actually worked before. I forgot to turn it off. So that we wouldn't get driven crazy, I figured I should turn it off.
All right. So I was going to ask, across all of those jobs, as you look back at your career, when would you say you were working the hardest?
That's a tough. I mean, I would just say yes. It's been because it's been a different kind of working the hardest for all of them. When you're in an academic setting, it's a very different kind of work. It's the kind of thing where you can sit there spinning your wheels for 4 months and everyone's going to leave you alone, and but you're personally so involved and up to your eyeballs with a project that you're just, that's all you eat, breathe, or drink is whatever you're working on. Moving on to the carbon capture. Oh my gosh, hold on. Sorry, just 1 minute. We've got stuff going on. Just 1 second.
I just have to sit here and keep sipping because King won't stop redeeming hydrate. Oh my gosh!
When the dog comes walking in with socks in his mouth. No, and he's the kind of dog that will swallow the socks. So, oh my goodness, so much hydrate.
How do I disable these? This is insane. I'm almost out. I need to get the boss to come and help me refill.
You need a clone.
All right, here's the deal with the redemptions. Y'all can keep burning your points. This is insane.
We're gonna ignore the redemptions.
I'm gonna finish what's in this bottle, and then it doesn't matter if you redeem a hydrate because I will have nothing to hydrate. My goodness, y'all are crazy. This is just Dylan and King, just
This
pink
is the
Emma.
way it goes. This is the way it goes. How did chat get so many points? Gohaku, they've been here longer than you. How do you have so many points on my stream, Gohaku?
Oh yeah, redemption cooldowns. That's something I should put on my to-do list. I should definitely have that set up. Yeah, imagine, Maddie.
But yeah, in terms of the hardest, you know, then obviously going in and writing grants for, you know, trying to get grants, awarded grants from the government, you know, starting up a new company in a very, very new industry that was very, very heavy math and engineering. It was a whole different learning curve, right? You know, I had to, what we ended up doing is spinning out the company. It was myself and two professors that I worked with at the university that we kind of spun out the company. They stayed in academia. I was the one running the company, and then we had hired on some people, you know, for the amount of time that we had funding. But it was kind of like this hybrid, right? Because I was suddenly having to think in terms of business and in terms of selling, and at the same time, they were the kinds of mathematical problems that you could get stuck on for 4 months. And when you're in that kind of an environment, you don't have time to get stuck on a problem like that for 4 months, right? And so navigating those waters was a huge thing to learn. You know, and I would say that my current company, it's the thing I've done the longest at this point. And I feel like I've really fallen into a nice rhythm with it, right? You know, I can put in, you know, it's not like the earlier companies where I was working 80, 90 hours a week, every single week, week in and week out. I'm too old for that shit. You know, I've done that. I've played that game. Now I have kids and a wife, and you know, I don't want that particular life. Not that I don't want to work hard. I just like having more of a sort of a stable situation where I know that most days there's a cap at the end of the day and we can just come back to it tomorrow morning. And so, you know, I'd say that this particular stint has probably been the most balanced I've had, which I've really come to appreciate, you know, and I feel like I've written some of the best code I've ever written. And I think that has a lot to do with it. I think as developers, we can get so heads down into a problem that the quality of what we put out starts to suffer from that. And if you have that ability to step back and decompress a little bit and let your mind do what it needs to do to not be thinking about that problem 24/7, you tend to kind of figure out better ways of doing it. I think it makes you more effective as a developer. You know, I love to code. I love my family and kids more, right? So having that balance of time between coding and time with family, and having those boundaries in my life now that, you know, I can close the door to my office and, you know, go do whatever is a good thing. And for a long time in my life, that was something that was missing. So I don't know if that answers your question about what's the most the hardest work. They've all been hard work, just in very different ways.
Well, I like it. The question's a bit of a Rorschach test, right? Because what do you define as hard work? And I like how you did touch on many facets of it. I think I'm really, you know, what you said about moving from academia to business definitely resonated, and that there's very different incentives there, you know, when you're in academia and it's kind of more around grant cycles and you have your research, but it's a lot less like revenue focused. And I did early in my career, I was working for my university in the Office of Information Technology, which was weirdly like the most business-like unit of the university. It was a very like commercial unit, but also helped with academics. So I was working with professors who all had, you know, grant systems and very different incentives. But then my department was more like, all right, where's the budgets? Where's the revenues? So I got to see that. And I'm sure moving into, you know, fintech and all of that, you got the total different side of the world.
Yep.
But
Yep.
no, that was a great answer. I think, yeah, like I said, it's a bit of a loaded question, but I like that. So now, two kind of follow-ons to that. One, when in your career do you feel you were learning the most, kind of absorbing the most knowledge and information? And then additionally, when in your career, and I think you may have touched on this in the end there, but when in your career did you feel the most inspired and fulfilled with your work?
Yep. I'll take the second one first. Because I don't think the answer to when I've felt the most fulfilled is actually, well, there's two times in my career that I think I've felt the most fulfilled. Doing the carbon capture and storage work was just incredible. If I had the ability, if that industry suddenly like sprouted up again and they were like, hey, Finite, we need you to come and we need you to get back on writing that software, I don't think I'd have to think about it. It would just be, let's do this. Because first off, it's something that I feel a very strong connection to. I've been a very environmentally motivated person my whole life, right? And so the thought of, okay, we're going to build this bridge technology to get us from, fossil fuel burning stuff that we're emitting all these greenhouse gases to eventually, hopefully, fully renewables. And we need to get from there to here. Here's a great bridge technology to do that. And to be able to be a part of that was probably the most fulfilling thing that I feel like I've been a part of because of what the work was.
So
right?
both from an impact perspective, but also the problem space.
Exactly. The problem space was an amazing problem space to be in as well. I mean, very, very technical, a lot of math, and I'm actually a big math nerd. Obviously, going through an engineering PhD program, you have to be. So yes, it was like what I was doing and the impact that it could have potentially had was huge. I would say that the other most impactful part of my career would be right now. And what I'm trying to do right now, I'm trying to figure out a way to professionally do all of this sort of OBS and media and streamer related work, because it's really the first time in my career that I've been building things where people are coming to me going, I am getting so much value out of what you're providing. And that is such a great experience to have. I mean, don't get me wrong. My construction app that I'm doing, the client who's paying me, the owners of the company are all like, this is amazing. It's letting us do all this, business stuff. The people in the field, they just see it as another thing, and every time it's not working perfectly right, so it's a bit of a thankless job from that point of view, right?
Well, right. So, yeah, for an inspector, it's the tool they're assigned to use, right? So it's kind
exactly
there's less of a customer satisfaction when there's less autonomy and customer choice, I feel like.
Yep. So this latest stuff I've been doing with OBS plugins and working with working with other streamers and a lot of the connections. You were there at TwitchCon. I built a lot of really good connections there that are hopefully going to start bearing some fruit here soon.
Okay.
It's a very, very fun space to be in, and it's somewhere that a lot of the skill sets I have seem to really overlap well with. And so I think if I can figure that out over the next 6 months, I could be in a position of where everyone wants to end up, where they're doing something that they love to be doing and make a decent living out of it. Right. So I'm hopeful. I'm still like bright-eyed and bushy-tailed right now on that.
That's awesome. I was actually just going to move into sort of talking about the present, and I was going to ask you about TwitchCon. Now, you kind of alluded to that, and so if things are still secretive in terms of that experience we got to share together, no worries there. You don't need to go into details. But in general, I know the saying is, Vegas stays there, but I had a great time in Vegas. I think some of the stories were fun. So you don't need to share about that particular story, but it was kind of a fun, I just think you have really strong connections, and it was cool seeing you be able to pursue those in person. and give a little bit of a nudge too. I think my favorite part of that was you seemed so uncertain in the moment and so timid, and I was like, Mark, this is literally like people want to know what you're doing. Like they have explicitly asked you to find them and tell them more about what you're doing, and you just had such a like, oh well, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't. I was like, no, literally, this like you could not have a more perfect example of somebody directly asking you to do something. And you're like hesitant of whether they want you to do that. Dude, go for it. But that
and it went great. It was more of a feeling of, it was an introduction from one person to another.
Right.
And that person I was being introduced to was someone who was quite big in the field of streaming and streaming technology and everything. And I didn't even realize who they were when I first got the introduction. And then when I realized, I was like, oh, wow. And then it was like, is this person really wanting to do it? Or is it just a thing over Twitter where it's not even like real? Like and it turned out it was great. And, I think what I really learned through that whole process is how much just from my little bit of a platform here can show my abilities, my bringing value to the world, and how that can actually get seen by people, and seen by a lot of the right people. And so it was a kind of an eye-opening experience for me, and I really enjoyable eye-opening experience. So it was really good.
All right. Well, we're very excited about that. I don't want to make you break any NDAs or say anything before you should.
No,
but
there aren't any NDAs.
Really,
I just, until things are
caution.
like solid, I don't like to, put too many eggs in a basket, or I don't know what the expression is.
Oh man. Well, I love that. I want to hear more stories from TwitchCon, but I think we'll take a brief pause here in case you needed to run a quick break. I was going to run another ad because pre-roll is on, and then thank some people in chat. So I'm still figuring out the flow with these things. I figure I'm probably, because I am planning on editing all of these and putting them up. So I'm planning on like cutting out some segments probably. So things like this, so we can talk with chat and hang out. But yeah, thank you very much, Chris Wicks, for gifting a sub. And Swelker actually caught that sub. One of our very favorite. Yep, there's an emoji with the face of the man himself. But yeah, I just wanted to do that real quick. So I always forget. I should like have memorized how much each ad break gives a break from, because I want to make sure we get through our time. So I'm going to run a 2-minute ad break real quick. Yeah, so we'll do that. And then wanted to say hi to Check Tech, who is first-time chatter and said, seeing us at TwitchCon was great. So I don't know if do you know who Check Tech is?
I think Check Tech is Zach from Elgato, right?
Oh, yes. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, so good to have you. And thank you for the follow as well. Oh my gosh. And Maddie has a golden kappa? No way.
Whoa.
Maddie's the golden kappa.
How did that happen, Maddie?
Oh my gosh. Ian, thank you for the gift sub. That's a hype train. What the heck? This might be my first hype train. And a golden kappa in chat. This is insane. I can't believe. So the golden there was a golden kappa train, another channel. Wild. Oh man.
I think once you get it, don't you get it for like 24 hours or something after that?
Yeah, it's a 24-hour thing. And I think the default, if there's not a golden kappa train, I think it's literally one user on the website gets it per 24-hour period. So I think with the trains it's a little bit more, but yeah, that's super cool.
I had a raid by Melky a few days before all the appendix stuff happened, and they all came in with their golden kappas, spamming them all over. So apparently it was a big golden kappa hype train. So
Melky's got 2 of them. He got 2 of them in like the span of a couple weeks, which is wild. So that's really cool that
I mean, Twitch, and I'm not saying that.
Oh, you're pulling the employee Twitch staff card.
Was there a little switch flipped? Testing. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my gosh, we've got 18 seconds left in the ad, so this is still kind of just having fun. But yeah, an apology. Well, I shouldn't apologize to the people that are stuck with ads because they can't hear me right now. So the golden kappa train golden kappa is your kappa emote. So when you put kappa in chat, you get the gold one. You can see Maddie putting there. I don't know what it symbolizes or whatever. It's just a scarcity thing. But yeah, if you get a golden kappa, that means all of your kappas anywhere on the website will look like that emote instead of the normal low resolution, boring black and white kappa. But yeah, and yeah, no, this is great. All right, so we should be back from the ads now.
Okay.
So we just talked about kind of the, throughout your career, different points where you were most inspired, working most diligently. I love what you're saying about the season now. I think I can definitely resonate in a couple ways. One, having the family and the kind of, I think I'm looking to hit the balance of boundaries you just described within the next 3 to 6 months. Things don't quite feel balanced or the boundaries figured out. But certainly in terms of having less coding time, but valuing that time outside of coding. I think I really like how you're sharing your sort of ambitions for 2024. So as you're looking to the future,
absolutely.
I think you're in a very exciting stage here. And I would, let's just talk a little more about kind of your hopes for what 2024 might hold for Finite Singularity.
Yeah, so 2024, one way or another, is going to be a big transition year. I was alluding to the fact that the construction software, it's that with that client, that actual project now after about 6.5 years is winding down. So I got to figure out what comes next. And it's either going to be, as my wife says, go out and get she jokingly says a real job. She totally supports everything I do, but she's like, yeah, you might have to go out and get a real job, or figuring out how to, kind of keep doing what I'm doing. And all of this sort of OBS plugin work and connections with a lot of the sort of more, I call them meta streamers, the streamers and the content creators who actually like make content about making content, right?
So like
there's a streamer in particular named Nutty. I think you were with me, and we met Nutty at the Elgato booth.
Okay,
but he does a whole lot of that sort of content on YouTube, and he's actually one of the first people that I started watching when I wanted to start streaming, because I don't know if you could tell from my stream, like the production value is kind of a thing with me. And he was always about, here's how you can take your stream to the next level using all these plugins and random stuff for OBS. And so I was like, well, this is fantastic. So I've been watching Nutty for years, and Andy Lippy and some others. And when I started doing the plugin work, my first plugin was the blur plugin, the composite blur plugin. There used to be, it still exists. There's a plugin package called Stream Effects, which had a whole drama around it, where the guy who made it put it behind a paywall, and people got really upset, and things weren't necessarily handled in the best way, and it all just kind of went crazy. And Stream Effects was like the blur plugin, right? It was part of Stream Effects. He had some very high quality blur algorithms that he'd written. Well, when I was doing all the earthquake stuff, going back to my grad school days, I had to do a ton of signal processing, because we were looking at seismograms and things like that. And it turns out that a blur algorithm is just signal processing. And so I was looking through some of the StreamFX code going, why did he do things this way? It's an okay way to do it, but there's better ways to do it. And I was like, well, you know what? I'm just going to go write my own blur algorithms, and came up with a plugin that ended up being quite a bit more efficient and a lot broader, a lot more use cases and everything in terms of blur. And it almost immediately got on the radar of like Andy Lippy and Nutty and these other meta content creators. And I started to get connected with them, which for me, it it was the first time I was kind of like a fanboy. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm actually talking to these people because I had learned so much from them
Right.
when I first started streaming, and then for them to start reaching out to me going, tell me more about your plugin. I want to do a video on it. I want to, and so then to be able to meet Nutty in person at TwitchCon and just chat with him, and it was just the connections were
Right.
just incredible. And not the kind of connections that a guy in rural Minnesota in his basement coding should have, right? It's like it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. And so that plugin then rolled into the Stroke plugin for doing like outlines and stuff, which a lot of people have been looking for. And then my latest is this advanced masking plugin, and people are like banging down my door. Like I'm like, last week I'm like, next week I promise I'll get back to it next week, I just had surgery, right? So people have been very, very excited to get their hands on the masking plugin, because it does a lot of things that I don't know if I'll say should already be able to be done in OBS, but aren't. I mean, I don't know if that's a fair assessment, because OBS has very particular features that it has and was intended to have. But I think they're the sorts of things that that a lot of people feel like OBS should just have natively and have been missing for a long time. So it's turning out that what I'm putting together, by scratching my own itches, I'm helping out a lot of other people who had a lot of the same issues.
And I think that's such a good, like, it's such a valuable aspect of the work that you're doing now. And you mentioned this kind of connection to the end user, right? And I think that's really important and significant, like you mentioned, in feeling the demand, especially for stuff that is a free utility. I think that's one of the most, the highest forms of free demand, because it's not like they're paying you for the thing. They're getting something for free. They're excited about it. But I do want to point out that is a double-edged sword, because you're hearing directly from those end users. So I just want to give you some encouragement there. Don't feel overly obligated either. If you're getting surgery, that's completely fine. And these people
No. That was mostly a joke. People have been so wonderful. I mean, that's one of the things I've found about the software and game dev, and even the sort of the sector of Twitch that people are focused on really high production sort of streams. People have been so wonderful. It's there hasn't I was saying that very tongue in cheek, is people have been very, very nice about everything from, this is a new plugin, there's going to be some growing pains and some bumps in the road, to what happened to me a couple weeks ago and setting me back a couple weeks. People have been reaching out, truly caring where I'm at as a person, and that's just been, it's been really, really nice. So there's definitely no qualms there. That was more of a tongue-in-cheek kind of a thing. So
no, yeah, that's great. I'm throwing more encouragement. If you ever need to hear it, of course, that's you are doing a lot for the community. But I really do, what you're saying about the dev community does really connect with me. I love, I just got into Twitch a couple years ago for development myself, and it really does strike me, like, even going to TwitchCon, it's so cool. I had people coming up and asking me, and I had two things I heard. One was people coming up to me and saying, like, hey, I really loved when you streamed. I'm like, I streamed like 5 times this year. Like, when did you even watch me? And then also people coming up and saying, like, hey, what's your stream project? What are you working on stream? And all these things where I didn't even feel like I belonged at all. And just the open arms of people being like, it doesn't matter. You're streaming in the category. You're a friend, like, you're a dev, and that is a very real phenomenon that's been super cool. And just seeing too, like, the OGs, like Dylan's talking about, the OGs of the category from before it was a category, and hearing stories of people streaming in science and tech, and just it's really cool to see that the long threads of just human connection and relationships.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, so I'd love to hear, Ian's shouting out the group dinner in Vegas, which was fantastic. I want to ask you 2 questions here that we'll end it with, and then we're going to go to a brief Q&A. So again, audience, I dropped that Q&A link in chat. So go ahead and put your questions in there if there's anything you specifically want to see want to hear from Mark on. But first, I want to ask 2 fun experiences or stories. So I want you to share fun or cool experience or story that came out of, one, your streaming career,
Okay.
and then potentially from Vegas. If there's a fun story or a favorite moment you had in Vegas, would love to hear about that.
Let's see. I think I can start. I'll start with the Vegas one because that's like, the freshest in the mind. I think the most surreal, and it was very, very fun. Captain Morgan is actually here in chat. I did not know Captain Morgan before TwitchCon. I'd seen the name, I think, in like some of my Twitter feeds, maybe. And Captain Morgan was the first person to come up to me and basically be like, "Finite Singularity, I love your plugins." And I was like, "Who are you and how do you know my name?" Like, just out of the blue. It was like this, and over the course of TwitchCon, there was probably like 6 or 8 people that just came up to me and were like, "Love your plugins, love what you're doing." And it was just like, how did you even hear about my, it just seemed so surreal to me. And I guess I should expect it. I put the Blur plugin up because I was like, well, I wrote it for myself, but other people might be able to use it. I'll throw it up there. And within like a week, it had like 6,000 or 7,000 downloads. It's already almost up to 20,000 right now. And I'm just like, what on earth is going on? So, it's one of those things that I never would have expected something I would have made to be used by that many people. It's exciting and flattering and terrifying all at the same time. It's like, wow, I guess I really do need to keep supporting this thing. In terms of streaming, I've told this story before. The best moment that I've had on stream happened. It was probably about 6 or 8 months ago. There was a viewer I had when I first started streaming. So when I first started streaming, I was doing financial modeling tool building, and I was basically it was much more of like here's how to learn how to program and how to learn some of the concepts behind a lot of the fintech stuff, because I come off the fintech thing and everything, and I was like, well, I'm going to teach some of this stuff, right? And there was this user that kept coming in and asking very, very good, but obviously very new programmer types of questions. And they were super, super engaged with the stream, and they showed up at the beginning of every stream, asked great questions going through. And about 4 or 5 months later, they just disappeared. We didn't see them at all. And I was like, oh gosh, did I say something wrong here? I hope I didn't scare this person off, right? And about this would have been 3 years ago when I first started streaming. About 6-8 months ago, they came back into my chat and they said, I don't have a lot of time. I just want to let you know. And they told this story that they had been watching gaming on Twitch. They were in a job that they hated. Twitch suggested my stream to them for some reason. They came in and they were hooked on the coding. After those 4 months, they went out and they went to like one of these really deep boot camps. And they were letting me know that they just had gotten their first job in software development, and they finally felt like they were doing something that they loved to do.
That is so
and
cool.
I'm like weeping. I was like, oh my, and it was like it just made it all worth it. It was so cool to hear that experience and hear that, the fact that I had taken the time to share what I love doing had helped someone find something that they loved doing as well, was just one of the coolest experiences I've ever had.
Yeah, I think that's so cool. Just the idea that from your basement using the internet, you had an impact on somebody's life.
Yep.
Can you think of a moment where your stream had an impact on your life?
Oh, my stream has had a lot of impacts on my life. I gush a lot about the software and dev community because they are they are some of the best people I've ever interacted with in person or, virtually. About a year and a half after I started streaming, my dad passed away, and I was extremely close with my dad, and the chat just came out of the whole community came out of nowhere. I all of a sudden had an email with it, basically I think it was titled like a little pick me up and something for you and the wife and the kids, and it was like, I think it was like close to $2,000.
Oh my gosh.
And and I ended up purchasing a really nice tree that we planted in our yard.
Oh, that's
and
awesome.
Got some stuff for the boys, and and it wasn't that it was the money. It was just this wonderful card. Everyone came together. It was so much just love coming from the community, and it absolutely blew me away. It absolutely blew me away. And at the time, I was streaming to 10 or 12 people at the most, but I was connected with everyone else's communities. And so even people that weren't in my stream chat, that were just in other communities I was connecting with, had come out of the woodwork with support on that. And it was absolutely incredible. The outpouring from people when I was going through what's probably some of the darkest days I've had in my life, was just absolutely amazing.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for your time here, Mark. We've got 2 questions.
Yep.
So we will
Okay.
pull up these 2 questions. Let's see if I can get the embed to work. I think I dragged it off screen here. Hey, there we go. See, I know how to OBS. And that's another thing. Also, I don't want to go too late on time, but we have a segment after this where Mark is going to help me potentially set up some plugins on OBS. We'll see how it goes.
Yep.
I
think it'll
here,
go well.
If anybody's here, they're familiar. OBS and I have a very rocky relationship. So we'll see how that goes. But first, we have a question that says, for Mark, what was the main driver for you starting to code your own OBS plugins?
The main driver for me was, it was a couple things. I've been writing shaders that I use on my stream all the time. In fact, here we can even do one of these. This whole thing, and you'll still be able to hear me. This is all a shader that was written using Exceldro's shader plugin. And I loved writing shaders. I loved doing like the special effects stuff on my stream, and others wanted to use those sorts of effects. And so I started to think, well, maybe I can start to package up a lot of these effects, like the blur effect. I've got this whole focus on the background, focus on me bit that happens when the clones come out and do things like that. And so it just sort of led to bundling together a lot of the stuff that I do, and that in my current stream setup is a very sort of haphazard set of shaders, and it's a lot of duct tape and bubble gum. And I was like, well, if I can put this stuff together in some solid plugins that other people can use, then I can use it myself as well, and it'll make my job a lot easier streaming too. I also had, there's another plugin developer named Exceldro who makes like all of the OBS plugins. He's kind of the plugin god for OBS. And off the cuff one day, I don't remember who's... Actually, I think he showed up in my stream because I was talking about shaders, and I just kind of off the cuff said, I got to have you on my stream someday. And he said, absolutely, give me a time. And he came on my stream. We had this great chat, right?
Nice.
And that also got me very excited to start writing plugins. And then I just thought one day, you know what, we're gonna do it. And here we are. So
that's awesome. All right. So we're done with that question. The other question was for me, I think. It said, who's the next streamer interviewee? So thank you for the question. Also, thank you, Colchis. Oh, Colchis, what is up? I've been chatting with you in several chats. Jay, Steph, and Chrissy Codes, thank you all for the follows. So the next, yeah, that is a good question. Where's the, I just nuked it instead of showing it, whatever. So I just spoke with Trash Puppy. So I might have Trash Puppy on, who she is awesome and is more on the security side of things, which I'm actually very terrified of. InfoSec. I'm like familiar. Like I took a course, I know the basics, but I've always been terrified of that. But she does a lot of awesome like hack the box streaming and stuff. And she actually, well, I don't want to give away too much, I guess. But she had a non-traditional pathway into tech as well. Am I interviewing the entire Claw team? So I don't know what the Claw team is. Is that, let me see. Is this
That's Selma, White Panthers team.
Oh, Selma's awesome. Yo,
Selma rocks.
I would actually,
Everyone on the Claw rocks. It's such a great group of folks.
I might ping Selma. I would absolutely love for her to come on, obviously. But yeah, there's a lot of good friends. I've got several people I've talked to about this. I'm building out the December into January schedule right now. But if anybody is interested in coming on, I have basically no bar for this show. You know, this is just hearing stories from tech. So it doesn't matter if somebody is just breaking into tech, if they've been in tech for 30 years. But if you know somebody that you would like to hear from, or if you would like to come on, please send me a DM on Twitter. Send me a DM on Twitch. I don't know. There's ways to get Dylan. I would love to talk to. Oh my gosh, Dylan, before he started streaming, which I might be wrong here. I might not know streaming before, but Dylan was one of the chatters that would show up for my streams when I had, 3 viewers. And he showed up consistently for like a week where I actually did a couple different streams. He was always there. He was always chatting and he was early. And I was like so encouraged by Dylan. And just like, man, this dude, this one chatter is just awesome. And he always shows up. Then he started streaming consistently. So I don't know if he'd streamed before maybe, but I hadn't seen as much, but started really streaming and just absolutely crushing it. Please, if you don't, I'm going to give Dylan a shout out here. If you don't, please follow Dylan. He is the Camel Man himself. Well, I don't know. Teej might want to fight you for that. But yeah, definitely would love to have Dylan on. And let's see. Chrissy said if we get a group of us on a stream together. So there's a couple really cool things. Now I'm using Ping for this, and one of the difficulties is with Ping, you pay based on the number of seats. So if I wanted to have 5 people on, I would have to go and pay Ping some decent cash. But we have had 2 really fun things. So these interviews are awesome, and I love just collaborating with people. I'm looking to do more of it. But we also had a gaming stream recently where it was Zayu, CM Griffing or Chris, I'm gonna forget now, Mark Koo, an experienced streamer on Twitch, and goodness, I'm gonna forget one person and feel terrible now. But regardless, we had a full team, so it was really cool. And I think we were playing League of Legends that night. So we played some League of Legends and we had like all of us on a team. But I'm looking to do some more stuff like that too. So I want to see, with the collaboration streams here with Ping, I'm able to get 2 of us on screen. Getting 5 faces on screen at once might be a little trickier. There might be some, I might start to hit some encoding issues or something. But I did just buy all of the components for a new build. So on Thursday, I'm going to build a new PC. So maybe once I have that, maybe once I'm on a current generation GPU, we could do some more stuff. But yeah, I've always been really excited about the possibility of having more like collaborative community type streaming stuff. So I'm definitely planning on experimenting more on this. But like I said, please feel free to DM me, reach out, connect with me on Twitter or here on Twitch. If you have interviewees that are interested, or if you yourself are interested. Before we kind of end the interview segment, do you have anything else you want to say? Anything you want to shout out, plug?
I'm good. If you need OBS plugins, let me know. I'm always looking for ideas for new things to build. So definitely feel free to plug the plugins. exactly. So we're about to do a whole commercial on the plugins, Chrissy. So
right, I was just gonna say I actually have the pages open, so I can drop in some URLs right here. So it is the last one's the GitHub link. Okay.
Yeah, that one's not yet on the forum. So
okay. So yeah, here are 3 of the plugins, and then there's also Exceldro's Move plugin, which you mentioned is tightly integrated, or they use each other.
Yep.
All right, so first of all, let's try swapping over. So I'm going to do a different scene here. I'm going to put that portable OBS. So here we have a separate OBS. And what is that OBS doing? Wait. Is that just bad resolution? What's going on with this? From my side, it looks like I have to look on stream. I don't know. I'm looking at a blank OBS just with a black screen, but on my stream preview here, it looks like there's a recursive.
Yeah, it looks like you're looking at. It almost looks like you're looking.
That is so weird. Capture method. There we go. Interesting. Changing the capture method fixed it.
Okay.
All right. So
Yeah, I think there's like 2 different Windows capture methods. One of them, I don't know why they even still have it in OBS, because it never really works right.
all right.
So,
well, I hope this layout works. Well, yeah.
this will be great.
Okay. So I've got a separate OBS instance here. I'm going to go ahead and mute that stuff. And then the really interesting thing is going to be getting myself. So I think I need to disable my camera source over here. And then perhaps...
So what you can do while you're streaming in your other OBS, your live streaming OBS, go to, there should be a start virtual camera button.
Oh yeah, I'm using that already.
Oh, you're using the virtual camera out already?
Yes, that's what I'm using to talk to you in ping, actually.
Oh, then you should be able to just grab that same virtual camera in OBS. In the one you're working on.
Yep. OBS virtual camera.
Hold on, I'm gonna do advanced. I want to try to toggle latency here to get all caught up. There you go. So now you've got your camera in OBS.
There is
so what do you want to start with?
All right, so I have the pages open. So first of all, we need to download and install the plugins.
Oh, okay.
And which I should have pre-downloaded, but I just pulled them up. So on the forums, oh my gosh, this is literally going to get so confusing for me because I now have 2 OBS sources.
Welcome to the struggle. Welcome to the brain taxing.
I was trying to do application capture, but I think I'm just going to do desktop capture here. Yep. And that way it'll make things a little bit easier. Twitch chat can see themselves. Hopefully I'm not going to... Has Nate seen Mark's OBS ads? Oh my gosh, I don't think I have. All right, so looking at the forums though, to start, you're gonna have to tell me about that soon, but the download link I'm looking for...
Upper left or upper right corner, if you scroll all the way to the top. There you go.
Do I want the installer or just the zip?
You know, I would just do the zip since you're gonna be putting them in this standalone or portable copy of OBS.
Correct, and then these are all of Mark's. So same thing, I'm going to grab those zips, and then I'm going to grab Windows zip from the GitHub for the new one. And then disable this just while I open downloads. That is one thing. I'm still learning all of the stuff you don't want to necessarily leak on stream.
Yeah. I've got a separate web browser that I only use when I'm streaming, and it goes to a separate downloads folder. I mean, I don't have anything in my downloads folder that I would care if anyone saw, but you don't know if you accidentally downloaded a bank statement or something, who knows, right?
Exactly.
You got to be careful. So,
and I do actually have a lot of different Chrome profiles. So I use that sometimes to kind of micromanage histories and whatnot. All right. So I'm extracting everything. I got it all extracted, and now we have this portable OBS studio. So to install
So
the plugins,
if you open that directory, hold on here. I'm going to blow up the stream window here.
you're fine. So data goes in data and plugins goes in plugins, I assume?
Yeah, so basically you just drag the two. You don't even have to do that. If you just drag the two directories over, it'll merge them.
All right, cool. Easy enough. I didn't even know Windows did that. I thought it was going to override.
It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice.
Good to know. I am still on Windows 10 too. I need to upgrade to 11 at some point, but I've been paranoid about 11. I heard about so many like issues with OBS and whatnot. All right, so now these should be all installed. And if we
so now you'll need to restart that copy of OBS.
Oh, imagine I just closed the wrong OBS and instantly in stream.
I think it'll pop up a thing saying, "Are you sure you want to do that?"
Yeah. I've got several active things over there. Speaking of, I should do just start a new recording for this segment. All right. So here we've now got, and can everybody see in the stream, by the way? Can you see Mark still? I can't even see the preview there. Yeah, you're in the corner.
Yeah, I'm still there.
Okay. So now I go, where do I see the plugins?
Okay, so a lot of the plugins work as filters. So let's just say you wanted to blur your face cam for like privacy. Just go to filters on the face cam, and then you're going to add a composite blur. It's like a third of the way down.
Wait, I do know what I need to name this. Nice. Okay. So this is where we have a couple settings now.
Yep.
And
so you've got Gaussian blur, you've got a box blur, you've got dual Kawase blur, and then the ability to pixelate.
Oh, this is so cool. And the pixelation I can control. Yes. Okay. I'm definitely going to use this for like screen hiding and stuff, because I've seen people do that.
Yep.
Now, what's the background source for compositing do here?
So background source for compositing it's a little bit more of an advanced deal. It's when you're doing things like I do with the blur in the background. So I've got my face cut out, right? And it has no context. It's a separate source. It doesn't know what's behind it. So if you blur my actual face cam cutout, it'll think that black is behind me. So I'll get this dark aura around me that gets blurred in. Background source for compositing is saying, I know that my chalkboard and stuff is behind me, so I can provide that source as a hint so that it blurs and blends properly, and then you don't get that dark halo. So I basically built that just so that I could do the whole clones bring me water thing easily, which I'd set up prior with like 6 different sources doing all sorts of complicated stuff that all had to happen in unison. And it was a big pain in the butt that now happens just by selecting a background source.
So that's pretty much in the plugin. Whatever layer is immediately behind me in my source list, whatever I'm using as the backdrop.
Yep.
Very cool. And then the blur type is, so I know the algorithms, I know the basics of Gaussian blur.
Yep.
But now what's the blur type change?
The blur type, you can do a directional blur, which would be like,
oh, this is so cool. Being able
like
to change the coordinates.
What's that?
Being able to change the coordinates, just the added
so that's for the zoom blur. It would be like the point that you're zooming in on. I should probably have that default to the center of the source instead of 0, 0.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, the origin. That is so cool though. Okay, so the directional blur is like one angle, and then the zoom is based on a center. And so
so if you put your center,
it's still
at
directional, but it's like more controllable.
No, like if you put your center at like 960 for X and 540 for Y, and now crank up the blur.
Yeah.
you'll see that it
okay.
like zooms. It looks like it's blurring into that point. So
Right,
sort of
'cause
the whole
yep.
Millennium Falcon, stars zipping by effect.
Oh, that is so cool. Yeah, and I've seen you use this on your. So if I was at the center of the blur, that'll be the most legible, and then the blur gets stronger towards the outside of
Yep.
the radius.
Yep.
So cool. And then what's motion versus
So
directional?
motion is like directional, but it's only one direction. So it only moves in like the positive direction. So it more simulates like if a camera had a shake to it, or like if you had there's actually a VTuber that's been putting up some really cool stuff on Twitch using this, where as his avatar moves, he uses motion blur to make it look like his yeah, it's
That's so cool. Okay. And then the masking is a whole different side, but that's basically you can mask out parts of the source that are not getting affected by the blur.
Exactly.
Oh man, this is so cool. All right, I'm definitely gonna have to play more with this. And so the motion is kind of stretching from one point, whereas directional is sort of stretching both directions from one angle.
Exactly.
Very cool.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the blur plugin. Now I'm trying to think. So what plugin should we touch on next?
Well, the other thing I would just look into. Oh, hold on. I've got a dog doing. Ollie, you gotta stop.
Fine.
Just 1 second. I apologize.
I'm trying to.
Somebody apparently is not getting enough attention because he decided he needed to go grab a pencil and start chewing on it. Now he's sulking in his dog bed. So the other thing I would just look at with the blur plugin is under pixelate, there's different types of pixelization, which is kind of fun.
And this is where this is where
you can do like hexagons or triangles or.
Dude, this is so cool. Now I changed my source so it doesn't have a background because I assume for like move and stuff we might want to bring in two sources.
Oh yeah.
So I went ahead and took my background out of the virtual cam. And then what do you think is a good...
So I guess the thing I would introduce you to is
cool.
the move plugin here. Let's just say you wanted something that took you from normal to where you're at now with the triangle blur. So what you can do is you can add a move filter. So you'll go back to the filters. Okay. Oh, you don't even need two different sources at this point. So go back to the filters, and we're going to add a new move value.
Okay.
The third, yeah, that one. And let's just go ahead here, and you're going to do the filter you want to change is going to be the blur filter.
Yep.
And then you want to change a single setting, and let's have that setting be the radius. Or pixel size.
So this is tapping into the values of your plugin at this point.
Exactly.
That's 35.
Exactly. Now scroll down a little bit. And do custom duration. Do like 1500 milliseconds. Up a little bit. Up slightly. There you go.
Did not mean to close that. All right.
And now go to move one and duplicate that same move one and call it move two. Oh. And now instead of blurring it to, I guess do pixel size again. I don't know why it's not showing up there. Click get value. See if.
There we go.
There you go. Now it's select the pixel size. There you go. And now set the value to 0. And then,
it's changing it back. It's not letting me change it to 0.
Interesting.
0.0?
Almost. No. Oh, sorry. Change it to 1. Sorry, because 1 pixel is 1 pixel. That way, it's not. It doesn't go down to 0.
Not legal.
I forgot about that.
No worries.
And then go down. Your custom duration is good. So now, if you toggle move 2, the little eyeball next to move 2 in your filter list.
Oh.
and then move 1 will animate the blur coming in.
Interesting. Okay, and then down here, there's the triggers where I can set it up for hotkeys or.
Yep, exactly. You can have it when it shows and whatnot, and it'll just by adding those filters, it'll add hotkey options in your
OBS
settings.
Nice.
So, and then you can actually string these together. So you could do, if on move 1, if you click on move 1 and then scroll down to the very bottom and then do next move, do move 2. Now, if you toggle move 1 on, it'll blur you and then unblur you.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so the move plugin allows me to set transitions to chain transitions, so you can chain them together.
Yep.
And I'm assuming the way I would likely, like the next step here would be where I was going earlier and making a new scene. And in the scene, you could have different filters applied or visible. I don't exactly know how that is. If I have a source in 2 scenes, but I change filters in one of the scenes, is that persisted?
Yep. So let's have a scene. Your first scene, let's just call the one that's called me right now. Rename that to be blurred.
Yep, because I already have unblurred. Okay, so in blurred, I'll go to the source, look at the filters, and
so you see the 2 filters there that you could turn off and on, but how do you turn it on automatically when you go to that scene? That's the question. So you don't want to do it that way. You actually don't want to do it from here because that's going to get triggered whenever that source shows up. So if you right click on the blurred scene instead, the scene instead of the source, you can do filters on that, and we'll add what's called a move action filter.
Okay, so now I'm applying a filter.
Move action is going to allow you to do some action, and so the action you're going to do is going to be filter enable. And then the source will be your OBS virtual cam. And then the filter will be move 1.
And what I changed before, by the way, was the next trigger on move 1. I removed
gotcha.
That. So
that makes sense. That makes sense.
So
and
now
then
if you
scroll down now to the bottom, your start trigger is going to be activate when this filter becomes actively shown in the final mix, the second one down.
And that is by showing the scene.
Yep. So now if you click close, and if you go to unblurred, and now if you go back to blurred, you'll see it blurs you.
Source in here for the virtual cam. So unblurred, I now need to... Wait, maybe I just need to do it, animate back. Why is it blurred?
Well,
here?
you want to do now the exact same thing on the unblurred scene, but instead of triggering the move 1, you want to trigger the move 2. So filters
so
on
action,
the scene.
Action is going to be... Was it filter enable?
Yep. Filter enable.
OBS
and
virtual
then the source
camera.
again will be your OBS virtual cam.
Is this filter?
But this time it'll be move 2. Yep. And then you got to go scroll down and for your start trigger, do the second one down.
All right, let's try it. So I'm blurred and I'm unblurred. Hey, there you go.
There
okay.
you go.
So I was curious with the scenes versus sources. So this totally makes sense. So you can set filters on the scenes and then you get to pick the source it's applying to. And as long as you activate for the trigger, that's going to be when you switch to that scene. Oh, this is so cool. Okay, yeah. No, my stream's going to level up so much after this.
So let's take move up to the next level for you. So move originally was called move transition because originally it didn't have all these options for filters and everything. It was actually a scene transition that was done. So
Since we are in OBS, I'm going to switch my source real quick.
Unblurred scene. Oh.
I was just going to switch my source over to be specifically the OBS source, so I don't have to worry about my desktop. And I guess we can put my unchanged camera over here as well. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
So, what were you saying?
So now go to your unblurred scene.
Okay.
And now let's say this was going to be like your gameplay scene where you're down in the corner. So now rescale yourself to be, yeah, exactly. Something like that. So now if you toggle between blurred and unblurred, you're going to have sort of a fade, right? Between the two, and then the blur is going to happen.
Yep.
So let's go over to scene transitions.
Oh.
The over next to controls, next to your audio mixer, and go to plus. And we're going to add a move transition. Oh, the window. Okay, so here's a problem you're going to run into. We can't see the window. You might have to use your desktop capture because it comes up in a pop-up window.
Okay. Yep. There we go. All right. So here's my move. Hang on. I'll start over here.
Yeah, that's good.
So I'll add a move transition. You can see it now. Yeah.
Yep. And I would just stick with the defaults for now.
Okay. Match if the source name. Do I need to pick one of those?
Yeah,
if it contains the other source name?
That should all be good.
All right.
And then just click OK. And there you go. Now it actually animates the change in size
and position.
And triggers so cool. the pixelization that you added to it.
And yep. Okay, I need to touch on chat really quick just because I've ignored chat for a couple minutes. Yep. But yeah, pencils are fun to chew. I can testify. I have no idea what that context was, Captain Morgan.
My dog decided to start chewing on a pencil. That was why I had to run there.
That's what it was. And then Owen Codes, welcome. Glad to see you here. We are indeed cooking. And then Del Void, good to see you. Tired Beaver, thank you so much for being here. Bad Cop, yeah, you need to try this plugin. This is awesome. And then the man himself, the Coppinger, Sir Charles, as I like to call him. So good to see you in chat. He says 2 kings. Dylan correctly identified the 3rd king as Charlie himself. And we are indeed doing it live. That is the thing. That is Cop's thing, to be clear, but that's also just how I live my stream life. So very, very similar kindred spirits there. And then Captain Morgan said, man, I need to watch the VOD for this. I'm missing crucial stuff dealing. Oh, yeah, dude, no, don't worry about it. We'll definitely, VODs will be there. I'm also streaming this to YouTube at the same time, so you can go to YouTube and find the VOD right away in a much easier to navigate interface. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's definitely taking care of the kids. I understand that. And Ian asked, does OBS allow Stream Deck / StreamerBot to enable / disable a filter, or can it only activate on entire source?
It absolutely does.
And my understanding too is, if I'm doing it this setup, the way I would at least think about doing this for my Stream Deck is I'm probably going to try to set it up with scenes like you're talking about. Yep. So then it would just be on my Stream Deck. I would just have scene transitions would be the main thing.
Exactly. Exactly.
And then I can kind of configure all of the heavier stuff in the scene itself.
Yeah. So Ian, this is all like what you're going to see something crazy here. This here. Oh, did it not work? Oh, yes, it worked. There we go. I can turn into a Mac, the old school Mac video. That's all just filters that I toggle off and on, and the bit rate probably just dropped to like 0 on my video coming in because of all the pixelization. So,
oh, this is so cool. Okay, does this get very demanding? Like you just mentioned the pixelization, the stream rate.
Wait. Yeah, so my plugins don't so much. I mean, obviously with a blur plugin in general, the more you blur, the more GPU intensive it is. But I had mentioned all that background and signal processing, so I've made the algorithms as efficient as they can be.
Nice.
There's a very nice regular blur in my blur plugin called Dual Kawase, which uses essentially almost no GPU overhead. It's an extremely efficient blur algorithm that in the past you could only go in steps of powers of 2 in terms of how much you blur. And I figured out a way to get dual Kawasi to do every single step with, however many pixels of blur you want. So it works pretty well.
This is so cool. All right, I'm definitely gonna have. Bad Cop says dual Kawase is their favorite.
Yeah, it's a good algorithm.
I love that you have that signal processing background to know the difference and to add that in as a. Oh man, like I said, I'm gonna be building a new stream PC this week, and I got a 4070 Ti for that, so I'm very excited.
Well, you're gonna be able to do just about anything you want. I'm
pretty excited.
Let's take it up to the next step then. Why don't we go ahead and in your unblurred, or even in both? No, let's do it in your unblurred. We're gonna give you a little halo. We're gonna make you the chosen one here. So go to the filters on your virtual camera.
Okay.
Nope, not on the on the virtual camera. There you go. And we're gonna add a new glow filter.
Okay.
So that comes with my glow stroke. There you go. And then select, do an outer glow, select blurred. Oh, you're not actually passing through.
It's a virtual cam.
You don't have an alpha channel on this, do you?
No, and can I do that in the other OBS?
If you pass through with your green screen or your chroma key behind it, we can chroma it out in the new OBS.
Oh, that's tricky. Okay, yeah. So we'll just do a new color source and make it very green. Interesting. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Pull that below my camera. And now over here.
There you go.
Chroma key.
Oh, we're seeing you and not the OBS.
You're seeing me and not the... Oh, wait. Right, because this scene needs to be swapped back. Not that one. Hey, we're doing it live.
Running two OBSs. It's always so complicated.
Oh, man. All right, so now I've got the green screen shown on that. Is that making the glow work?
Now you got to make sure you bump your green screen above all your other stuff. Because you want to chroma the stuff out before...
There it is. Okay, yeah.
There you go. Okay, so now under glow, do dual Kawasi. It looks a lot better.
Oh man, this is so
we're gonna make it even better. We're gonna make it even better.
Cool. All right, what are we doing?
So dial down that glow to maybe like 50 pixels.
Trying to make me less ethereal.
No. Just wait. We're taking it to the next level. Now add another glow.
Okay.
Drag it before your first glow.
Okay.
And make it an inner glow.
Oh boy. Dual Kawase as well?
Yep.
And
now you get the...
This is wild. This is so cool. And then you can do different colors. You can glow with the
source as what fills the blur. So a lot of times what we were messing around with when I was building it was using like a gradient source, like Exceldro has a gradient plugin where the glow would actually be a gradient, which was really cool. So there's a lot of neat things that you can do with that.
Wow, this is so cool. All right, so yeah, fill type could be a source, then you can do even more stuff. And that's basically... So fill type is going...
I'm actually going to take this dog and put him upstairs real quick because he's going to drive me absolutely
You're fine. I'll hang out with
crazy.
chat for a minute. Oh, man. Looking like a YouTube thumbnail. Yeah, honestly, wait a second. So I've already been doing like graphic design via OBS. If y'all saw like my interview backdrop, this is literally just me putting sources in OBS because I'm not a graphic designer, and also we're doing it live. But this is how I do thumbnails for my...
Won't be bothering us anymore.
This is how I do thumbnails for my Go Live is I'll just literally screenshot out of OBS. So it's wild. Like I could actually do a YouTube thumbnail live via OBS
exactly.
using these plugins and filters.
Exactly. If you use the
Wait.
stroke, it looks a lot like the trendy little.
Yeah, so I want to do that really quick. Let's look at the stroke. Maybe instead of the first glow, we'll just, or no, it's a different plugin, I guess. Stroke plugin. Yep. Woo! So stroke with the glows, I assume, is what gets a little crazy.
That'll go a little crazy.
Yeah.
Yep. And then just set a size on the stroke.
Dude, this is also
outer
cool.
stroke. There you go. Inner stroke looks a little funny on those sorts of things, but inner stroke looks great if you've got like a square webcam and you want to put like an inset. If you do offset now.
Oh man, this is what I was trying to do earlier. So I was telling chat how I graphic designed the interview scene by just doing it in OBS, and I was literally looking for how to stroke. I was like, oh, I want to put a stroke on these so that each one has a frame, and there's no way to do it. Well, now I know.
There you go.
If we did this beforehand, I could have had an even better scene for this. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So for a square, and then similarly, you can do a source fill type, and that's going to fill the stroke. So the fill type on this and the blur, just to be clear, is going to be, it'll look like that source is behind the stroke, and the stroke is going to be basically a mask for it. So whatever source I pick, whatever that's behind, you'll see it just where the stroke is currently.
Exactly.
And that opens up some really cool possibilities. Man, this is so cool. Also, thank you, The Suffering, for the follow. I missed that a few minutes ago. All right, so your plugins, just to be clear, we started with, is stroke and glow and blur all in one?
Back to we can't see the OBS.
Oh, whoops. Yeah,
I do it all the time. Don't worry.
All right, so stroke, glow, and blur is all one plugin?
No, there's the blur plugin, then there's the stroke, glow, and shadow. So the other thing that this one does is a drop shadow.
Okay.
That does like the offset drop shadow, like from the 90s from Photoshop. Everyone would do drop shadows on everything.
Oh yeah. Dude, I love doing the drop. I was a big Photoshop 7.0 person, so
Yep. So you'll probably want to set, since you got a black background, you'll probably want to set the drop shadow color to white so you could see it.
Right. Nice. Oh man, I was just watching and then you can change the angle here, so where it's going. I was just watching BeginBot. He's got some effects like this. I assume he might be using your plugins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's got some pretty cool. I mean, his stream is wild. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to watch his stream, but it is awesome. One of the most visually dynamic streams I've seen, especially with his camera. And I think he has a couple overlapping shadows and glows, probably, by the looks of it.
Got it. You can also add all of your shadows, strokes, and glows as sources rather than filters and layer them yourself. So you can do cool stuff like if you turn off shadow.
Okay. Yeah. Let's try that out because I'm curious what that looks like. So
now add a new source here and add like a stroke.
And then you pick which source it's applying to.
Yep. So it'd be your OBS virtual camera.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. So now I can actually move the stroke dynamically.
Yep, and you could apply different filters to just the stroke.
Oh, dude.
You could size it differently. You could do all sorts of stuff with it.
This is so cool. Yeah, okay. I also need to figure out my microphone placement. This is one thing. I just have like the microphone popping in from off cam. I don't even know if it was close enough for a lot of the interview, but yeah, I got some logistics to work out with my setup still. Man, get a green mic cover. That's actually a great idea. Why don't they make those? That would be so brilliant.
Well, the problem is it would cut out of you.
Cuts me out. Yeah, it becomes a cutout. Dude, this is rad. Okay, no, this is very cool. I'm definitely gonna be playing with this tonight. And then we've got the same. Oh, that was interesting. Okay, the
Yeah, because
stroke moves in.
it's not a source in your other scene, so it like zips in from the other side.
No, I know it's not a source. It's interesting that it zips in and out from different ways, but it might just be picking
Yeah, there's
side to go
those are
to.
all settings in the move. Like if you go into the settings for move transition, that you can tell if something exists in one scene but not in another, how to have it come in. You can have it fade in or zip in from one side or do something random, or there's all sorts of options for what you do with things that aren't in both scenes.
This is so cool. Okay, I'm having fun. All right, so you can add the stroke. So what are the other ones you can add? You can add stroke, glow, and shadow as their own source.
Correct.
Which is so cool, that the layering impact that you get. And then we've got blur, we've used move, and so now it's just your most recent plugin that we have to try?
Yes, the advanced mask plugin. And this one is the most complicated of all my plugins.
Yeah,
we can probably like scratch the surface on it a little bit.
Okay, so advanced masks. Am I going to need another source or a filter to do something?
Let's back out of here first. Let's do this in the context. Like I'd get rid of the filter on it. So get rid of the advanced masks. There you go. Now let's just add, do you have an image or something you can add as a background for this scene here?
Yeah, does it need to have a alpha? Does the image need an alpha channel?
No.
Okay.
I'm just looking for something to cover. So it's more like a regular webcam.
Does this work?
Sure. And then put yourself. So my thought was if it could fill the background and you'd make yourself big.
Okay, wait. Fill the background. Let's just get one of these. This seems appropriate, right? Wait, yeah. Does this fill the background?
There you go. And then just drag it out.
Might be very pixelated, but I'm sure stream will survive.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
There you go.
The stroke.
And then make yourself big again. Make yourself full size. So we're gonna pretend that this is like your face cam, right? Your regular background. It's just a regular ordinary face cam, no green screen. You're in the burning room with the dog, right? So let's make a new scene. And let's call that new scene like gameplay. I'm thinking in terms of like a game streamer.
Right. No, right? I like the yeah.
And sense. So now we want to bring in your webcam. So hit plus there and import a scene this time. Instead of, we're going to import the whole scene as a separate, and then it'll just be your unblurred.
Yep.
There you go. So now if you're going to do gameplay, you want your shot to be like down in one of the corners, right? And maybe you want like rounded corners. You want to make it look nice and slick. So right click on unblurred and add a filter. And we're going to add an advanced mask. There we go. And it'll be an alpha mask. And just sort of, if you scroll down a little bit, let's make you a star. How about we make you a star?
All right.
Because stars are fun. So go there. There you go. And then you can center yourself in there. So you can use center X and center Y to like move your face cam to wherever it needs to be. Maybe you need there you go. Something like that. Maybe
this is so cool.
There you go. There. Now you're a star, right? If you now scroll back up to the top of the filter, Trash Puppy coming in with the raid. Sorry, my streamer hat just went on.
I was gonna say you're being a better streamer than I am on this one. What is up, Trash Puppy raid? So good to see y'all. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. I don't even know what the scene looks like, so I'm running 2 OBSs right now and everything's wild, but welcome raiders. So good to see you here. We're talking with FiniteSingularity. Let's go back to this scene for a second. Talking to FiniteSingularity, or Mark here. We did a whole interview. So this is our Testimonials from Tech series where we hear about different backgrounds and stories in tech. And Trash Puppy, now that you're here, you actually came up earlier. Somebody in the Q&A was asking who else is on the docket. I actually see 2 friends in here that I'd love to have on. So I already asked in chat, but now I can ask you on my stream and just apply even more pressure. Trash Puppy, would you be willing to come on and do a testimonial from tech at some point? And then the other person I see in here is a good friend, the Alt F4 stream. BG, would you be maybe interested in doing an interview at some point? We're just talking about getting all the big OG streamers in here. And it's just a blast. So anyways, y'all don't need to answer right now, but I'm going to pester you in DMs later. Trash says, sure, I'll do my best to testify. Fantastic. Love it. You love to see it. But yeah, welcome Raiders. My name is Nate and sometimes I code. Today we are not coding, but we are doing this interview. So these are every Tuesday is my goal with these. And Mark here creates OBS plugins. Thank you for the sub, Alt F4 stream. Appreciate that. Chair building is an interview requirement. I love that. Have everybody on stream and they have to build something physically to do an interview. So the Finite raids Trash Puppy and then they raid Nate, who is interviewing Finite. Oh, that's a wonderful Ouroboros of raiding right there. I love that dynamic. Ask Trash Puppy if she'll do a co-chair building stream. Well, both of us now have our chairs built, but I do need to do a cable management stream at some point. That's my next one. Is I'm gonna go to town on cables once I get my new PC built. But yeah, thank you so much everybody for being here. This is rad. Called out another man's raid. Oh, good times. So we are learning about these OBS plugins that Mark works on. So I have 2 OBSs running, which is what Mark is always doing, I think, when he's streaming and working on plugins. Pretty much these days, yep. But we are experimenting. So I have learned, so far we've learned about the Blur plugin, the Move plugin, which is Exceldro's plugin, but kind of helps link these together. And then the Stroke, Shadow... What is it? Stroke, Shadow, Glow. And Glow plugin, which is also Mark's. But yeah, so we're just playing around now with the Advanced Masks plugin, and this is the most recent plugin. It is not on the OBS forums yet, but you can find it on GitHub. And with all of the raiders here, first of all, I was going to give you a shout out earlier, but again, if you're not following Finite somehow, see if I can type. Shout out Finite Singularity. Definitely appreciate you coming on and spending this time with me. And we are, oh my gosh, are we at 2 hours already?
Oops.
Yo, time flies.
We are.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
It's all good.
I'm having fun. Why are you running 2 OBSs? That destroys my resources. So I can play with the plugins in one OBS and have the other OBS running the stream. So I need the other OBS to actually do the stream and show y'all what you're seeing. And then this one is where I'm messing around with plugins and I'm able to install stuff on stream and play around with it. So yeah, this Advanced Masks is really rad because okay, we got to talk about that. So I was going to say the one I would probably do is like the rounded rectangle you were mentioning. Is that in rectangle?
Yeah,
with
so
the corner
rectangle.
Yep.
There's a corner radius here.
Yeah, this is nice. Oh, and it's even got feathering. Man, you have so many settings in here.
Yep.
I think this is what really impresses me more than anything is the amount of attributes and configurability in some of these plugins, which both you and Exceldro, I think, have done quite a bit. This is just awesome. You can rotate it.
Yeah, I think what needs to happen is OBS has to give a little more flexibility in the UI that you can build because stuff gets buried, it gets hard to see, and it's because we're so limited in how we can even lay out the user interface. So I'm hoping that in future versions of OBS we get a little bit more ability to customize the interface. So
yeah, because you've got like one set of, it's like you have one inner panel that you could do. Like I saw some of the things had kind of one level deep, but that's already getting a little tricky on the interface.
Exactly. Those rounded corners look so much better than the old mask I found on the interwebs. Yeah, so we always joke that we're giving the PNGs that people use for masks the retirement they so deserve. So.
Oh man, yeah, and I forgot this was a developer stream.
Yeah,
I yell at devs for writing poor code for a living. Hey.
Well, then don't look in this code. This code's various levels of good.
Well, the
Just been
algorithms are
abusing the
performant,
user-defined
though,
shader plugin for everything. Yeah, I did that for a long time. The alpha mask bit might be interesting to you. So if you switch that alpha mask to the
adjustment mask,
mask, it then gives you the option to where your mask is. Nope, just leave it the way it is, and now go to like adjust. There you go. So
Sorry,
it's like so an adjustment mask in
adjustment layer.
Photoshop, where you've got a slider for the minimum saturation outside the mask and the maximum saturation in the mask. You can do contrast, hue shifting, brightness, that sort of thing. Which is
you did what was it? You did the 007 one.
Oh,
right?
the double. Yeah, so that was actually just alpha masks cutting out of color sources for the dots that came over, and then a source mask on the webcam. So if you
man, this is so cool.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just playing around with these settings now.
It's fun. There's
quite
a lot to play around with.
And then even like the hue shift, is that how you do your recoloring? Or is that just
that's not how I do. I mean, confession time. I'm not eating my own dog food yet.
No,
my actual live stream is using all the duct tape and bubble gum I put together because I haven't had time to go in and switch everything over because I've been spending so much time building plugins lately. So
I was gonna say, because you have like a dozen sources and scenes, and you would have to go and redo all of those filters. And
exactly, my stream setup took me. I've probably got 300 or 400 hours into my stream setup total over like the last few years.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things that I'm reluctant to touch it because it works. But the idea is all these plugins I'm building to make it much more simple to do the complicated things I do on the stream.
Right. So in theory, you would end up with a more simple setup by the end of it. But it's just like refactoring or rewriting a huge code base. It's like you're still shifting through a bunch of legacy that you have to.
What I'll probably end up doing one day, I will just fire up the stream and I will have my microphone and a face cam, and I will just rebuild all my scenes on stream using the plugins. And I could probably at this point do that in 1 or 2 streams because the plugins have streamlined everything for it.
Right.
But I just have to have the time to do that stream.
That's so cool. All right. Well, man, like I said, we're already at the 2-hour mark. So I don't want to
We'll do one more fun one for you. If you close that filter window down.
Okay.
And then go into your unblurred source or scene, sorry.
All right.
And now click the eyeball on your camera so we're only seeing the background.
Mm-hmm.
Now add a filter to the image.
All right.
And make it an advanced mask. And then we're going to use an alpha mask, and it'll be a source.
Yup.
And for your source, use your face cam.
Yup. Okay.
And now as you move around, I mean, it's kind of fun. You can do some pretty cool effects.
This is so cool. Okay, and then mask multiplier, what's that do?
Yeah, so that would be, so we're doing, it won't do anything when you're just using the alpha channel, but go to, instead of alpha channel, set the mask multiplier to 1 and do luminosity or grayscale.
Oh.
And now it's actually going to use the luminosity values to determine what the alpha would be. And now you look like one of those body paint people with the dog with the on background.
Oh man, yeah. There is just so much that you can do with this. Man, the possibilities really are endless because you get to the layering. Well, as soon as you're layering sources and scenes behind one another, you can really do anything here.
Yeah, using you see I have that compression type there. That's for when here's a preview of things to come. I my next plugin is going to be a noise generator plugin for generating like fractal noise and the sorts of noise that you'd use in Photoshop or After Effects. And you can use compression to pull out certain regions of that noise. And so on my stream, I guess maybe a month ago or so, we actually made a lava lamp effect using a noise shader where the blobs move around and everything. It's a really cool effect that you can do with the compression and stuff. There's not much you can do just with a face cam on it, but that'll come into play when the new plugin starts being made, which will be very soon, because version 1.0 of the mask plugin, I want to have that out the door this week. So
all right, so version 1 this week. We'll come back over to this scene for a bit. Again, thank you so much for the time, Mark. This has been a blast.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Blast. I am going to attempt to pull our conversation at TwitchCon, get the audio out of that. But in addition, all of these testimonials from tech, so you're episode 3 now. I am working through editing these, so they'll be on the YouTube in a more trimmed down format. Anybody in chat, if you're curious to see anything from this or the other ones, we had our first episode was with Zayu Dev, and our second episode was with Jason Langsdorff from Learn with Jason. So some awesome conversations there. I co-streamed them to my YouTube, so they're all available on the YouTube as VODs. If you want to check it out. And then potentially I'm going to be sending out some DMs after this, but coming soon, we will have Trash Puppy and maybe an Alt F4 stream as well on this. But yeah, this has been such a blast. Mark, thank you so much for the time. Do you want to say anything else or give any shout outs before you head out?
I think I'm good. This was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. And like I said, I love making these plugins. So for those of you who do OBS stuff, if there's something that bugs you about OBS, feel free to ping me and let me know, and I'll see what we can do, because I'm trying to just make the whole OBS ecosystem better for people that want to get into streaming and want to build kind of high production quality streams.
Good stuff. Well, thank you again for the time, and yeah, we'll talk again soon. I'm sure I'll be pestering you with questions eventually as I start getting into the plugins and playing more with my OBS.
It's all good. It's all good.
All right. Well, I'll see you in chat sometime, and hope you're doing well. Hope the recovery and everything continues well, and best of luck on the plugin release this week. We will all be cheering you on from the sidelines.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
All right. Take it easy, Mark.
Bye-bye.
All right, that is a fun scene without the background. Yeah, so Gohaku, Finite, he was tweeting about this last week, but he got his appendix was giving him some issues. So he actually had an appendix burst, like during stream, I think he was saying. It was after Primogen raid. And so Primogen raided him. He was like, I'm not going to blame Primogen, but you know that Primogen raid... That was a joke, but I'll stop that recording, stop the virtual camera, and close out of ping before I forget. But yeah, so it was... let's go ahead and just come over here. Wait, does that work? All right. But yeah, so again, I will copy paste these... Okay, I really need to fix my setup at this point, because let's get some music going. And then I'm going to copy the links, the URLs for these. So anybody who is interested. Yes, Timmy, I was using ping.gg for that. For the follows as well, I got quite a few. Thank you so much again, all of the raiders, for being here. Thank you for sticking around. I'm going to go back a little bit because I think I missed quite a few. Yeah, the Suffering was the last one. Then we got that huge raid from Trash Puppy. Thank you again. Jay Walter, thank you for the follow. Professor Kilroy, thank you for the follow. Scott Keck Warren, thank you for the follow. Noop X90, or Nop, thank you for the follow. Faux Machina, Age of Music, Turing Moon Yatch, thank you for the follow. And White Panther, Selma herself, my goodness, so good to see you. We were just talking about the Claw team earlier, and I was talking about what an awesome streamer you are. One of my kind of original inspirations with this whole Twitch thing. Yeah, so good to see everybody in chat. Salma, if you are interested, and Salma, I was just listening to you on the Syntax FM podcast. You crushed it. I just listened to that episode while driving the other day. Man, so many people. Yeah, so many Claw representatives. The Claw has been very, very active in chat today on this stream. So really appreciate that community being here, every one of you. I'm behind on shoutouts. Let me get to that. I was going to shout out Trash Puppy for the raid, which again, thank you so much. Did I spell it right? Did I do it right? Yeah, okay, I got the right one. The Claw is Salma's community, I believe. So there's a Discord. I'm actually in the Claw Discord, although I'm not very active in any of the Discords that I'm in. Yeah, 715 notifications. But yeah, there's a lot of awesome streamers in there. Definitely recommend checking that out. Is there a URL here somewhere I could copy? I don't know the best way to do an invite. How is the best tech stream team on Twitch? You know, I think that might be correct, because it is quite a hype stream team. Yeah, so is it one of the, whatchamacallit? Like on Twitch, is there an actual team for it? Because I know, there we go, discord.gg/theclaw. Thank you. And then next I'm going to shout out Salma once that shout out cooldown comes off, which I think is like another minute or two. But what was I saying? There's an actual, I'm going to bring up your page, Salma. It's like the Twitch Teams feature or something. I forget whose I saw this on. Yep. Team members of the Claw.
That way, I guess.
Okay, so wait, it's got Charles Coppinger himself, White Panther, Metal and Coffee, Halifax, Gak BL, Maddie Two Shoes there. Yeah, so Maddie was talking earlier in stream. That Noob, T Drayson, Finite. Man, there's a lot in here. Oh, Manny Moki. Manny's in there. Sam Kit Kat, Chrissy Codes, Trash Puppy, Bad Cop. My goodness, so many of the Claw are in here. This is rad. Yeah, so the team page, that's what I was talking about in on Twitch, which is right there. Very cool. Okay, and thank you, Oscar Who, for the follow as well. So let's talk. Kind of debriefing after the interview. I was not prepped going into that and like rushing to get things ready like we always do. Just like Charlie, we are always doing it live. But this has been a blast, so forgive me while I kind of gather my senses. Is the music level okay? Let me know if I need to turn anything down or up. And then we do have pre-roll on, so I was going to do, actually I should take a bio break. I will do a 90-second ad break, run downstairs, kiss my wife, kiss my kids, and come back. Thank you, Captain Morgan. I really appreciate that. By the way, I really love your rum too. You have a really tasty spiced rum, so it is quite an honor to have the captain himself here in our chat. Man, I'm pumped. Okay, so we can talk a bit about my stream stuff now, or maybe once we get back from this ad break, but that's a big question, is what am I going to do with the rest of this time? Also, how much longer am I going to stream? And to answer that question, I definitely do need to go and talk to the wife. So we will go right into the 90-second ad break, which should buy us some time, and then I will either mess around with stream stuff, which I'm always doing. Every stream is a setup stream around here. If you spend any time around here, that's what you'll learn. Literally every stream, it's like I'm starting from scratch. So we could play around with some of the stream setup, which I might do. I have one or two to-dos. The code thing we were doing last on stream, and this is a funny one. I don't know how many people in chat would be interested in this, but I've been doing NeoVim configuration, which is hilarious because it's like I already don't code very much on stream. Like I'm usually setting things up or doing interviews, talking to people. But then I did code, and it's like literally Lua for my NeoVim config. But I did have like I've been meaning to redo the NeoVim config. I've been meaning to redo my desk area. I'm partway through the desk reset up, so you actually have, I'm in a new room. I got all the lights and everything mostly set up. And then on Thursday, I have my new PC parts coming in, So on Thursday, I might do a PC building stream, which I think would be super fun. Y'all can see me figure out a novel way to brick a 37 or a 4070 Ti. But as for today, there is, NeoVim config was the last thing I was doing. I have a Next.js website that I've been playing with, but I also face planted into server actions pretty hard and realized how much I don't know about RSC stuff. So I've been kind of doing some learning on the side before I continue on that project, so I don't look like too much of an idiot on stream. Other options include, it's funny how many of my streams have turned into a just chatting stream, but honestly, sometimes we get some really good Q&A going from chat, and I could talk a little bit more about my background as well. We've got quite a few new viewers in here. I've been in software development for over 15 years. I think I'm at 17 or 18 years right now. And I've had some awesome experiences over that time. So, we've done, career chat topic type of stuff. Man, thank you, Noop, for the hydrate redemption, by the way. I am empty on the water bottle, and that'll be part of this bio break that I'm about to take, because I'm going to go and get some water. But yeah, so I don't know. Chat, talk amongst yourselves, figure out what you think Nate should do with the next X minutes he has. We should have a discussion on infrastructure as code. That's a great discussion. I would actually love to dig in on that a bit. I have a question on that. I saw something recently, so we definitely could touch on that. Thank you, Sir Ace Bear, for the follow. Yeah, so, all right, quick ad break. Stretch the legs. Everybody else, make sure you have a beverage or just hang out with chat. Talk about what you want to talk about. But yeah, I'm going to go connect with the wife, and Professor Kilroy's now in the Claw Discord. Fantastic. Yeah, it's solid community. Just really awesome group of people. But Nop told me to hydrate, so I want to make sure I can do that. Here are 2 minutes of ads, and then we will be right back. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Appreciate all of you. All right, we'll talk in a minute. Okay, we are back. We are back. We are definitely back. Sorry about that. I think that was... Oh gosh, okay. And thank you for the first time chat, Nop, as well. Lurkin, love it, love it. All right, classic non-muted pro streamer move. Did y'all hear my kid in the background? My wife had to come into the bedroom and then the kid chased her in. Hello, Abdi, how are you doing? Good to see you again. Oh my gosh, wait. Who's Abdi on Twitter? I know you from Twitter. And you told me last time. Oh my gosh, this is gonna bother me. You literally told me in the last stream, unless I'm thinking of somebody else, but I don't think I am. Oh, no worries. No, okay, maybe it was somebody else I was talking to. But yeah, and thank you for the follow. The CAD, oh my gosh, what is that name? It looked like a hash for a second, but I actually think the CAD 8 CBG CBC CBD A124 Cannabis. I was gonna say I think that's cannabis related based on the CBG CBD. But very good to have you in here as well. And then thank you. UUAYN or UUAYN. Thank you for the follow. Don't you just hate it when your mind draws a blank? Yeah, it happens more and more, to be honest. I am definitely losing it with age a little bit. You know, I'm into the 30s at this point in my life, so pretty much over the hill. You know, I'm almost dead. Got one foot in the grave. Boomer streamer. Yeah, no, it's... I know it'll be a whole different game next decade. Man. Boomer alert. That is a correct alert. Did I miss any other follows? I don't think so. All right. So, we were talking about Professor Kilroy had mentioned infrastructure as code. And UUAYN just got out of an interview with an infrastructure as code company. So I don't know if you want to share. No worries if not. But I would be curious if you feel comfortable sharing what that company is that you interviewed with, because I was going to talk about different infrastructure as code options in the modern era. Oh goodness. And I've also got to eat and stuff, so I made myself a protein shake just to get something. My wife will be bringing up food in a little bit here. So this is a bit McDonald's. It's a small startup. Not digging that song. Vocals are too much. Oh, Professor Kilroy. Love to see it. Love to see the older generations on Twitch chat. Honestly, that's something that I've been stoked about, is how this community, and it might be more of a dev thing, in gaming Twitch. I mean, so I watch a lot of like Overwatch, which is one of the older game communities. I feel like a lot of the Overwatch content creators themselves are like in their 30s. So like it's a pretty boomer category. But in general, I think like gaming Twitch has a much younger demographic. But it's been so cool seeing just a broader group of people in this category. It's been really cool. I will definitely go and check out the LinkedIn after the stream. Thank you so much for that. So yeah, okay. Palumi. All right, so you interviewed with Palumi, and that's who I was going to mention. So let's figure out my stupid scenes, because of course I am pro streamer. Let's see, what browser window do I want? I should do a new one. Hang on, obviously pro streamer. All right, so Pulumi. It's interesting that incognito mode still has my bookmarks bar in there. What was that? Yeah, I mean, it's all like... I'm not concerned about anything that's there, but it's ironic that you see your bookmarks in incognito. Okay, so Pulumi is one option. Terraform is another option. We can touch on kind of CDK. Nope, not that CDK. All right, so this is interesting because my screen is all black. Did I screw it up still? Oh yeah, I set the... I'm such a pro. I set the source, but then it was still hidden. Incognito is about what you expose to the server, not what is exposed to you in the GUI. I mean, kind of, but the fact that it doesn't have, like, incognito has a sandboxed history, so when I start typing in the URL bar, actually, it doesn't. You know what? I'm wrong. You're right. My camera looks hella good today. What did I do differently? So it's my... Depending on which stream you saw, I have 2 iPhones. So I don't actually have any cameras, but I have 2 iPhones that I use as cameras. So I got a 15 Pro, which is my new phone, and that's what I'm using today. But I've had issues with it, so you might have seen a stream when I was using my old iPhone 13. So that's one reason that it might have been different. And also we should probably move this. Should we make me bigger? One of the streams everybody was saying large Nate was the best. We had like super large Nate, but I don't know about that. All right, so that could be it. I've also been changing, like I'm trying to figure out the Blackmagic camera app, and that has been that's been tricky. I've been messing with like colors and stuff on that. So if you saw me when I was trying to use that app at one point, I did not have all of the settings dialed in. And this is using Epic Cam, which is more straightforward color profile. So it might just be a little cleaner because of that. But yeah, how different is Pulumi compared to Terraform? Yeah, so these are the 2 I actually know. Well, I know about Terraform. I don't know as much about Pulumi, but Architect is the other. Oh my gosh. Arc.codes. Yeah, so Architect is another one. And then SST.dev. So these are kind of the modern crop that I'm aware of. Yeah, BG hit on it. Terraform's HCL, right? Because HashiCorp made it. They made their own language. So this is all Terraform files using HCL. And Terraform does have... Oh, man. Yeah, if you want to know about infrastructure stuff, follow the Alt F4 stream here. Yeah, an entirely new browser. That is what I do. I need to set it up that way. This is also my PC, and normally I'm on my laptop with a capture card. So that's another thing, is like my PC's not really set up for streaming browser stuff. But yeah. Shout out the Alt F4 stream. Black Glasses over there does quite a bit of streaming on exactly this topic. So he's way more knowledgeable than I am on this, honestly. I was responsible for explorations around microservices with my last company. So I did a lot of exploration. I made some prototypes using some of these options, but I'm not an expert. I wasn't like maintaining a full system of infrastructure. I was more advising application teams and working with the infrastructure team at that company to hash out the best way to deploy things specifically to AWS. So that's another point, is we had AWS as our provider. Depending on your provider, depending on even if you have on-prem, the options are going to look different. The beginning of infrastructure as code is a fun bit of history. I started with infrastructure as code back with Puppet. And I don't think Puppet was the first. I think Ansible may have been around a little before, or no, there was something else before Puppet. Ansible was 2012. Puppet Labs. Puppet was 2005, so that was earlier. And then we had Chef 2008. So Chef came along a little later. But yeah, I worked with Puppet super early in my career. And I mean, before that, we literally just had shell scripts too. Like we had boxes. I worked at UCLA and we had a server room. And so I had my own server on a rack in there. And for that stuff, it was like, you would either just manually reconfigure things. You would just go through and set up all of your packages and install everything and set up the server. Or you might have like a bunch of shell scripts. So the people doing a lot of infrastructure at that time, which that wasn't me. I just had kind of a couple servers I was responsible for. But you know, you just had a bunch of shell scripts you'd made that kind of did the stuff you needed ad hoc. Puppet was the first, Puppet was the first to do configuration as code. It was really about how you configured all of the software on the server, how you configured all of your services. And gosh, now I'm trying to remember. Chef was awesome. I'm trying to remember what you were writing in Puppet. But Chef was awesome because they brought in Ruby. And so with Chef, which Chef is still around, right? Chef.io. Extend DevOps value with cloud to edge security and compliance. Interesting. Okay, so they've kind of pivoted. They still have managed configuration, but then they have app delivery on edge devices, secure your cloud native assets, move from configuration management to compliance management, and achieve push button compliance audits. Okay. Very interesting. So yeah, Chef's kind of pivoted from the days when I interacted with it seems. Actually, is this even the same Chef, or is this like a... I mean, they got acquired by the looks of it. Okay, Puppet was also Ruby-based. All right. CF Engine. Oh my gosh, that's a throwback. One of my biggest gripes to this day is when a developer wants to deliberately open ports to the outside or hard codes credentials or keys in the script. Yeah, that's pretty bad, especially when you have that stuff make it to GitHub. Oh man. Professor Kilroy's got a lot of background with AWS. He's saying he could have a lot of conversations. I'm more at home with writing cloud formation templates. My goodness. Yeah, so you definitely know AWS inside and out. Back in the day, people used to zip local binaries and effectively SCP. Yep. Oh my gosh, that was one of the funniest things when I was just messing around with my personal server. I managed to bork SSH at one point. And so I broke the SSH installation on my server, and I actually had to go into the data center and plug in a keyboard and mouse to like patch or reinstall SSH so that I could get back to my box. But yeah, there was definitely a point of just SCPing files across. I store all my credentials in Git. What's wrong with that? Oh, asymmetric key encrypted. Okay, sure, fine. If you want to be cool like that. Yeah, we had one place I worked at that had like black box configured, and we used that to do a bunch of secrets management in Git. Yeah, I thought you were trolling for a second until we got to the encryption bit. And thank you, Emitabus Light, for the follow 12 minutes ago. All right, so right now, to my understanding, this is kind of like the current form. Now, I'm really curious if anybody... So AWS CDK is not quite the same as these other options, but it's like a toolkit for working with your AWS cloud resources. And then there is AWS SAM. This is something I'm really curious about because I never really got into it, but this is where I was evaluating alongside SST, Architect, and actually serverless framework. And there's a question here that I have for the audience because I want to figure this out. So one, do people use SAM? Because this looked pretty cool. This looked like AWS serverless application model was like a more full replacement of these things like Pulumi and Architect. But then I've like never heard of somebody using this. So I don't know. I'm curious if anybody in chat has used this or if there's been a lot of adoption, because I feel like since I looked into it, like it looked really slick, but then I've literally never heard from a single person that was using SAM in, you know, for their environment. Literally never used it before. Yeah. Yeah, the promises were cool. It was like the feature set again, like it was pretty much a match. So then I found serverless framework, and this was the one that I was pitching to our company at one point. So they have they have a cloud dashboard where you can see a bunch of your stuff. And my whole pitch was basically, I was trying to set up a way for different development teams at my company, because we were a fairly large company, so like 800 employees, built by acquisition. So original firm was just the executives, and then they acquired 8 legacy companies. And so my job was lead architect of the whole company, responsible for kind of bringing in and integrating all of these engineering teams from the different acquisitions and getting them on unified tools, on unified frameworks for development, and kind of unifying that developer culture across such a big company. And it was, yeah, serverless. Okay, so you use serverless your last startup. So my big pitch here was basically we had an infrastructure team that was central, and they did all of the deployment, all of the configuration. They were using Terraform. And the biggest pitch for me, it was like, well, we have a bunch of developers that can write Terraform, and we had the infra team would like hop in and help out with whatever Terraform you need to put together for your app. And that worked okay for deployment, but I did not want to send developers into the AWS console. And the infrastructure team did not want to provision any of these random dev teams to get into our AWS console. And so this was one of my big pitches, was serverless framework, not just for being able to do more than we had been doing with Terraform in terms of the deployment, because this is, as the name would imply, it's set up well for serverless. So we didn't have any Lambdas initially. Like I was working with teams building our first Lambdas out. So Terraform didn't really cover those use cases, although there is a CDKTF, which this was my final pitch before I actually ended up leaving the company, where you can use this CDK for Terraform, and it kind of gives you the same capabilities as CDK for provisioning cloud primitives in AWS. So I think this plus Terraform also kind of hit the use case. But the thing that I liked about serverless framework too was that we got the dashboard, and that gave you debugging and metrics that any developer could go and access. And this was not limited or restricted or as overwhelming as the AWS console. So we really got to dodge that, and it was like, okay, this could be really great. SST was still very early, but nowadays SST is kind of maybe my favorite, and I might be biased because I like DAX. But this is a solid offering, and SST has, where's their like pitch? Oh, they have like framework centric stuff now. See, I haven't even looked into SST in a while because I haven't been building anything with it. But they allow you to do all of the AWS primitives. They allow, they have starters for different. That's where the docs are. Yeah, this is their whole guide. How do they describe SST? And it's like a big problem definition. Allowing developers to define their infrastructure using CDK, test their applications live, debugging. This is not a very good description of what SST is. But yeah, so like I was saying, I think it's this higher level constructs that they allow you to do. The multiple region deployment is actually pretty big, and then a dashboard that you can use to manage your apps. So SST is giving you, again, several of these layers on top of AWS. And Architect and Pulumi are both similar. So my understanding is all of these kind of fill a similar niche. Pulumi and SST are both TypeScript based, I believe. Oh, Pulumi has a lot. Okay. Yeah. Pulumi supports a lot of languages. SST, I think, is more focused on TypeScript, if not purely in TypeScript. Yeah. Pretty sure SST is all TypeScript. HashiCorp is all HCL, or Terraform is all HCL. And then we have CDK. Oh my gosh, Algo Bro coming in with a rate of 61 viewers. What is up? Thank you, Young Cameron, for the follow. My goodness, I need to catch up again. Y'all are maniacs. So kind of you. Huge raid. Welcome, the Canadian Brandon. Good to see you in chat. The American Brandon sucks. That guy's a total dick. So I'm glad we got the Canadian Brandon in here. Algo Bro, so good to see you, dude. So good to see you. Once again, I got to hang out with Algo Bro in Las Vegas. I haven't caught your stream recently, but how are things going, by the way, with the nomad life? You're still in Vegas for this month, I believe, and then you've got a move coming up? Would love to hear how that's going. Welcome to chat, Squilliam the First. Again, Squilliam the Second, I heard bad things about, but I'm glad we've got Squilliam the First here. And, Finite's here hanging around. So good. So, yes, we did miss the interview, unfortunately. We did wrap that up. Now I'm kind of figuring out what to do next. Somebody had talked about infrastructure as code. So we're sort of having an ad hoc discussion on infrastructure as code and the different modern options, because this was a big part of my last job and my architect work there. Saying that like I was a software architect, not the architect. That's confusing. But yeah, so I was a software architect and I was evaluating infrastructure as code options. So that's sort of where I'm chatting here. But then I also want to see if chat knows things. You got a raid, but might miss the alert in the chat, so telling you here. Thank you, Trash Puppy. Appreciate it. Got distracted by the passing of Charlie Munger. Oh, no. What happened? This just happened, huh? Man. R.I.P. Charlie Munger. He was, what was it? He worked with Warren Buffett. Not Warren Buffering. Different Warren. Man. Yeah, this like just happened, huh? Yeah, Professor Kilroy, thank you so much for hanging out. Take it easy. And you're moving after January. Okay. Oh, AB, you just recently learned Docker. Very cool. Yeah, I was a big fan of Docker until I wasn't. That was kind of, yeah. We had Docker stuff at my last gig. We had Dockerized things that, you know, I didn't like that we Dockerized at times. Like we Dockerized a React app and I was like, we don't really need a container. But then my bigger frustration with Docker too was there was a lot of Docker stuff where like we had differences between systems. And my biggest gripe with Docker was always like, dude, this is literally the value proposition of Docker. Like I use Docker so that all systems are consistent. Like this should make everything very reproducible. We've got our containers, we've got our images, like things should be identical. And we literally had like so many random issues from developers that were on Windows versus Mac and different things where I was just like, this feels like Docker kind of failing to deliver on their value proposition to me. Docker is way easier than people think. If you're not deploying on serverless, how are you packaging apps? Yeah, exactly. So if you're not doing serverless, you're probably using Docker in some way. Yeah, Docker desktop sucks. Oh, I did see Alt F4 stream tip me off on this one. Orb Stack, if you're on Mac, Orb Stack is an alternative to Docker desktop. So if you're on, specifically if you're on OS X, this is something that's super useful. Because yes, as Darren mentioned, Docker desktop is pretty disgusting. It's not fun. Docker is kind of a Linux specific technology. That's a good point. Yeah, well, I mean, you can still use it on PC now, so, but you're talking about the target systems, I assume. Orb Stack go burr indeed. Running Docker on a non-Linux computer requires running inside a virtual machine. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So that makes sense. Docker Desktop consistently hogs 30 gigs of RAM. Yeah, people were talking about RAM earlier, by the way, which is funny because I'm pretty sure I only have 32. Yeah, I think I have 32 gigs. But that's been enough for me for all the things I'm doing. But yeah, Orb Stack is rad. If you are using Docker and you're on Mac, definitely check it out. What's the other Linux one? I hacked it once. Oh, so good to see you in your trash puppy. I love the DevSec side of things. Wait, where was that source message? I can't even see. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, Docker Desktop is literally just the worst. It's so bad. You have 64 and you want more so you can run local LLMs? Yeah, so I just bought... Oh man. No, that's not even gonna work for an incognito. I bought a full set of parts on Black Friday, or Cyber Monday, I guess, for my next build. So Thursday, oh wait. No, I ordered the cooler off of Amazon, and that's not getting here until next Tuesday, I think. So I might have to wait until next week. But I am going to do a PC building stream at some point, and I'm really stoked for that PC because I'm going to have a 4070 Ti. So super excited to get way more power. My current PC is fine, but I built this like literally 5 years ago, I think. So this one has a 2080, which was awesome and huge. And I was very, very grateful to my wonderful, beautiful wife for letting me spend so much money on a graphics card early in our marriage. But hey, I mean, it's lasted. Like the 2080 has been fantastic for, 5 years and still very effective. But I am getting to a point with some things where it's definitely going to be, it's running into more challenges, modern stuff. And also as I'm getting more into streaming and content creation, there are reasons to have more power. So in particular, the reason I went with the 4070 Ti, because I was debating going with like a cheaper option. I don't need that power. I play some video games, but nothing too wild. And like I play at 1080 and max my FPS. So I didn't need the 4070 Ti for that, but 4070 is the first chip. Sorry, not even 4070. 4070 Ti is the first chip that has dual NVENC encoders. And so that is going to be very helpful for recording. So I can record a 4K stream from my video as well as stream from OBS, or as well as recording a 1080 of my desktop. So that's the thing that kind of pushed me to go a little crazier on the power, to get those dual encoders. Because yeah, I've been doing more research. I've been learning more about video encoding and everything as I'm getting more into the stuff. And that was something I came across a lot, that it was like, hey, that, one AV1, so having the AV1 encoding in there is going to be awesome. But the dual NVENC encoder is going to be big. You know what I'd like is a stream centered on optimizing a PC build and software setup to minimize OBS rendering display. Ooh, that would be interesting. Yeah, I'm not a huge PC builder either. Like I've built 4 PCs in my life. And almost every one of those builds I had like a friend with me. So I know the basics. But if you all want to see me maybe brick a computer, you should definitely tune in next week when we're doing the PC building stream, because that'll be my first time building a PC alone. Although I'll have chat with me. I'm sure y'all will give me good advice. But yeah, it's I'm excited about that. That's gonna be fun. Hopefully I don't break anything. Oh, and I was gonna grab one more thing. So I'm like eating and have to do some things. Oh, to finish up the infrastructure as code discussion, because this is kind of what we were talking about. What I'm really curious on is, so serverless framework was the option that I was looking at. And I'm really curious so this is their latest announcement. When was that? October, okay. A new model. Interesting. But it seems like they're shifting. Yeah, they're talking about revenue share and fee structures. So it seems like they're kind of pivoting strategy a bit. And And I'm really curious because the guy I knew who was on serverless framework, Jeremy Daly, who is also he's a serverless advocate, and he had a podcast I really liked called Serverless Chats, but he's now the CEO of Amped, or AMPT. So this is my question. I'm curious if anybody in chat knows much about this, because when was their launch day? 2 months ago. So this is pretty recent. And I'm trying to figure out, at first I saw his name attached to it because I knew him from Serverless Framework, which I don't know if he was the CEO there. I don't think so. I think he was just working there, but now he is the CEO of Amped. And I've seen this pop up a couple times. So I'm like trying to figure out, like, is this he broke away from Serverless Framework and is trying to do it better? Or is this like a spiritual successor to Serverless Framework? Like, is Serverless Framework moving more towards supporting existing customers, but doing less in the newer generation of infrastructure as code? I'm curious. Yeah. All right. So wait a second. Is this not infrastructure as code? For using actual cloud infrastructure, your favorite ID and your changes instantly sync and deploy to an isolated developer sandbox. No more local emulation. Interesting. Auto configuring cloud environments. I mean, it's very JavaScript centric, it seems. Yeah, because what were their frameworks? Yeah, these are all JavaScript frameworks, right? So this is strictly JavaScript, strictly cloud. Amped is infra from code. Serverless is infra as code. Oh, so... Hey, Ahmed, what's up? Is that Ahmed of Noodle? Is that the same Ahmed? And thank you, Richie M, for the follow, and thank you, Lugdor, for the follow as well. We appreciate every one of you being here. So cool that we're getting raids from all the homies. Again, if you haven't been here before, my name is Nate. Sometimes I code, sometimes I interview people, or just talk about random things. So right now we're kind of in the last category there, just having a little bit of a just chatting stream, and I have to eat, so this may continue. But yeah, okay, so Amped is infra from code. So it allows you to bootstrap and provision all of the cloud apps and primitives that you would want. Oh gosh, Amped AI, building applications powered by Gen. Wait, is that building applications that are using Gen AI, or is it building applications with Gen AI? Looks like it's the former. If it works on your machine, it works in production. All right, here we go. So your app has an environment manager, a runtime introspector, a deployment engine, architecture optimizer. Interesting. Optimizes compute and service configurations based on runtime telemetry. That sounds kind of cool. And like a bit of a unique value prop. And then management console. So you make amped environments. Lets you build Node.js apps using your favorite IDEs, tools, and frameworks, enhance your apps using the SDK to interact with the cloud runtime, and connect with the CLI to rapidly iterate. Is Swix working for Amped? I was gonna say, is this... Oh, I think this is... And they have serverless here. This isn't clear what backed means. Are these people financial contributors? I mean, they're obviously not employees because they're all at different companies. Are they just people that like vouch for and use Amped? Very curious. So this makes me curious if it works with okay. Interesting. Yes, it's me. So good to see you, Ahmed. How are you doing? Hope things are going well. Where is Noodle at, by the way? If y'all haven't seen this, is an open source education platform. So basically like Moodle, if you've ever heard of Moodle, it's an LMS or a learning management system. And so Ahmed is building an open source version of that. So you could have like a learning management system for students doing school, doing university, having all of their curriculum and syllabuses in here. And it's really, really cool. But what was the stars at? Yeah, 11,000 stars, man. Huge congratulations again. This thing has just absolutely taken off. Yeah, that star chart is wild. Absolutely insane. Yeah, still in dev, very complex. Yes, so I don't know if I ever told you this, Ahmed, but I actually, one of my first ads, I just saw that pre-roll ads are on and my brain's not functioning properly. So one of my first jobs, thank you for improving schooling. We need it. Yeah, seriously. And the companies in this space are pretty bad too. I mean, Moodle was fine literally 15 years ago. So this is the wild thing. I don't even know what's going on with Moodle now, but it's written in PHP, right? So that's your first issue. So I worked on a fork of Moodle at UCLA, which I don't even know if they still use it. But it was the common collaborative learning environment. So this was, wow, they've actually got the history here. I don't think they use it anymore. If I had to guess, I do not think this is still in active use. I think they went to Blackboard at some point or one of the other big corps. Yeah, and Noodle's name comes from Moodle. Yeah, so this was the result of a 2-year campus LMS review process initiated by campus leadership, where they were evaluating which learning management system to use. And then they selected Moodle, and there were people who, including myself and my coworker, contributed to Moodle, to CCLE as a fork of Moodle. So a lot of my early experience, my very early PHP experience, was working on the PHP version of this, what Ahmed's doing. But Ahmed is building it in Next.js, which is awesome. Oh, I'm not signed in. That's why it's not starred. I was like, I'm sure I started. But yeah, good stuff. Great to see you in chat too. Thank you, Cyber John, for the follow, and Richie M for the follow if I missed that. I just build furniture. It's true. Canadian Brandon's enjoying the chat. I'm glad. Again, like, we're really lucky American Brandon's not here, or else you would not be enjoying the chat, because like I said, that guy's a dick. Did that work? Did that bleep come through? And or was that bleep obscenely loud? Because I have not used that on stream before. Yeah, you can think of Noodle as a Notion, calendar, Things 3, grade, guide combo. Yeah. Which I'm excited. So that's one of the reasons I'm excited about Noodle is not using it for like an actual education. Like, I'm not affiliated with university or anything. But I'm curious for making a module based on YouTube. So the thing that I want to do here that I think would be really cool is to make like a learning roadmap that's a little more dynamic, but as the curriculum, instead of having college courses that you're doing, having like set YouTube videos and playlists that you work through, because there's like so much good info on YouTube. And if you know the right channels and the right people, you can definitely stitch together like huge amounts of knowledge. So it's one of the reasons I've been really stoked about Noodle from the beginning. Is when I first saw it, I was like, oh, this would be so cool for like creating an open source curriculum around free internet resources. So you could use this, you could make a system or make a module that along with Noodle would give you like a really university feeling, streamlined educational process. But as the baseline, just have all of the curriculum be from YouTubers. I think that would be a really cool idea. Yeah, did I never even talk to you about that? Yeah, feel free to write it down. I don't know if it would need to be part of core Noodle stuff. Like I was always just thinking Noodle's going to give the framework. You could build a module like that on top of it pretty easily. But that was what I was always thinking about. It was like, for my developers, the last company, I literally just had like a note that I passed around with a couple playlists and a bunch of YouTube videos, like specific videos where it was like, hey, like you're learning TypeScript, go and watch Jack Harrington's No BSTS, right? And that was like a playlist, and it was like, 5 to 15 minute videos, like pretty quick, but by the end of that playlist, you're going to have a decent hold on TypeScript. And just stitching those resources together was like one of the best educational things I did at my last company, was literally just like sharing bundles of YouTube links. But then developers would start going through it and they'd be like, oh, wow, like these YouTubers actually teach stuff very effectively. And I was like, yeah, that's all you need. Like, don't buy a book. If you need to learn how to do TypeScript next week, go watch, this playlist and ignore these 4. And I even had noted down like which ones they probably didn't need for their work, so they could just get right back into the work. A resources section in modules. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Have a collection of links. Because that's the thing with modern educational landscape with tech. And I've talked about this a lot, but the main thing that's difficult is just there's so much access to content now. There's so many learning resources, educational resources, and streamers and YouTubers out there. But the problem is now we're at content saturation, where you're going to burn all of your time fighting through bad quality resources. And so I think the most highly, like the in-demand thing for education next is going to be curation. It's about finding the quality and helping people get to the quality the fastest. So I would argue there's services, right, like Front-End Masters and Egghead, who have educational content. It's like you could go to YouTube and ultimately find those same concepts. Like you could ultimately find content that will teach you the same thing as Front-End Masters content, in theory, although you won't have black glasses here teaching you infra, so of course it'll be much less fun. But it's like you're gonna spend so much time going through crappy Udemy courses or crappy YouTube channels to find things that are high quality, whereas if you go and pay Front-End Masters or you go and pay Egghead, all of their content is gonna have a minimum bar of quality. And that's what I think is gonna become more relevant. So I am really curious with tools like this being able to put together curated collections of educational resources from tech. Because I think that's gonna be the next big thing, is just like, yeah, all of the information is out there and it's free, but good luck finding the good stuff. And as people are able to reveal more of that, it's going to be really cool. So we were talking infrastructure as code. I think that conversation kind of wrapped up. I need to eat my food. Should we watch a video while I eat my food? That's one thing we could do. I do have to go grab something and we have pre-roll on, so I'm just gonna run a 60-second ad break and then come back, and then I'm gonna eat food. But I'd like to maybe put something on while we eat, so we'll take a look at the YouTubes. Yeah, we can discuss more on Twitter, Ahmed. All right, 60-second ad break. BRB. Oh my gosh. Whew. Y'all, I almost just died. I almost actually died. I gotta tell you guys this. Oh my gosh. Not the stairs. Whew. You and have a great time with the dog. Decomputer. I like that. We all need to decomputer more. Decomputering is that's a good action. What is on my... Is there something on my suit, or is that literally just wear and tear? No! My suit's wearing out. You'll see that? It's all like faded on the lapel. Frick. I have to get a new one. Okay, so my bedroom's kind of a mess right now, and I just realized that this background image is like actually... No, that's a different source. That's why. Okay. So I moved my desk into the master suite. So this is like the master bedroom. And so the bed's that direction, and the green screen like kind of cuts the room in half. So I like crawl over my bed if I need to get to the master bathroom, which is on the other side of the room. And I had to run to the bathroom to grab something, and I was coming back, and I went to like pull a cool like vault over the bed, right? Because I was like hopping over a bunch of crap and around the green screen. And there was a blanket on the corner of the bed where I was going to like pull my one arm vault and like slide across the bed like a 80s movie hero. But the blanket concealed the edge of the bed. So I literally put my hand in the crevice between the bed and like this bench next to the bed. And my hand just went shunk and just like instantly fell down. So in my mind, I was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna like hop over the bed real quick. And instead my arm like sunk down to the floor, and I like kind of just flopped onto the bed. So yeah, my heart's pumping because I almost died. But I have some foods, as I mentioned. So I'm going to bring up the tubes, and I want to watch like a 2-minute video while I just mute and eat some foods. And so I want to do... All right, might need 2 videos here, but I want to watch a video from Big Box. If anybody's not familiar, Big Box Sui is an awesome YouTuber. He has very, very short videos that are rad, and I'm fairly behind on them. But let's watch 1 or 2 of these while I just kind of nom my food, and I can turn off my camera for a minute. So let's start with this.
I love
how
watching.
Twitch improved my code. And I can close all my other crap. Pause the music. I just realized like I should probably talk to some like great. Now I'm nervous like with the whole React content stuff. Like I'm not gonna... Anyways, everybody go and subscribe to this channel. It's an awesome channel. And also go and like this video and watch this video. But I want to watch this and eat some code. So I'm going to mute my mic real quick. And let's watch this together. How Twitch improved my code. Very relevant video. I'm actually super curious for his take here. So let's do that.
I love watching Twitch.
What?
Whether it's the wholesome Kiwi carving some wood, or my favorite FIFA streamer playing some Weekend League.
Man, I'm gonna break my monitor.
Twitch has always offered a different way to view content, and as I've started watching more coding content, it's made me a better software engineer, because it made me realize everyone makes mistakes. It doesn't matter how senior you are as an engineer.
Take it easy, Ahmed. It was so good to see you. Thank you for stopping by.
It's made me a better software engineer because it made me realize everyone makes mistakes. It doesn't matter how senior you are as an engineer, you're going to make mistakes. And watching veteran developers Google simple things or screw up their NeoVim config made me feel less alone when I'm struggling to code. It also offers a different perspective in problem solving. What really separates a junior from a senior is how they deconstruct a problem. Whether it's Prime learning OCaml for the first time, watching an ex-Blizzard dev work out a new feature in his game, or NeetCode figuring out how Golang works. Watching how they tackle a problem in real time has changed the way I approach problem solving and fundamentally programming, which brings me to my final point. It's made me more passionate about programming. Watching how Theo, a YC founder and content creator, still has the time to code for fun, how NeetCode runs his own business and still does 24-hour Golang streams, and the energy in the chat when Prime is writing some Rust. It's made me fall in love with programming in a whole other light, because fundamentally I'm just a fan. I'm a fan of programming, a fan of software engineering, and so grateful to be learning from all these amazing engineers. Thank you for your time. I'm Big Box. For a long time, I had this perception that I was an awful programmer. I took so long to code. I was rarely typing. I was mostly reading. My code would never even work half the time. Maybe it was all the movies, showing hackers typing really fast. So I always wrote code in a rush, like I was going to miss my train. I was constantly trying to type or do something. I was too caught up in the idea of what programming should be, rather than just programming. The truth is, there's beauty in slowing down, coding slowly, being mindful, understand what you're doing. Learn to enjoy the process of programming. It's not a chore. Think of all the things you rush through in life. Why do you rush through them? It's dead time. But think of the things you enjoy. You don't need to rush. You savor the moment. You love the process. Theoretically, you can hack together a sandwich in 30 seconds. But what about the cleanup? What about the taste? Ultimately, by paying attention to your code, thinking about what you're doing, you'll find that you're coding faster because you understand and appreciate what you've been doing. Don't try to be some fast hacker man, but a Zen programming bro. Your code and your sandwiches will be better. Thank you for your time. I'm Big Box.
So there's two relevant things to think about here. Well, two comments I was going to make. So first off, on this video, I had a professor in college that was awesome. And he said, hey, look, it's me. I got recommended me. Look at that. What does this mean? Like, that's actually nonsensical. I'm logged in on that account. Why would it suggest my own life? Anyways. So the thing that's really cool here, I think, is I had this professor in college, and his quote that I always will remember was he said, when you're debugging a problem, you're never looking for the bug in your code, because the computer tells you exactly, or the computer does exactly what you tell it. So there's never a bug in your code, and the process of debugging is actually identifying the bug in your understanding. And that when you debug, it's not that you're fixing a bug in the code, it's that you're fixing a bug in your comprehension of the code, and that's the more important thing to focus on. And with this, I mean,
rarely typing.
I've felt this, like, we're not typing. I mean, this is another reason anybody who says you should use NeoVim for productivity's sake is like, like that's a really hard argument to make, because programming rarely comes down to like your speed at manipulating text because of exactly this. There's so much time that you spend thinking and considering how you're going to solve the problem. And Finite has a good point. I had an amazing guest on my stream. Coder, you were here, weren't you? Is that a troll comment? That has to be a troll comment. But yeah, so I definitely know this feel, and I think even now, like, there's a lot of ways, like, I don't use AI very much when I'm coding, and I'm using it more and more. Like, I'm starting to use it more, and especially using ChatGPT as like a better Google / Stack Overflow. But I hardly ever copy and paste code out of generative AI, and I've never used Copilot, literally never. But part of the reason I'm like not super worried about that is because of this. Like writing code for me rarely comes down to the time to write the code. It's more building my understanding around the code. And AI can help with that. And that's what I'm practicing, is like learning how to interrogate AI and actually drill in, like ask it for a code sample and then start querying based on certain lines of code. So like what exactly is going on in line 8, and then learning the language features or the things that are actually being used, and then going and understanding that myself, going to a specific page in the docs or something and doing some reading. But yeah, like the actual generation of code is not a majority of a software developer's job. The last one, so
Let's face it.
the coding on Twitch, this is an interesting one. Yes, troll comment perfectly. All right. So I'm gonna be vulnerable for a second. I have struggled to stream coding, and y'all have probably seen this. A lot of you have been around. One of the things that I really wrestle with on streaming, even though, as he mentions, it's like the same stuff every dev goes through, as somebody who's written code for 17 years, I feel, well, I'll just use the cliche. Like, I've definitely felt some imposter syndrome, but especially when it comes to streaming, I'm always feeling like if I've been a React dev for 2 years and I start writing React code on stream and I get stuck on like the most simple component, then I'm just going to look like a complete idiot. And I know it's not like I've never had people yell at me for being a moron on stream, so this isn't like a realistic fear. Like, it's not like I'm fearful of this because people have done it. Although I know like some people do that and have experienced that. So maybe that's a privilege that I haven't had anybody come in telling me I'm an idiot yet. Small streamer for the win, I guess. But yeah, there's a big imposter syndrome for being human. Yeah, no, I don't know, man. It's something that I've wrestled with, is just I feel like I need to be more prepared to do coding on stream. And at the same time, I know I don't, because what he's talking about in that video is very relevant, where like everybody gets stuck, everybody does things. But especially just getting used to streaming, I think it's so much to focus on, right, with chat and with thinking about what I'm going to do next and all of those things. So it's been a struggle for me to figure out that balance, and I want to work more on this. Like, this is one of the things that I distinctly identified as, yeah, you just got to send it and embrace the trash fire. Exactly. And so there's so many awesome streamers in here. I knew y'all were going to have some good words. But yeah, that's a little... I want to do a lot more dev streaming. I'm going to do a lot more dev streaming, especially in December. But still, there's something that every time I boot up a stream and I open the editor, that I still feel like, even with NeoVim, like my NeoVim config was jank because I don't spend a lot of time configuring my NeoVim. So there's like, what was it? I had my LSP was not active in TSX files. It was only active in TypeScript files. So I hit that at one point where like I wasn't getting code completion. And I just felt like an idiot, you know, and I was sitting there and I was like, I don't know why, you know, I can't get auto completion in like the TSX file. But also I don't want to like go and open up my NeoVim config, so I'm going to totally get off task, but I feel like an idiot for like not having that set up. So I don't know. I code to make others feel better about their code. It's my motivation. I mean, it's a good way of putting it. Coding and managing stream at the same time is hard. So if it feels hard, that's because it is. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that was one piece, was somebody talking to other streamers, and especially like at TwitchCon, got to talk to a lot of awesome streamers who were saying, you know, just how difficult streaming and writing code is. And that made me feel a little better, because I'm like, okay, at least it's not just a me thing, but still definitely struggle with that. Care less. I live in gedit. Hey, gedit's great, man. Hey, Pico for life if you can do it right. Yeah, no, editors are fine. I use NeoVim because I have fun using NeoVim. That's honestly the reason I do it. And I used Vim for like 8 years, so honestly, I learned something in that time. Not much. I didn't learn Lua, that's for sure. It was all Vim script back then. But I at least like know how to navigate text. Like I used VS Code for a while because I had one job where everybody was on VS Code. And I was like, yeah, an editor's an editor. I can write code and whatever. So I switched fully over to VS Code, and it was not hard to get it configured with Vim motions so that I still felt decently fast. And then I went and found, you know, what VS Code plugins I installed to fill in the gaps and do some of the stuff that I was doing with Vim. So I don't really care about the editor. Like, the editor is whatever. Vi was part of the curriculum back in uni in 99. So VI was part of my curriculum in uni in 2009. And it was funny because they let you pick Vim or Emacs. So they actually, the professor let you know. And the cooler thing was, one of my professors, this guy's awesome. This is the professor I quoted earlier. This guy is an absolute legend. But one of the things he was known for, so there's a couple things he's done. No, let's go to his Wikipedia page. So he's the author of the time zone database for all of Unix. He's been the editor and maintainer since 2005. So this is his big claim to fame, but he is like a hardcore open source contributor. So anybody using a Linux system anywhere and you get your time zones correct, that's thanks in part to my college professor. Does he not actually have his own Wikipedia page? He doesn't. That's sad. The other story he shared, though, that was really wild was when he was using Emacs, because he was such a big Emacs user, he actually contributed, what was it? There was a vulnerability at one point in Emacs, and he contributed in one contribution, one patch, he made a 40,000 line commit to Emacs that was fixing security problems in Emacs. 40,000 lines in one go. And that was like one of the biggest security related contributions ever to the editor. I don't know if it was one commit, but it was one patch. Like, it was one contribution to the code base. I'm sure, I don't know what his code versioning workflow was, but it was literally like one massive diff that landed all at once and just made Emacs like way more secure, which is pretty wild. Yeah, 40K one commit is, yeah, I'm sure he was like working through it more incrementally. But yeah, okay, here's a 4-minute video so I can finish eating my pizza. But this is a really good one on the topic of education, which we had touched on. And then I should be able to finish my food, and we will talk about what to do next on stream.
So the reality for most of us studying computer science is that we're not genius influencers studying at Harvard. The biggest influence on your degree is where you study. Some countries have a 3, 4, or even 5-year degree. In your first year, you'll have Intro to Computer Science, which is where you learn programming fundamentals. This is normally taught in Python or Java, and sometimes even in C or Lisp. This class is more of a weeder, to get rid of the people that chose their degree off TikTok. You'll learn a lot of basic programming skills, like variables, loops, and functions, and do common coding problems. Depending on where you study, you're going to have to keep your student loan financed MacBook in your backpack, because you may have to write your programming assignments on pen and paper, showing how awesome our current education system is. Another class is Intro to Programming Paradigms, like functional or object-oriented, which are just outdated styles of programming, because real production-level code is spaghetti React. And that's all the coding for your first year, because the rest of it is filled with math classes and unrelated mandatory science or engineering electives. That's because becoming a software engineer from a CS degree is kind of like becoming a chef from a chemistry degree. If you've made it this far into your degree without switching to a business major or starting an OnlyFans account, your second year will be an intro to other CS topics, like Intro to Computer Systems, which is about how computers work from the software to the hardware level, or Introduction to Computational Logic, or more famously, Algorithms and Data Structures, which is a class about drawing circles and lines, playing Where's Waldo with Big O complexity, and maybe writing a little bit of code. At this point in your college career, you can forget about things like sleep, partying, friends, or mental and physical health, and get used to listening to the soothing voice of Abdul Bari while chugging Red Bull and eating meat. The math also gets harder. Depending on your specialization, you'll have to do discrete math, statistics, calculus, and algebra, and they'll definitely come in handy at your day job. While you're spending 40 to 60 hours on your university degree, and potentially working a part-time job, you're also going to need to build projects with technology employers actually use, as well as grinding LeetCode problems to actually get the job, only for your inbox to be filled with these. Now, if you've made it this far to your degree without getting a therapist, you'll notice your inbox to be
This is an awesome screenshot. I love his Easter eggs. That's so good.
filled with these. Now, if you've made it this far to your degree without getting a therapist, you'll notice the classes start getting emptier, and the kid with the Arch Linux ThinkPad is officially working at Google. You'll also start forgetting your fundamentals from the lack of sleep, and your only social interaction being with this guy. Now, while you're grinding your unpaid internship and failing the online hacker rank assessments from no-name companies, your computer science classes start throwing you into the deeper end of the swimming pool. You'll now do more big boy coding, like creating compilers for your own programming language, introduction to cryptography, which is just more math disguised as programming. You might also be building a graphics engine, and learning all this makes using C# at your real job so much more easy. While juggling deep computing theory, you'll have to stay on top of your electives as well, which can be anything from downright useless to just painful, depending on what you choose to study. In your final year, you'll be doing more hands-on work, like building a project for an actual company on behalf of the university. These are normally called capstone projects. And if you haven't had an internship so far, this will give you the greatest experience for real-life software engineering, like completely useless teammates that disappear for the year, or working unpaid overtime for supervisors that don't care, and delivering a half-baked, barely working product. You can also go down the research route and dive deeper into machine learning, cryptography, or computer vision. But let's face it, you studied computer science for life after university, which is watching other people get into FANG, spending all your time stressing out over not getting a job, while being the most overqualified burger flipper. Now, if this video doesn't stop you from getting a CS degree, nor does the thousands of dollars of debt, and you genuinely enjoy programming and are fascinated by computing, good luck, you're on your own. Now, a word from our sponsor, Brilliant.org. Brilliant is an app and website that makes it easy to learn.
Good on him for getting a sponsor. That's rad. I didn't even realize that because I don't think he has sponsor spots in any of his other videos. Okay, so that's a really good one. So this is his longest video he's done, I think, in a while. I really like it because it's a good like current reflection on the CS curriculum. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of that. I think I wanna I'm gonna make a video at some point. I have like half of a script, but I'm gonna make a video on education because I went to a very theoretical school. So what he said about like there's a bunch of stuff you're learning that's not applicable, like I definitely had that. We had students at our university that would complain every summer. Like you'd get back from internships and students would be like, bro, I don't use anything we learn in these classes. Like none of this is relevant. We're never gonna use this. I was the contrarian. I actually liked the theoretical stuff because in my mind, that stuff doesn't go out of date. Like they could have taught me a crap load of PHP when I was in college because that was kind of the hottest web programming framework, but I wouldn't be using that today. I did program PHP for like 6 years, but if that was everything in my degree, then it would be useless. Like if I changed technologies, it would just not be relevant anymore. What else did he mention? There was something else I was going to say. Just the, oh, one of my favorite stories. Yeah, so there was one, so we had a breadth requirement. So we talked about like the electives. At our school, you had to pick a breadth requirement and you would have like 3 classes in a different major. And a lot of engineers picked, well, in the school of engineering, so not just computer science, but a lot of people in different forms of engineering did what they called tech management, and it was like technical entrepreneurship. So it was an entrepreneurship elective, essentially, that was made by a couple people from the business school, which was not an undergraduate business school. So we were all undergraduates in engineering, but the business school on our campus was purely graduate school, and it was super high level. But there were 2 professors there who were really passionate about younger students, and they developed these 3 courses. So it was economics, entrepreneurship, and I'm not gonna be able to remember the third one, but it was 3 courses that gave us our breadth requirement and just taught us about like more of the business side of things. It was really, really good, really educational classes. And the professors were not full-time professors. They actually worked in industry. So one of them worked for Fox, I think. He was like a big executive with Fox. And I forget what the other one did. But they were like brilliant. And they were real-world pragmatic people. Like they were helping us. One of the assignments was they always had us read the Wall Street Journal. You had to get a subscription to the Wall Street Journal for the quarter. and every class we would have a discussion on one thing out of the Wall Street Journal. So it was like they were mixing in like practical real world stuff. Like they were having us actually pay attention to real world economics and real world business news. So it was pretty cool. But the one thing I'll always remember, they had like a big Q&A session a lot of times, and they would talk and like students could ask questions. And this one student towards the end of the quarter one year asked this professor about, we were all upper class at this point. It was mostly like juniors and seniors because you didn't take the breadth requirement till the end of your degree. And there was this one girl that I'll remember. She was like the quintessential student, right? Like showed up early to every class, sat in the front, took gnarly notes, did well on all the tests. Like she was a hardcore student. And apparently what she did was every summer she would double down on summer school and do a bunch of classes during summer. So she was doing school year round. She never had a summer. She never had an internship. And she was talking to this professor about graduating, and she was saying like, hey, so this and this, so when I'm applying, blah, 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 and, you know, I don't have any experience. And he was like, well, hold on, like, have you done any internships? And she was like, oh, no, like, I did summer school. Like, I wanted to focus on my schooling, and I wanted to finish my schooling early. And he just had, I forget exactly what he said, but he was basically like, oh, you screwed up. Oh, you are so screwed. And it was like so savage in the moment because this was in front of like 200 people. You know, it was like a 200, 300 person class. And he was just like, oh, I feel so bad for you. You don't have any work experience? Oh, man. Yeah, I would never hire you over somebody with experience. And just like shattered this poor girl's dreams. But it was really interesting where he was like, yeah, you need to be getting work experience in college because when you graduate, I, as an employer, am basically going to assume you don't have any valuable knowledge from your school. Like, I'm basically just going to assume that your curriculum gave you like the bare minimum of some fundamentals, but what you're going to need to do to be effective in our workplace is going to come from working. And so by skipping every internship, by not working during any of her summers and just, you know, powering through school as quickly as possible, he basically told her like, you're not going to get, like, you're not going to get a good job. And he was saying like, I wouldn't hire you. It was really gnarly, but that was a big lesson for me because I feel like it was the realization. And luckily I had started working in my second year of college. So I was already doing software development jobs most of the time I was in my degree. Yeah, every software job demands existing experience. Degrees are just extra credit. Well, and it's not even that degrees are extra credit. By the way, welcome to chat, Electric Shmoo. I liked your Gedit comment earlier. But yeah, it's not even just that. Like, the sad reality is, in a lot of cases, the degree is actually a prerequisite. Like in 2023 especially, it sucks, and I don't think it should be that way. And it's becoming less the norm, which I think is great, because there's hiring managers like myself who would see somebody who knew how to program and be like, I don't really care if you have a CS degree, if you can demonstrate that you're capable with the software development you're gonna be doing on the job. But for a lot of jobs, it just becomes like the filter. Like, they will start with everybody with a degree, and then if they don't find anybody good, then they'll go to people without degrees. So it still sucks that it's a little bit more of like a requirement in the hiring sense. But hopefully that changes. And the extra credit, like, in a sense it is, but I also think there's something to be said about the foundational stuff. Like my programming languages course, in 10 weeks, we learned, oh my gosh, what was it? We learned Go, because Go was new. At the time, Go was like experimental. It like just come out. So we learned Go, we learned OCaml, ironically. We learned Scheme, which is a Lisp. And I think there was another ML variant that we did. Oh, I think we did Python. There was like a Python thing that was more data science. There's Dylan. I knew he was going to come out. But the thing that I learned from that class was not these 5 programming languages. What I learned from that class is how to think about the differences between programming languages. Like, what I learned was the actual like conceptual differences and experiential differences between using different paradigms. So it was like, oh, Prolog was the last one. That was it. It was Prolog, because that was the real brain F, was going through Prolog and learning that style of programming compared to functional, compared to object-oriented. And I don't remember like anything from those languages really. Like, I mean, if I started coding again in them, like it would come back to me. But what I did learn was all of those like distinctions and the conceptual differences between programming languages that I could apply to anything. And that's where I think a good education can be a lot more valuable than people think, is it's not necessarily that it's giving you technical skills and knowledge you're going to use every day in your job, but it's that it's giving you a conceptual foundation that's deeper and more durable than just learning one technology. So like whatever programming language comes out in the next 10 years, I'll be better equipped to learn that programming language and better understand it and comprehend it because of learning all these fundamentals from a programming languages course. OCaml is good for unikernels. Great call out from Noop. I have not done a unikernel before, so I wouldn't know, but I believe you. But yeah, just a really cool, anyways, I don't know. Now I'm just rambling about education. Wow, I've been almost streaming for 4 hours, which is pretty dope. I think I've got another little chunk of time in me. But I don't know what to do. So then it follows that degrees not tech aligned should be valued by hiring managers too, right? Yes. So that's something, that's a big important distinction. And I don't know how common it is, but I have seen it's increasingly more prominent that you'll see on applications 4-year degree or 4-year engineering degree. Because the way I viewed it is the value of the other side of a 4-year degree, the other side of value that you get, and this is really hard to quantify, obviously, but it's the reality that like you have to go through roughly the same experience in terms of independence, studying, you know, the things millennials call adulting, like all that stuff thrown together. Like, you know that this person is going to have grinded through a certain amount of effort compared to like, you know, a code school, for instance, or what do they call it? Boot camps. Like a boot camp, like you can clear a boot camp and get through a lot more programming material for sure. But it's not the same as like going through a 4-year degree. And I'm not saying one is inherently better or worse than the other. Like that's, again, a whole different topic. There's a lot of nuance there. But knowing that somebody's been through a 4-year degree, there's like a minimum level of like, you know, they had to like work through a certain amount of trials and difficulties and like high level, whether it was papers, whether it was testing, whether it was projects. So for me, 2 of my first hires, I built an engineering team at a startup right out of college. So technically I was a founding engineer for this startup. So I worked for the CEO in a consulting capacity, and then the technology I built for him, he spun out into his second company. So he had a consulting firm that I built tech for, and then his investors and advisors were like, hey, this tech that you have is more valuable or more scalable than the consulting firm that you're running, because you have to pay more people to get more clients with a consulting firm. But this tech, you can turn around and like generalize it a little bit and then just start selling it to all of your competitors. And you can sell to every compliance consulting firm in America and make way more money off of them without having to hire more people. You know, like software is a lot lower variable cost a lot of the time. And it was really nice that, anyways, I got really good experience with him, but I also got to build that first team. And the first person I hired was a CTO that was smarter than myself, because I was still pretty early in my career and I kind of knew my limits. So when I was looking at what was on the roadmap for this company, I went and hired somebody that I knew from college to come in and be the CTO and to be my boss. And then I hired a designer and 2 developers. And the developers, one of them had a biomed bachelor's. So he had a bachelor's of science in biomedical. I think it was biomedical engineering. I don't think it was straight bio. So still had some engineering in there. And the other one was civil engineering, I want to say. So the first one was self-taught as a programmer, and the second one had done a boot camp. And I hired both of them, and in both cases it was like, well, I know certain things because they do have a degree, I don't really care that their degree wasn't in computer science because one, they could demonstrate in the interview. Like I had them demonstrate some code knowledge, demonstrate that they had written web systems, and it's yeah, I don't know. It's a long answer to your question, Trash, but yeah, I think that degrees not aligned should be valued by the hiring manager. And as like what I was talking about before, where for a lot of people it's like the prerequisite, like you'll kind of filter by degrees and not degrees, which again, I'm not saying that's correct. Like I still think that's flawed, and you should be looking at each applicant for their experience and what they offer more than just that degree checkbox. But when you have that, like I would still consider, and I think a lot of hiring managers would still consider a, random civil engineering degree as checking the box. Because again, there's the normal, like the rigor of an academic institution that's accredited that you will have gone through. And with a code school, you don't really know. It's like with boot camps, I mean, they're fantastic boot camps, but you're not guaranteed the way you are with an accredited 4-year university. There's some level of academic rigor that's just going to have happened. And then Nop dropped something in Mirage.io for the Unikernels. I actually have heard of Mirage OS. Building type-safe modular systems. Okay, this is really cool. Yeah, this is an OCaml thing, right? I'm going to go on my OCaml arc at some point. That's definitely going to happen. But yeah, I bookmarked that. Thank you for the link. Then Electric Schmoose said, I gave up on my comp sci degree 10 years ago because it was a massively outdated curriculum and I was learning more on the job. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I think there are people like that is a totally valid path. And especially when you look at, like, I mean, it depends on the country you're in, but, like, the United States, it's so stupidly expensive. That's the thing where I'm like, I'll have this conversation with people and people are very opinionated. And I'm like, I'm not going to say that traditional education is worthless. There's a lot of value that it gives you, but I'm also not going to say it's a better decision than independent learning or a boot camp or learning on the job or whatever else, whatever other pathway you find, because what a lot of the discussions lose is the factor of cost effectiveness. And that's where I'm like, yes, you can get the same knowledge at a 4-year computer science degree or at a boot camp plus extra self-study, probably, because the boot camp isn't going to cover quite as much, or just from YouTube and self-study. Like, you could literally do YouTube and books, and technically you could learn all the same stuff that you would learn in a computer science degree. There's things to be said about how difficult each of those experiences is and how long it's going to take you. So, like, independent study, I would say you're always lacking structure that a degree gives you. So in most cases, you're going to spend more time to get the same amount of knowledge because the college degree has a bunch of stuff pre-bundled and a bunch of profs, and they give you that structure so you don't have to think about what to study, which is one value. But the cost effectiveness is not clear. And in America, it's usually not very cost effective to get a comp sci degree. So that's where, particularly when you're talking to people who are taking on massive debt or who aren't in a financial position to even be taking on that debt, I never want to act like a college degree is the only way to get those things. I just want to shed light on there's very positive things you do get from a college degree if you're paying that much. Now, if you want to, argue how much it's worth it dollar for dollar, that's a totally different discussion. And in a lot of cases, uni is not the best. But it's good to be aware if you're getting a boot camp degree or if you're learning on the job. It's like, there will be gaps that I would have gotten from a degree, and I can go and actively seek those out. So if it's like, hey, I want to know about like compiler design and how these lower level constructs work, like you can go and buy the operating systems book that I went through in my college course. You could buy that book and work through that whole book cover to cover and learn a lot of those same concepts. It's going to be harder though, and it's going to be probably slower because you're doing other things, you're working, and you don't have a professor and TAs with this like mapped out structure to force you to go through everything bit by bit. So I think they're all really valid pathways. University is usually obviously the most expensive pathway, and I would argue there's a lot of benefits there that the people that like to like just absolutely dunk on degrees and act like they're worthless, I'm like, yeah, I don't really agree with that. But with all of the pathways, ultimately it comes down to the same thing, and that is it's way more, what you're going to get out of it is way more about what you put into it. And that's something that I try to reinforce, because it's like, I got a 4-year computer science degree. Actually, it took me 5 years technically because it went a little longer. Oh, and that's a whole nother story. We could talk burnout, and I could talk about the time I dropped out of classes. I do wish I had known more about some newer topics like big O notation. I don't think it was a topic when I was in school. Yeah, so depending on when you were in school, 10 years ago, I bet you it was around because I think the algorithmic complexity stuff was pretty old, but I think that it also was more niche and maybe less regarded. Like they weren't teaching as much because it wasn't considered as relevant. When I was in school, it was more when like algorithmic interviews had already started picking up, like DSA had gotten popular. So I think there was more of a, like pretty much every university at that point, I think had an algorithms course that did go into Big O and computational complexity. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Big O was definitely around 10 plus years ago, but much later, early 2000s. Well, yeah, if we just go, I was going to say, I'm almost certain Big O notation is going to be something from like a scientific branch in like the 80s or something way earlier. Invented by mathematicians. All right, so let's see when they died. Yeah, died in 1920. Yep, so this Big O notation started in the 1800s, which I was going to say, it's complexity, it's math. It's not actually computer science. Within the realm of algorithms, it is computer science. Later in the degree plan, yes, okay, I got what you're saying. Yeah, so it probably was there, but you didn't get that. And yeah, that's like the gaps you're gonna have from not doing education or not doing like formal 4-year education. But it's like from the hiring manager's perspective, it's much harder to verify or validate that somebody has gained knowledge independently. So I also understand as a hiring manager, it's like, I get why people prioritize the degrees, is because you can kind of safely assume that they learned these things and that they have this exposure with a degree. Somebody can get that without a degree, but it's much harder to prove. And yeah, like I don't even like DSA interviews. I don't think algorithms and data structure is a good way to interview, but it became just like a litmus test for like, did you go through an education? And then it got gamed and it turned into something that you just have to study before interviewing. And that's the end state that I think we're in now, where it's the worst thing ever. It's like, it's this ridiculous topic that everybody needs to get really good at just to get in the door someplace, and then you're probably not going to touch it for years of work. I do think it still helps you in your work. Like Prime's kind of touched on, knowing DSA fundamentals and understanding it will lead you to make more performant programs over time. Like you will definitely do things better. Thank you, Baffleturd, for the follow, by the way. Okay, wait, I missed 2 chats. So Mr. Dubs said, I've interviewed a few dozen people and it's much harder to get to the interview stage without a degree. Yeah, so this is exactly the problem I was talking about earlier too, is it's a checkbox and they're gonna sort applications by that checkbox. And if you're going through an HR filter, you know, depending on the place and how big of a company and what their sourcing pipeline looks like, you're not going to get your foot in the door for the first interview if you don't have that degree. And that's the really, really unfortunate end state, is I don't think it's good for it to be a filter like that. But also it's like when you have so many candidates that you have to filter before the first interview. No, I mean, I can sniff bullshit degrees too. So like, that's the thing. Like I definitely turned down interviews where they had degrees because I read the rest of the resume and I was like, yeah, I can see what I'm getting here and it's not worth, even if they have a 4-year degree. So I don't know. I still think that hiring managers should be able to do better at not just, oh, degree is a binary yes, no. And if you don't have it, you're pretty much screwed. And the sad reality is I think that's probably how it is for a majority of places, at least in the United States. Yeah, and Metame touches on that exactly. He's interviewed multiple college grads that couldn't write FizzBuzz. Yeah, 100%. Having the college degree does not imply any level of competence or capability. And Did you forget to end your stream? I mean, maybe it was just AFK. Maybe it was just a chair segment of the stream, you know? Dylan, you gotta, I mean, you're a streamer now too. You gotta be more understanding of the those chair segments. Dude, thank you everyone for being here, by the way. This is awesome. I'm massive average viewers in this stream compared to anything I've done in the past. 39 viewers. You guys are rad. The nurses probably came in to give him his porridge and vitamins. You spelled porridge horrendously wrong. I almost had no idea what you were saying there for a second. By the way, I've just realized that this crap is visible and I'm like super self-conscious about it. I don't know if y'all can see, but I got freaking typos for your thing. Yeah, okay, we'll say that's a typo. Not the worst spelling in the world. I got a freaking canker sore. Like crap in your mouth. I just realized this one's like visible on the camera. It's kind of gross, but dude, no joke. I was telling my wife about it. I've had these things for like a week and it is so freaking painful. Dude, it looks huge. That's disgusting. All right, now I'm very self-conscious. But dude, drinking or eating anything being painful is like one of the worst things. Oh my gosh. I literally swapped my toothpaste. I've been doing like salt water, like gargling to try to get them to like dry up or heal. I'm about to do the stupid tea bag compress. Apparently chamomile helps. You can like put a chamomile tea bag on it. It's supposed to help it heal. But yeah, dude, this garbage has been so painful. Oh, I hate it. Yeah, I get them a lot randomly. My dad has also gotten them randomly, so I don't know if there's some weird like genetic thing at play. But that's where my dad found a specific toothpaste that's really good for, it doesn't like help them, but it just is a more gentle toothpaste so it doesn't irritate them as much. Clove oil. That's a good call out. Now my camera's lagging like crazy. iPhone, are you dying on me? It's plugged in. It's like very delayed. I might have to restart the app. It's just mouth herpes. It's fun. Yeah. Yeah, the Wi-Fi camera app is like catching up. Dude, I need to figure out why the capture card was having issues. Yeah, I had the thing. All right, it's caught up now. Rapid mouth movements, right? I have HDMI out. I've got a way to set it up with my iPhone so I can run it as a straight video feed to the computer through a capture card. But when I was testing it earlier, like literally 30 minutes before the interview, I was setting things up and it just would blink to no signal and like completely lose connectivity. And it happened twice in like 35 minutes while I was setting up and configuring it. Where I was just like, dude, I just can't have my camera like blinking out in the middle of stream. So I'll use the stupid Wi-Fi app. It's gonna lag and be terrible in its own right. Pre-rolls on again. Do I want to keep going? I'm like really at a point now where I'm like, I gotta either pull up code or do something else with this stream. But I've really enjoyed just hanging out and talking while I ate and BS'd and had a couple crazy huge raids come through. Vovka Slav, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, where is it? Canadian Brandon in chat was asking about any advice for someone without a degree. Yes, so first off, I absolutely hate this, but probably by cracking the coding interview or some other interview prep DSA book and just work through it and learn DSA. It's stupid, it's terrible, but most places are still going to throw in at least one algorithmic question. So I wouldn't go like super hard. Like I'm bad at leak code personally today. So I don't know if I would like really grind leak code and put a ton into it. Ideally, you find places that don't really focus on the algorithmic side. Like I would throw in one problem, but I would usually make it a fairly easy one and then focus more on like relevant coding challenges or experience. But yeah, that's kind of number one that I hate, but I would say if your goal is getting a job, knowing how to do algorithmic problems is just it's gonna be a requirement. So as much as I hate it, I would put that as number one. And honestly, if you don't know where to start, the book Cracking the Coding Interview is great. Like literally just get that book, work through it cover to cover, and you'll be in a really, really good spot. And it might take you a couple months to do that depending on your free time where you're at, but that'll put you it should put you in a very well equipped position to go into coding interviews. Yeah, don't worry, you're not forgotten. Beyond DSA. So again, a box you have to check. It's terrible, it's garbage, but it's also, it is relevant to programming long term. Much more so than like, people talking about learning a bunch of math in school and never using it to be like a, non-engineering degree. Algorithms will still help you in how you like think through problems and how you break down things. There's tons of times in your job and your code where you'll have to write a small algorithm. There's tons of built-in APIs now for sure, so you shouldn't really be doing things like sorting algorithms, but there's still going to be ways where you're going to have to like manipulate and deal with data structures. And in some cases it may be implementing something yourself because it's just easier than like reaching for a library, or in some cases it may be knowing the proper algorithm to leverage or knowing the more performant data structure for that part of your application. So DSA still has use. Like I wouldn't say it's something you're only learning for interview. Beyond that, the biggest thing, so you don't have a degree and you're looking for a job in 2023, 2024. Is that right? Yeah, I'm going where Electric Schmoo's going, and that is building a portfolio. And a portfolio, it's a bit more complicated. If you want to share more details, please feel free, but don't feel obligated. You don't have to share any more details if you don't want to. Okay, community college degree in Canada. So, build. I wouldn't even say build a portfolio. What is up, Lady Blue Notes? Good to see you here. And you can't even get to the interview with the engineers. Yeah. So, Electric Shmoo hit on it, but it's build. And it's not, build a portfolio is tough because as a developer, I'm like, honestly, like I don't even care if you have like a personal website as much. Like you should, because you'll learn how to build a website, and you should go and learn Astro to do it, in my opinion, because Astro is a great, super easy framework. And it's the best for just a very simple website to get up and running. But yeah, as Lady Blue Note said, build a product, build an application or something that you find useful. So I got early connections. For example, I met somebody not through school. It was through like a social thing around school when I was in college. But I met this guy, and he was graduated running businesses on his own. So he wasn't that much older than me, but definitely older. And he chased me down and asked me out to lunch to talk about work stuff. And he didn't end up hiring me. I ended up like working with him on some projects, and we became really good friends. But he didn't necessarily offer me a full-time job offer, which I don't think he was really hiring at that point in time, so he wouldn't have. But he literally chased me down because he heard one story about me. In our college, we had a big student group that every year we did Assassin. So if you've heard of this game, it's a game that you play and like you can do it in like summer camps or in college, but everybody in the group, and this game would get hundreds of participants. So I think we would have like 100 or 200 people. Every single person had a target of a person they had to kill. And it went in like a big circle so that everybody was hunting a person and being hunted by a person. And the kill, in our case, we had, I think it was stickers. We had a sticker, and there was a certain color of sticker for each class. And so it was teams, but anyways, I'm getting a little too into this, but it's this big game that you play, and you play it over like a week. So this isn't like a short-term game. This is like while you're going about your classes and while you're living life. At any given moment, somebody might be waiting behind a bush to jump out and stick a sticker on you, and then you're dead. And every class played against each other. So it was like the first years versus second years versus third years. Like it was free for all between all four classes. But if you were in a class, you were on the same team. So if you killed a person and their target was somebody in your class, that person in your class was now protected because now you knew who had their name and it was somebody in your class. And so you could build strategies around that where once you had protected people, all the protected people could like run around and be scouts on campus and try to find people and like post up outside of classes. Anyways, this was like, there's a lot of fun casual ways to play this game, but this was one of the most hardcore real life versions of this game that I've heard of, because everybody cared so much about it. Like, there were seniors that would be like literally driving around in cars to like cut people off on campus, and like you'd be calling people like, oh, I just saw this person. Like, you would walk by somebody getting out of class and you would immediately like call somebody and be like, do you know who has so-and-so? I just saw them walking out of a class. They're on North Campus. They walked out of Broad. They're going this direction. You can catch them if you get to the parking structure. Like, there was that much strategy happening. And what I did, this was early, 2010s, like 2012 maybe. So I was in the junior class, and the seniors always won because it was always like the upperclassmen that had been there longest and had the most strategy, and it was their last year to try to win. So they went super hard. Like, you had people that would skip class for a week and literally just be focused on playing Assassin. And we were the juniors this year, and we were determined to beat the seniors. And so what I did, since I'd been learning web development and I'd worked some at school while I was in school, I knew how to make a website, and I knew how to use jQuery mobile to make it mobile formatted. And so I built, at the time, I think this would have been in PHP, and I think it was a Laravel app. So I built a Laravel backend with a jQuery mobile front end for an application that everybody in my class could use that was password protected. So everybody had an account in my class, nobody else could access it. And you could go onto that app on your phone and mark people. So you could it was a full database driven application, right? So you could add notes that you had seen people, and it would like rate them, so you could see like where they were last seen. We were tracking all of the targets as much as our intel knew. So if we heard that somebody was attacking somebody, we would immediately put that in our system. So we built the graph of who had everybody by the end of it. And everybody, like every class would do this. Every class had some form of intel, but most of it was like you would have a Google sheet, like they would have a spreadsheet that they would all share. And that was a big vulnerability, because there was actually one class that hacked the email. This was really messed up, but they hacked somebody's email to get into the Google Docs sheet for that class's database. And they didn't really hack it. They did a password reset. It was a basic, obvious thing. But then it was like your whole Intel database got stolen because they got access to your spreadsheet. And my class had such an advantage because we all had a mobile web app. So it was like every time on campus, you would see the juniors, if they saw somebody, they would just pull out their phone. And they weren't texting, because people had group texts, but that was really hard to have the right information. They had an actual app they could go to and see who has that person, or who does that person have. And then if they clicked on who that person has, even if they didn't know the person, it would have their phone number in there, because we all put our own phone numbers in. So suddenly it went from, a different class, they might see a person say, hey, I'm going to text this mass group. They would text the huge group, and they would say, I saw so-and-so, and then everybody in the group would have to check the spreadsheet and see, well, who does that person have? Oh my gosh, they have somebody in our class. We should warn them. Okay, what's that person's phone number? Are they on the group text? It would be this whole process, but our intel was so good. You could just literally pull out the app and just be like, all right, cool. I know who they have. It's this person. Oh, that person's in our class. I'll click on their name. Hey, there's their phone number. I'll give them a quick text. Hey, it's so-and-so from your class. Just wanted to let you know your assassin is blank, and you can give them the location. So it was really cool. It was super fun. Anyways, long story to say that the reason this guy sought me out and started talking to me about work stuff was because he heard a story about the fact that I had built this app. So you should build things, but you shouldn't just build a portfolio for portfolio's sake. You should build technology that solves problems you have. And I think this is one of the most important things. And you'll hear a lot of people give this advice, but it's doubly important because, one, when you're writing software that solves a problem you feel, you'll be way more motivated to work on it. When you're actually using the thing, that's the thing. Guaranteed use is huge. So forcing yourself to use it, if you're building just whatever, another Discord bot or another Twitter clone or whatever, if you're not using it, you're not going to code it as well because you're not dog fooding. You're not eating your own dog food. And so you'll be more motivated to work on the project because it's solving a problem that you have, and you'll probably have more novel solutions and be able to share about it. And it's going to be impactful because they're going to be like, wow, he saw a problem, or she, or whoever you are, of course, they saw a problem and they solved it with technology. And it'll lead to you doing better projects probably than like whatever you're going to find on a Medium article, like whatever list of 100 good beginner projects. Like, screw that. You'll come up with something more specific. And it could be like tracking your games on a video game you play with a group of friends. You know, like it could be anything like that. But if you care about the problem, it's going to be more unique. It's going to be more clear that it's just about you. You're more likely to be motivated and actually push through the problems. And when you're presenting it to people, you'll have a really good story. And it'll be a really compelling thing that you've developed, not just because you're solving the problems, but because you're probably going to do things a lot more legitimately. If you're like, I need to get this thing hosted, I need to get this shared with people, I need to make sure it's secure. Like, you're going to do a lot more on a project that you're deploying and using. So I think the key is to build stuff that impacts real people, and you're a real person, so it's okay if it's just you, but it should not be something that just dies in a GitHub repository and has 0 visitors a month. Build something that somebody will use. And third, the key that I would say is if you want to build something that somebody will use, but also will get instant legitimacy, get involved in open source. Because if you do stuff in open source, one, not only is that great work experience, find an organization like Astro is an example, that does open source work. Cal.com is another example. Cal.com has a repo that their main product is open source. So you can literally go and see what people are doing for a full-time job, including code, including issues, including meetings and notes and how they work. So you can learn a ton from open source, but also if you contribute in any way, which is a lot easier than people think. You don't need to go and write code for React. You could go and help the React team with documentation or with issue triage or whatever it is. Like, there's a lot of ways to contribute to an open source project that's not doing the super gnarly tech that's in the middle of it. And when you're doing open source, those names are instantly recognizable. And so that's the thing, is like, I tell people a lot, like there's one guy that I'm mentoring and he's working primarily in Next.js. He's built Next.js websites. He's worked with clients doing that. He's interviewing for companies that do Next.js. So he's like, well, what can I do beyond what I'm doing? Like, I'm really struggling to get interviews. You know, it's a really tough job market. I'm like, go and contribute to Next.js. And he was like, what? And I was like, go learn the crap out of everybody who's doing things in the GitHub repo for Next. Like, it's an open source framework. And look at the repos around it. Look at the docs repo. If you go to an employer and you tell them, hey, I helped build this section of the docs for Next.js, one, like, you're going to make connections doing that. So just working open source, you'll make connections because a company's going to see you. So that's one thing, is like, even being known as a team. Like I told him, I was like, dude, go follow all of Vercel's DevRels on Twitter and watch what they tweet about. And if they tweet about open source stuff or things that you can help with or contribute to, like, jump on it and do that, because you're going to be growing your own skill set. But also, people at Vercel are going to know your name. That's worth a lot. And whether it's like working with them in the future or collaborating with them, like, you will be able to say, I've worked with the people that make that framework, which gives you massive legitimacy. And if you've contributed, again, that's going to be even huger. Like, that's when you're like, I did this on some mapping stuff in college. It was like interviewing for a company that had JavaScript mapping to do. And I was like, oh yeah, like, I contributed to that leaflet plugin. And there's like, if you have written code that's gotten into a library that this company is using, you definitely know a lot of the shit they want you to know. And that will become immediately apparent. So like, if this guy was like, oh yeah, like, I helped fix some bugs in the docs for the new version of Next.js, this company's going to be like, oh shit, this guy knows Next.js. Like, you don't do that without understanding Next.js to a certain degree. So like, yeah, literally just go to the tech you're working in and go try to help the people that make it. If you've influenced the tech that the company's hiring depend on every single day, if you're like, hey, yeah, I helped them, think about how impactful that is. Dying doing work. So good to see y'all catch on. This is the community thing we were talking about with Dev Twitch that I love, and we have had pre-roll on for a while. So I'm gonna do, I don't know how far I'm gonna go, so I'm gonna do another 60-second ad break. Sorry everybody who's not subbed, but if you're subbed, or if you don't want the ads, then sub. Thank you for the hydration, Dylan. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for being here, Canadian Brandon. But yes, Lady Blue Notes hit on it. The Astro Docs team is incredibly welcoming. Any company that's doing it on a Discord at this point, they're probably doing pretty well with community management. So like Astro's Discord is amazing. Like literally just get in there and start reading stuff, start following things. They've got the Starlight Project, which is a docs focused kind of build of Astro, that there's definitely chances to contribute on that project. So just start watching the Discord channels, see what people are talking about, see what they need help with. Only narcs don't sub to Nate. Yeah, the large repos are daunting to newcomers. And so that's one thing. Is like, again, you're not necessarily gonna be able to walk into open source and say, I want to go put a new feature in React, right? Like especially depending on where you're at in your career, like that's not gonna work. That's not very smart. You don't walk in and say, I'm going to be like a huge part of the next big thing for this tech. But just start humbly and start lurking. Like start learning by just lurking the repo and lurking the Discord. So that's my first thing, is like, you can literally see how maintainers handle people in issues. Like go through the issue tracker and read 100 issues. You'll learn pretty well what to look for and what to write. You'll know how to write your own issue. You'll know how the person's going to respond. Some projects, they are not active, and you'll see that. I mean, it doesn't take long. Go look at the issues and read 5 of them. If you see the maintainer never show up, like you might just never get it. I found a typo in one. I was like, oh, cool, it's typo. But before I committed an issue or anything, I was like, wait a second, let me search that typo. And sure enough, I found an issue made months ago where somebody identified the typo and they made a pull request to fix the typo, and the maintainer hadn't merged it. Like they had a PR on their hands. They could have just clicked merge. It would have fixed like 3 typos in their docs, and they never got that merge. So I was like, I'm not going to contribute to this project, right? But yeah, helping review PRs for maintainers. Dylan, that's wild. That's, you end up maintaining Vim Kitty Navigator. Yeah, but dude, like if you're starting your career, having you're the maintainer of an open source library on your resume is definitely going to be a plus. You'll hate your life about it later, sure, we'll all get there. But if this is where you're at, like landing a maintainership would be awesome. And thank you, Vovkaslav, for the follow 20 minutes ago. Sarah also needs tons of help with things, and she's looking for eager contributors. Yep, Sarah with Astro, and that is... So first off, I can help out more with this. Astro.build. What is Astro? Oh, wow. So there's the Astro Discord. And then I was actually going to just go to Twitter. Not on that tab. And get Sarah. I don't even know if Sarah's super active on Twitter. But Sarah Rainsberger is the like community manager of Astro. And she is awesome. She doesn't use Twitter anymore. Okay, we'll find her in Discord. Yeah, they're definitely all in Discord. She's on Mastodon and Blue Sky. I do need to start posting on Mastodon and Blue Sky. I'm waiting. I just found a multi-posting app that I think is going to make me do it more, but I do actually really enjoy opening... Sorry, not Mastodon. I never did get on Mastodon, but Threads. Like when I open up Threads and I open up Blue Sky, I find awesome people. Like I actually really do legitimately find people that are there and are posting. And it's awesome because they're like way, way more accessible because they only get a couple replies. Thank you, Lady Blue Notes, for dropping that. You got to find the people. I'm on each of those platforms for one specific individual. And so I start there and then I fan out. I'll give you a hint. Start with the company itself. Right? So on Blue Sky, I followed all of the creators at Blue Sky. I followed all of the Blue Sky devs. They're interacting. They're dog fooding. Yeah, these people actually dog food the shit out of there. Melky, what is up? Welcome, Melky. Yeah, it's just the juggling different platforms. I don't really have time for that. I mean, I do have time for it. I need to spend less time on Twitter. But, yeah, well, look who it is. Melks, I'm not coding. I'm doing the not coding thing. I'm just talking. Don't you have your own channel? Jeez. You know, sometimes streamers like to watch streamers, Spiro. Hagerman Hour. Oh gosh, I have to run that ad that I never ran. Let's see. Is everybody subbed? Okay, Melky's subbed. Spiro's obviously subbed. Spiro, thank you again for your generosity. I was saying, with how many subs you've donated to this channel, I think every stream for the rest of this year is technically sponsored by Spiro. And Hagerman Hour, so good to see you there in chat as well. Thank you for chiming in. Dylan, chronically online. Yeah, that's my thing. But I wanted to make sure you were all subbed because I'm going to run another ad break because pre-roll is on and I have ignored it for like 35 minutes now. So I'm going to do a 90-second break and then we'll see how long I go. Blue Sky, my Blue Sky handle is embarrassing because it's my URL and now you're all going to go to my damn website. I haven't updated in a year and a half. It was supposed to be just testing an Astro template. It was never supposed to stay my website for a full year, but my Blue Sky handle is nate.codes. Dude, literally F canker sores is so friggin' painful. TBH to Nate.codes in the summer. To be honest or throwback? Gonna go spam you. It'll be my second Blue Sky post. Please do spam me. TBT. Nate.codes in the summer. What? It's still the white. Yeah, it's my emoji website. I just used as much emoji as I could on a website, and then I wrote a fake blog post that I never actually wrote with it coming soon. And then an about that I copy and pasted from my LinkedIn that's kind of cringe. It even says copyright 2022 Nate Emerson. Oh no. I really need to make a new website. Maybe we'll do that this Ship Something Saturday. I'll make a new personal website. Yeah, the wizard emoji, dude. I'm all about wizard of the web. New website in HTMX. Dylan, thank you so much. Oh, it's Tuesday. You're streaming with Chris. Dude, tell Chris I said hi. I'll try to come by and hang out. Thank you so much for being here. You were awesome the whole stream. Again, Dylan's like, oh, whoa. We got a shout out. We got shout out cooldowns. Definitely follow Dylan if you're not. He was one of my first chatters when I was streaming, like the 3 times I streamed this year. And then he started streaming himself and he streamed super consistently and kicked ass and had more chatters than me, like starting week 2. He always had more people in his stream than me. I was like, holy shit. I knew him as a chatter. But yeah, love Dylan. Great dude. Talks about camels a lot. I don't get the relevance to programming. I don't know why. I think he just really likes the humps. But yeah, you'll always hear him talking about camels or something. And then, is this banner a picture of your shoes? No, see, that's the funny thing. It's not even my shoes. That was like a stock image. I was like, my first issue on my site was, oh, I'm going to go take a picture of my actual shoes or like some other fun thing to put in there. And I never did that. I literally had the stock. Yeah, it's a garbage website. Fergie has entered the chat. Oh, because the humps. My humps. I see. Yeah, I got it. Vibrant Neon, what is up? Good to see you, my friend. Could be that they are about as fast as horses. True fact. Camels. Huh. I've got a... Okay. I want to know whether that's average speed or top speed, though. Because my thinking is horses probably have a higher top end, but they're probably the same. Okay, camel top speed, according to Google, is 40 miles per hour, and horse is 44. So, and quarter horses take the top spot for the fastest horse breed over short distances with an impressive top speed of 55 miles per hour. So that's what I was going to say. I bet there's like specific racing horses that are way faster than camels, but on average, it sounds like they're pretty much the same, which is interesting. Yeah, long distance. Yeah, I was like, I'm sure there's race horses that would kick the shit out of a camel, but... Dude, I still haven't run ads. Sorry if you're not subbed. You're gonna get 90 seconds of ads. We'll be right back. I mentioned pre-roll being on for 30 minutes for probably at least 30 minutes. Like I first noticed pre-roll was off and was like, shit, I need to do ads. And then I said that for 30 minutes and then I kept them, whatever. Auto mute with the extension. Nice. Okay, Milky, can you actually give me advice here? So this is the thing. Ads are dumb for money, right? Like obviously I never run ads for the money because it's freaking pennies. But what about the pre-roll? So this is my thinking. And like right now the calculus is probably different because I'm actually holding decent viewership today for some reason. But my thinking was always I'm like 1 to 5 viewers, right? When I'm streaming, it's like 10 is a big stream. So if one person finds me from the explore page or from the listing, that's 10% of my audience. Yeah, not today. Today we've got way more. Today I'm thriving. That's thank you to Trash Puppy. I mentioned Trash and then I shouted out Milky. I just remembered that my shout out was on cooldown. So if you're not following Milky, you're seriously screwing up. Fix it. I'm trying to remember to shout people out because I actually have so many good streamer friends in here. But yeah. So shout out to Milky. Go and follow Milky if you don't. Then we lose 14 people. Don't say that. Don't say the things. I need to hide the count too. I really need to like not pay attention to viewers. But no, like my thinking, Milky, the logic is, well, if I have 10 viewers and one person comes in, that's 10% of my audience, and it's way more valuable for me as a small streamer to be discovered by more people. So I want to keep pre-roll off, which is hurting my viewers. Like it sucks because it feels like it's forcing me to pick between new viewers and current viewers. So I'm actively choosing to harm my current viewers, but keeping the pre-roll off is more impactful for me as a small streamer. Yeah, it shoots up and down. Yeah, I've definitely seen that happen too. Yeah, after raids, it's wild. Engaged follower is way more impactful for you. Okay, so just leave the pre-roll on. And that feels like that would be the obvious... and don't run any in your stream. So it feels like that would be the obvious thing as I get bigger, right? Like the more followers and consistent viewers I have, I feel like the more obvious it's better to prioritize them by not running pre-roll. Okay, the baby's asleep, so I have to talk quietly. Yeah, so that makes sense. Not running any in the stream. Prioritize. Well, I can just get really close, make an intimate ASMR stream. Well, hello there. Hello, chat. My wife says not to do this. She thinks the ASMR stream is weird. Is she correct, or is this my secret to becoming a 4,000 viewer handy? Are you watching? I love you. All right, we'll chill a little bit. I just need to talk more quietly. All right, now y'all see Mrs. Nate Codes in chat. Follow her, by the way. Maybe we can get her to do an art stream one of these nights. I've been telling her she should art stream. Don't break eye contact. Thanks for saying that, Melky, though. That's a good point. I'm just gonna not care. I like that you convinced me right after I ran ads for the first time in like an hour, but I was preemptively following Melky's advice for that hour and a half that I forgot to run ads. Melky, you're the man. He gave me hardware advice, which I'm going to be using on my first stream tonight. Yo, Spiro, you're streaming tonight? Just casually drops in and gives Nate advice too. Baller. Is that what the kids say these days? More baller. I think that Melky's, I think this is what the kids would say these days. Something more along those lines. But no, Melky's amazing. He tuned into my stream, what was that, a couple weeks ago, and helped me get my sync for the stupid Wi-Fi camera that still is lagging a bunch today. He just sat there with me and helped me clap test to get my offset tuned in for like 20 minutes. Melky's the GOAT, dude. Melky's a freaking legend. Not to mention, Melky is like legitimately hung out. Like, we've hung out in real life, which is rad. Of course you clipped that trash puppy. Of course it was clipped, but more importantly, of course it was clipped by you. Like, that's the thing that I'm like, oh yeah, that checks out. Obviously, Trash Puppy is the one that clipped that. I saw your mug today. I saw your mug. Freaking weirdo. Degen. I mean, if you're an InfoSec, I guess that should be an assumed. You'll probably be more on the Degen side of streamers. Yo, Melky's mustache is better in real life. Much like Melky's muscles. Holy shit. When he was on stage... Yo, actually, I've got photos. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I wish my setup was so different now so I could actually pull up these photos on my Mac. Wait, I can. Oh, dude. I've got photos of Melky. Maybe I'll start posting. I haven't posted, like, anything from TwitchCon. I gotta do it. I'm the king of OBS now. It's more about... Yo, that would be such a fun stream. What if I did a TwitchCon slideshow stream? And I actually, like, went through my Photos app to make an album, so it was just the stuff from TwitchCon. But that would actually be so freaking fun. I think my favorite moment from TwitchCon, I was just thinking about this the other day. So first off, Melky did a panel with a bunch of legends. So it was Melky, it was Leon Noel, it was Mewtwo, it was Juicebox Hero, who was also like the MC, like the panel, and like she works at Twitch. She like, yeah, she's awesome. Manny Moki, oh my gosh, what's his name? The first one, the far left. It's the same one I keep on forgetting. I didn't know him before that panel, so I feel less bad about forgetting his name, but he's the one that I can't remember. I know him. I'm following him now. Anyways, it was a bunch of J-Phils. Thank you. Yes, J-Phils. So a bunch of dev streamers, like legendary dev streamers, and that panel was so fun. And Melky wore this tank top that was showing off his muscles, and he was just glistening. It was glorious. And like, man, yeah, that was definitely kept the energy in the room high. But other than Melky's rippling muscles, no, it was just freaking hilarious, because it's like the whole room was software and dev streamers. So Primeagen was on a different panel that was like non-gaming streamers on Twitch, and that panel was amazing and Prime was hilarious. But that was like, it was still awesome because all of the dev streamers went and sat together, so like we were all sitting there in this huge section cheering Primeagen on. But the dev panel was all software devs, like the whole freaking room. And so that was just so cool because everybody was hanging out after the panel let out. It was like the last session of the day, and after the panel let out, we all just literally went directly outside of that room that the panel was in and just continued to hang out. And it was like 50 dev people just like literally just chilling. So that was super cool. But Melky crushed it on the panel. I mean, it was like the perfect, like Melky was definitely a bit of the comedic relief, but also everybody on that panel had such good synergy, because it was like freaking Mewtwo and Juicebox, and I think Manny as well sometimes, like they all play Overwatch together. So like they were all like riffing off of each other and just like had really good chemistry. And there was a lot of like really good, amazing advice too. And you had like, I mean, Leon Noel is just like a freaking pioneer in like the educational space, and like him sharing about the community aspects of streaming. Like it was legendary, dude. It was so much fun. But my favorite part of TwitchCon So this was so good. One of the first times a lot of us met up, we had like maybe 5 or 10 of us that all went to the Bellagio to gamble. And so people knew, like, there was some group chats and some discords. You're like, oh yeah, like we're heading to the Bellagio. So I was there. I think I was there with Primogen. I think Melky was there. Melky, maybe you can tell me if you were there when this happened and or know the exact wording. But the best part was when the Primogen first saw Adam.dev, and Adam like comes walking in, or like we walked up to him at a bar or something, and the Primogen just looks at Adam and he goes, Adam, why do you not seem more manly on stream? And it was just like the best. Like Adam did not even know what to like what to say in response. I love that. Oh yeah, Adam's freaking gorgeous, and he is like towering. Like Adam is just this tall, jacked vegan, and he's fairly imposing. Like he's a tall, manly man, and yeah, this is the vegan guy, and he's super nice. Like for sure, the nicest dude ever. Like exactly as nice in person. But it was just hilarious how Primogen, like you could tell that was Primogen's first thought, and he just had no filter, just instantly came out of his mouth. Because if you watch Adam on stream, and I've been thinking about this too, I think a lot of it's the angle. Like he kind of has the high camera, and he's like super gear conscious, so his whole setup is freaking clean. Dude, have a great time at Jiu-Jitsu, Melky. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. Really appreciate you, man. But yeah, have a good time and don't get your butt kicked like Adam. Stay out of the hospital, man. At least you got healthcare though. Fortran, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Fortran999 and everybody who's here. Thank you for hanging out. And I'm going to give a shout out actually to Adam.dev. He hasn't streamed in a while, but you should follow him and we should bully him into streaming. I really, really feel guilty for not being in the just chatting category right now, but I don't care because I want dev people to chat with. I don't want to chat with the rest of Twitch. I'm scared of that category. It's scary out there. Well, I even liked that. Yeah. So anyways, that story with Adam was hilarious because what was Primogen? How are you not more manly on stream? It was just like, he was like saying that Adam is not. Anyways, that was a funny moment. The rest of Twitch is degens, software devs, angels, and I mean, software devs are also a lot of degens, to be honest. But degen angels. I will stream in other categories when I play games. That's the thing. Like I'll play Overwatch and I'll switch to the Overwatch category. But I just don't want to go to just chatting. Even if it's what I'm doing, I only want to do it with people that are in the dev community. No, but what was it? They talked about at the panel how in dev Twitch there's like there's 3 archetypes of streamers in the software and dev category. I love you. Oh, I'm so sorry. R.I.P. The wife can't find her coffee and she's freaking out. As I take a sip of mine. She might have left it in the room that the sleeping baby's in, which would be unfortunate. But yeah, so there's 3 archetypes of Twitch of software dev streamers. Coffee? What's wrong with coffee? You have builders. So there are people that like grind. Good one, Billy Go-To. I like that. Yo, Billy Go-To. Oh, I know you. You were dressed as a lemming, weren't you? I know that name. We hung out. We hung out on the last night. Dude, so good to see you. Yeah, I met Billy at the concert on the last night. He was dancing, dressed up as a lemming, and it was freaking rad. So glad you could tune in. Yeah, I saw the Vegas badge, and then I saw the name, and I was like, oh shit. Did you catch us? Did you sub, or did you catch a gift from Spiro? Gifted by Dylan. Okay, you caught a gift from Dylan. Nice. I'm stoked you caught the sub. Hey, check my emotes, dude. I gotta add more of these, by the way. I need to finish all of the Twitch emotes. But yeah, somebody from my community gifted you a sub. So if you want to use my face as an emote, go for it. I realize now that those as emotes is way more useful for myself than anybody else, because going into other chats is hilarious and fun for me when I can drop my face in their chat. But like, there's not much utility if you're not me, I realize. We just have to make up memes. My community needs time to make up memes. Speaking of, I haven't really been doing this, but I should start doing this. We do have a Discord. Yeah, you're a subscriber, Trash Puppy. You can use these. You use the not like this? Yes, I love it. They came out pretty damn good. They're like decently high res. I should record some new ones. I also should cut my hair. Trash Puppy, when did you get subbed? You were gifted a sub by Lady Blue Notes. Start brainstorming memes for the Discord. Love it. We should have a meme about setting up, because every stream around here is a setup stream. Oh my gosh. Dude, how have I been streaming for 36 minutes? Okay, here's where we got to do the thing though, because I'm starting to have crap posture and my back hurts and I'm slouching. And y'all need to get a peek at the rest of my room probably. That's the thing that's going to suck here. How high can I go? Since I got this new fancy desk. All right, is anything dangling? Now that I got the fancy sit-stand desk, I can go to standing for a bit. Dude, there's definitely something that's not wired correctly and that I'm gonna like rip out of the wall by raising the desk though at some point. All right, I disconnected the only thing that I think would be getting ripped out. All right, so there's the top of the green screen. Oh, man. I'm tucking in my shirt, just like I'm at work. At work, I would always have to make sure my shirt was tucked in. On stream, technically, doesn't matter. Yeah, that's how much of a boomer I am. Have y'all ever gone to the bathroom to tuck in your shirt? That's something I've done a non-zero number of times this year. That's how much of a boomer I am. All right. I can trim this up. What are we going to just chat about for 15 more minutes? Because I think I'm probably going to be done with stream soon here. I'm almost at 5 hours, y'all. This is the longest I've ever streamed. Is the most freaking viewers I've had. And before I get rated, dude, that would be the worst. I would definitely have to stream longer if I got rated, but that's not gonna happen in 15 minutes. What were the 3 types of deaf streamers? Thank you. Thank you, Hagerman, for pulling me back. Y'all would never believe it. But fun fact, I was diagnosed with ADHD in college. Surprising, right? Yeah, I know. Never would have believed that. So the 3 types of dev streamers. The first one was builder. And so this is one that I'm like, okay, I think of the Coppinger as a big one. Trash Puppy, less building, more hacking, but like people that get on and they grind code and they do work. Strager is probably a good example. Acorn with Funi. Chris, I mean, Chris does all of them depending on which stream you look at, I guess, but people that are going to get on, they're going to open up code and they're going to actually like grind through some code and they're going to build something, and they'll chat and they'll hang out, you know, but like they're most of the time doing code and building something. I think the second one, I think it was educational. And so it was like they're more teaching stuff and or like interacting with chat and talking to chat. And then there was kind of like entertainment, I think was the third one. And that's sort of like more reaction stuff. And like people would probably put Prime in that category, although I think he's in all three. I feel like everybody does all of it at different times too. I feel like that's a part of it, but you do have like your archetype, like the thing you're more likely to like get on and see them doing. Now that I think about it though, like most of the streamers that I'm thinking of all do kind of all of it. Cause like Melky has his like React-ish content or just like going through things, talking about, you know, the latest drama, stuff like that. Like you could say that's entertainment, but he also grinds out, Go Blueprint, which if you haven't seen Go Blueprint, dude, this Cankersaur is killing me. And hello, Coffee and Coding. So good to see you. Welcome to the stream. I feel like I know that name. Do I follow you on Twitter? Very good to see you. Coffee and Coding, thank you. I like this suit. This is my second favorite suit. Yeah, I can't think of anyone who isn't kind with trying to teach a thing or two either. Right, everybody does the educational thing when inevitably somebody comes in a chat and like asks things. Trash Baby says, I don't really teach things, I get taught. I think that's a good one too though. And that maybe that was part of it. There's like, or maybe it was like co-working was one of them. But I think that's really important one. I think it's really awesome is when you see people from like the 100 devs community who are learning development, people who are pivoting into development. There's a lot of people that start streaming their learning journey. And I think that's incredibly valuable. And it's for them. I think they realize like, oh yeah, I can get help from chat, which is awesome. When you have chatters and people that are more senior and more experienced, there's like, I want to help and teach somebody. That's awesome. But I think it's also helpful for other learners and other beginners to see somebody that's at the beginner stages and to build that community as well. Co-working is like the default in this category, I feel like. Yeah, I think that's... Well, I think co-working is interesting because it's like... I don't think so. I would say co-working is different because I would say co-working is when you don't have the code up. I feel like co-working is more of a niche one, actually, that's like emerging. People like Study Time and Bash Bunny, where it's like they're going to do their corporate proprietary work they can't show you, and it's more like body doubling. Like I think that's really cool because it's helpful during the pandemic. I think people were doing this a lot, where it's helpful to have somebody you're working with or like co-working with people in Discords. That's really cool. But I don't feel like that's the default in this category. I feel like the default is more people that have code on the screen for some reason, whether they're building or they're learning or they're, you know, grinding leak code or something. I feel like it might be more popular and like higher viewership, but I think probably smaller by number of streamers is the kind of more entertainment and reaction and like current events. So like the Primogen and Melky are both pretty big in that side, but they're like, I think there's fewer people actually doing that. Is there anybody in chat who has not heard about the latest drama? Because I will literally pull a Melky right now and become a drama streamer for this. Because this shit is so bonkers. Has anybody not heard about DevTernity? You know about it, Trash Puppy. You're aware. You've been following. There has not been something DevTernity. All right. Yeah, we got to talk about this shit. We're going to be a drama streamer for a second. Where's my other... All right. Let's make sure my DMs aren't open first. I'm typing in twitter.com. Live on stream. Like, this is a bad... I've seen this story before. All right. I've got my DMs collapsed. So, Gurgly broke this. This is wild, right? This was the one... I'm like... I talked to my wife about this, and talking to my wife about it. Why is that not trimmed there? Interesting. Also, how do I deal with the mic? The mic's kind of obnoxious, but this is the best way for me to be looking, so I'm looking at the content. Anyways, I'll figure out my setup one of these days. So the drama here, this is wild. So this dude, he said, imagine. Where is the original tweet? He didn't delete this, did he? No, it was just older. No. I want to find the original. Why am I struggling so much to find the... Wow, he says imagine a lot. CFP. Oh my gosh, I can't even Twitter correctly. Did somebody put the link in chat already? Because I am like failing hard. My brain's turning off. No, he must have deleted the original thread. There's no way. Interesting. Okay, there's newer developments, but this must have been it. Oh no, there's new drama. Wait, yeah, that was yesterday. No shot. Okay, we can get the update here. So there's a tech conference. I believe this is in Europe. And here's the original. Imagine a tech conference having no CFP as they reach out to speakers directly. They successfully attract some of the most heavy hitter men speakers. They successfully attract some of the most heavy hitter men speakers in tech and 3 women speakers. Now imagine my surprise that 2 of those women are fake profiles. They do not exist. Nada. So for context here, this is a tech conference. Just follow the retweets, yeah. What was the catfish yesterday? Oh my gosh, I'm so behind on the drama. So this dude hosts a conference. And when you're hosting a tech conference, like you get to pick your speakers generally. This one especially, they don't have a CFP, which is the process that speakers apply to speak at a conference. So a CFP means call for proposals, and all of the speakers that want to speak there send in their proposals, and the organizers review the proposals and they pick speakers out of that, right? So that's one way to source speakers. This conference doesn't do that. They follow the Hollywood principle, which is don't call us, we'll call you. So they literally just pick and invite. It's invite only, essentially. So they pick who they want to invite to speak. They have listed 3 female speakers because diversity is important to a lot of people in 2023. And there's a lot of big men speakers who won't speak at a conference that is all male speakers. They're just like, no, we think the conference stage should be shared. We think there should be female speakers as well as male speakers, and some have opinions on how strong that ratio should be. So this conference organizer had 2 fake female speakers on the website. He said, I contacted speakers I know about this. They had no idea. One of the fake women profiles is supposedly a core Ethereum contributor and a staff engineer at Coinbase. No such contributor, no one heard of her at Coinbase now or before. Why do this? So I appreciate this about Gurgly is he actually did his research. He did some due diligence and contacted these companies. So if you call a company, if you just literally pick up the phone and call Coinbase and basically get connected with their HR somehow, you can literally ask companies hey, do you have any record of this person ever having worked there? And depending on the company, I don't think they're obligated to give you information, but some companies, if you get connected with the HR person, they're happy to tell you if that person doesn't exist, and I don't know if Gurgly's a journalist per se. I don't know if you'd have to say that, but he did follow up on leads. He reached out to people he knew in industry to verify the facts that he's putting onto his Twitter threads. He said, sad to say, but going forward, if you're invited to speak at a lesser known conference, do your diligence. If other listed speakers actually exist, this is a paid online conference, which is a whole nother thing. It's $800 and it's all online. Large number of paid attendees. Workshop sold out. What a mess. Just to be very clear, this is about the organizers creating fake profiles so that it will seem there will be more women speaking than the case. to spell out why this conference generated fake women speakers because the organizer wants big names. It probably seemed like an easier way to address their diversity concerns. Incredibly lazy. Then he kind of goes on, he touches on the actual profiles, and it's just fake. Like, it's literally like, these people don't exist. Here's the Hollywood principle. Don't call us, we'll call you, which is like the cheesiest, like weirdest popularity hype thing I've ever heard of, by the way. That's really scummy in my opinion. Like, and clearly the way the guy was doing it. So he finally calls out the actual conference. So this is the conference, it's DevTernity. Is their website even up still? Website's down. Yeah, he caught it. And this is the wild thing, is they have other conferences, and they even have a website called dev.events, and that'll come back into play. But this is a website they own, and they basically just put their conferences on top. So like, in theory, they have other conferences. I go to Americas and I see, you know, GDC stuff and Microsoft Azure, but theirs are at the top, the best developer conferences. Doesn't matter where you are. I think this is in Europe, and I literally just clicked Americas, but they just put theirs on top. So that's kind of scummy. So then he gets into it, and he says they've had fake speakers listed for years. And so he starts going back and digging. And part of this is because, what was the guy's name? Edward C. Wait, is he off socials? He's off socials, isn't he? No, he's still here. Oh my gosh, he got community notes. Okay, so Gurgley calls this guy out. Gurgley? I don't actually know how to pronounce his name. Sorry if I'm butchering it. So he calls him out. There's a public repo. The guy removes it. He responds. And his response is wild. Wild. This dude drops a dissertation. I'm not going to read all of this. He drops a friggin' dissertation with all these excuses about like, oh, well, actually, it was like 2 speakers that are real, but one of them had to drop out at the last minute, and the other one started working for the conference, and that means she can't be a speaker, so she had to be withdrawn, which is also BS, because I'm like, you're the organizer, you made that policy. Like, I know plenty of conferences where the organizer has somebody volunteering and speaking at the conference. He's like, oh, well, she started working with the conference, so she couldn't speak anymore, and we couldn't replace those because it was so late. And one of these profiles that's a fake person was like part of the testing data or whatever, and she was never real. It's random data. But I figured it was a hard fix, and I didn't want to change it. And it's better to leave the demo persona is what he called it up there, random lady. And he ends up like ripping on Gurgley about this, where he's just like, I'll be ready in a minute. I'm gonna end stream after this. I love my wife. She opens the door with a little sign on a note card to pass a message. So he writes this whole thing, and then he's just like, you're wrong. It's a shame what you did. I'll be eager to debate you publicly. Like, just calling this guy out. And he's like, wait, so now I'm the bad guy? And he's like, dude, you did this in other years. This is not a one-off. They're the photos that came with the picture frames, essentially. And he starts off with this, like, and this one was weird. He's like, do you have any concerns other than this single poor random lady who actually never made it to the final schedule? But, like, don't have them listed on the schedule. And the biggest thing that I saw with this, too, was because, yeah, when I go to a tech conference website and see attendees, I never assume for a moment they're not real. And it's just like, you don't put fake people on the website. And also, the conference was like a week and a half away. And when I saw that, like, I had to dig and check into that, because I was like, oh, if the dude's like still planning and it's a month's out, like whatever. But I'm like, no, this was literally in 2 weeks. Like, when were you going to fix this? Like, you have speakers on the schedule that are not real people, and the conference is next week. That's not okay. Like, people can't cancel their travel plans, you know, if people start dropping out. And so he had this woe is me response, and then this person came out, which was really wild. And this LinkedIn post was big. So it says, oh, buddy, I have lots of concerns with women in tech, such as why did you make a fake influencer account to infiltrate women's spaces on top of the other fake speaker profiles mentioned here? So this was one of the first mentions I saw of this account, and we'll get into that. But Julia is a CTO, or Liz, sorry, and she had this LinkedIn post just absolutely roasting, and we're like, she dug in a little bit. Okay, I have to reinforce how bad this is after digging further. Ordinarily, I'd be content for speakers and attendees to pull out of a conference if they were duped by the presence of fake women speakers. But this is much worse. It appears that Edwards has been operating social media accounts, including here on LinkedIn, purporting to belong to one Julia, a full-time conference organizer, tech influencer, and software craftswoman. The content that she posts is the same as Edwards, except for the addition of winky, kissy emoji. The photographs on Instagram are racy/softcore, use laptops/screens with code, tech shirts as props, and mix sex appeal and business in a way that is reminiscent of catfishing or booth babery. Oh, that was a bad misspeak, but catfishing or booth babery. Her career history is fabricated. This is like the German version of LinkedIn, by the way, Zing. So she's got a profile there. It's fabricated. Her profile on this was banned for being a sock puppet. Her GitHub and posting history makes it appear that she's spraying out of Zeus's head fully formed, dispensing wisdom on programming with no evidence of a learning curve. She's provided reviews on the conferences and podcasts/blogs that Edwards has put together without disclosing the connection. If someone is dishonest with regards to conference diversity, they shouldn't hold future conferences. If a man is dishonest to the point to trying to infiltrate women in tech communities and doing the shitty trope of flash skin for extra reach/views, they should be ejected from our industry entirely. This kind of shit makes every single woman have to prove herself 100 times harder to prove that we're not a fake and that we got to where we are through hard work, not through sexy pics and flirting. And once again, kudos to Gurgley for exposing this fraud. Yeah. So this right here is the bomb. And I saw other people repeat this on Twitter, and I was talking to my wife about it, and this is like the perfect words for it, but this is literally the problem in a nutshell. This is not a real person. The Instagram's the worst. I don't even know how to go to... Oh goodness, please don't be logged in. Oh goodness. Yeah, so her Instagram is bad. Whatever, I'm not gonna go to Instagram. It's gross anyways. It makes me sick. She's got like 120,000 followers on Instagram, and it's literally this dude just making crap up. And he knows her in real life. Like, they have pictures where they're in the same room, so I think he paid a model. My guess is he paid a model. But y'all remember that dev.events website that we talked about? That's just a sock puppet for promoting his own conferences? Let's go down to the footer here. Who made this? Coded at night under caffeine by Coding Unicorn. Oh, this links to her Instagram. Friggin' of course it does. Yeah. So literally just like thirst trap Instagram. Like literally just all this crap. And she is not a developer. The best coding account on IG, 115,000 followers. Ridiculous. And look at this too. I personally recommend attending DevTernity conference. What a coincidence. That's her recommendation. So just absolute scumbag behavior. This one was wild. This is where she tried adding herself to a Women of .NET repository. So this is the trying to infiltrate women's spaces in tech, literally putting her own profile in on a like women in coding community. Super gross. Super scummy. Yes, okay. Oh, I'm so glad. What's this one? Oh gosh, don't open my DMs. Yeah, like she's posting some on LinkedIn. Like, this is just it's ridiculous. But this was the dude that really came up with receipts. So this started getting around that it's like, okay, this conference organizer didn't just invent women speakers, but he astroturfed a full Instagram profile. He's been doing it for years. And this homie, King Noosh on Twitter, dug up an Instagram post from 2018 where you can see in a VS Code screenshot the directory, which is in users/EdwardsC, which is his Twitter profile. EdwardsC. There he is. So Julia's coding unicorns posting about doing code, but it seems she's using Edward's computer. Yeah, it was pretty bad. And then we had She Networks went in and found more. It's just bad. It's just like definitely confirmed. This was one of the worst ones. I love this. Boy Math by Trash Puppy, who's in the chat. Oh wait, Bad Cop. What was the most insane part? Yes, yeah, that's the one that I just saw. Yeah, okay. This was a banger though. Boy Math, definite Boy Math. Love that. Dude, She Networks had the receipts. I should come to her page first. This is the second time a big woman in tech influencer has been exposed as a catfish. As a woman who has a modest following, I know how many DMs I get from other women. Sometimes confiding sensitive information makes my stomach turn thinking about that being exploited. Yep, 100%. I'm going to add this because I think more people need to see it, but the man running the Women in Tech account also answered interview questions about his opinions on being a woman in tech. The more you look, the worse it gets. Ian tweeted this. He literally did an interview for Hashnode and as this woman. And they asked, if there's a bias women face, why do you think it is still there in the 21st century? What are some things people and organizations could do to change this? Homie came in and said, I don't like seeing women as victims because such a mindset turns men into suspects. Oh, poor men. Women, bias against women? Poor men. Men suffer from biases equally to women. Think of job interviews. We give too much attention to gender bias and depreciate other cognition biases. It's bullshit. But like, this is just so bad because I'm reading this. I'm just like, yo, not only are you, so like, this is where I was talking to my wife about it. And she hit on basically what Liz said, or I hit on what Liz said here, because my wife was saying, like, I was telling her this whole story and she's like, okay, but like, you know, a fake Instagram profile with tons of views. Like, oh, bro, why is my DMs up? That's whatever. Shit. It's just like, dude, why? You're going to respond as a girl. Thank you, by the way, for the follow, Goldenite and Kenan, the producer. So my wife was like, well, you want followers on Instagram? Like, okay, I could see that being kind of, I don't have any spicy LinkedIn DMs. It's just recruiters that I'm saying no to. So freaking, she was saying like, well, I can kind of see like, there, like, what's the, you know, you have a fake profile on LinkedIn, but whatever, you made a fake profile on social media, like, is there really something wrong with that? Like, she was basically saying like, ethically, okay, whatever, like you faked some pictures or you like faked a profile. But this was the thing, like, no, you're directly hurting every single woman that uses social media because you're feeding into all of the misogynists about this shitty trope. There's a bunch of men out there that hate women and they depend on this trope being true. So you're actively hurting all women in the industry when you make that profile. So like, no, morally it is like one of the most damaging, pernicious things you could do for women in tech. And it's done by a misogynist that's basically propagating misogyny and confirming the suspicions of other misogynists out there that are like, yeah, well, shitty women in tech don't know any tech and they just post pictures themselves to get more likes and views and their life's easier because they're a woman and everybody follows them because they flash skin. So I'm just like, it's this freaking Ouroboros of misogyny where it's just, you literally have, and women are nowhere involved in this. It's like, literally, there is not a single active woman in this chain. It is a dude making other dudes be worse to women. I'm like, this is just the most you could like hurt women with an action. And it's terrible to see. And it's like absolutely disgusting. So this freaking pissed me off a bunch. And I, oh, what? Yeah, literally just, oh my gosh, somebody got bonked. Literally just so toxic. And I quoted this and he came in. He gave me the receipt somewhere. Yeah. So here's the Hashnote article. And it's just so bad, dude. It's like you literally like faked a whole freaking interview. And then it's just like this drivel. Like every leader hired manager must read this and interview in pairs, reduce bias, stop blaming others for being biased, improve yourself. Like, yo. Huh? For real, dude? You are causing bias. Homie is the author of bias. And boss of misogyny. Like, come on, dude. But he has the gall to put this in an interview. That, you know what? Women, there's no bias against women. And you should stop blaming others for being biased and just improve yourself. Like, literally, right off with that. And it's so ridiculous. And the dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. Yo, this shit pissed me off so much. I was just like, this is actually so... Because you see it. Like, we see it in tech. And the worst part... not the worst part. There's so many parts. I can't say what the worst is. But it was before this. I was just like, this sucks because... literally the week before, Mal and Ember were getting uber harassed by a guy on Twitter who was saying that he's gonna follow them even if they block him. They're trying to block the truth and more accounts will keep coming, and he's gonna make videos exposing them because they're not real coders. They're just influencers who post pictures to get followers, and he's like gonna hunt them down. Like, just unhinged shit where I'm just like, yo, like, hey Twitter, this is targeted harassment. Like, this is literally the definition of targeted harassment. And I reported him. Like, a lot of us reported this dude, and I got an email from Twitter like a week later. Nothing done about the report. He didn't do anything wrong, but he's literally like going through their family and shit. So it's just like super infuriating to see friends go through the end result of this a week before. It's like, this is why the trope's a trope. Like, this is why it's a thing. And I love the meme that came out of it. That at the end of all of it, a bunch of people just leaned into this and were like, I didn't even see that one. Thanksgiving with the fam was so nice this year. Like, she leaned into it and memed on it, which is great. But like, literally, they're getting freaking harassed. And I didn't see the follow-up. That's hilarious. Wait, that's actually the best meme. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I feel so bad. Like, we've literally had these two women dealing with this shit. I mean, people like freaking, dude, Mewtwo just got shit yesterday. Literally. Like, this is the attitude. This is so stupid. This is a supremely stupid individual. And I told Mel right here, I said, dudes like this don't care or know anything about you. All they care about is the idea of a female dev that fulfills their confirmation bias. It's pure projection of their insecurity and misogyny. It has nothing to do with your content. Because I've watched True's content, and it's good. And she writes code and is competent and a developer and has done it for years and gotten paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that. This whole attitude is just supremely idiotic, and it's so sad to see this, but also know why we have this, and it's because of shitty men. Shitty men making other shitty men be shitty to women, and it's just like, we don't need this. We don't need this as an industry, and it's really annoying. And I'm sick of seeing like so many dudes online that have never had a female friend just propagate this bullshit, and it's like, dude, you could not be more clear that you can count on one hand the number of females who know your first name. Like, I'm sorry. It's just like, these myths are not durable against reality if you actually care about any real females in your life. But you see that shit on Twitter, dude, and it's gross. Yeah, this is very relevant. Literally, some men are genuinely threatened by your presence. If you post a photo, you'll get flamed. That's just how it goes. It's pretty bullshit. So, I've been streaming for almost 5.5 hours. Got 41 amazing people that are still hanging around to hear me freaking rage and talk shit about the latest drama. But let's find a good recipient for all you wonderful viewers. Go hit somebody with that raid. Yeah, now I'm heated, dude. Now I'm freaking steaming. Y'all got me worked up. Y'all are wonderful, though. Thank you for hanging out. This has been a blast. Billy Go-To, so good to see you, man. You were an amazing dancer at TwitchCon, and you are a very awesome chatter. I'm so glad to have you here. Canadian Brandon, so good to see you. Again, don't come around. The American Brandon's here. He's a dick. Dude, I don't know how I did it. I'm very, very tired at this point, but I gotta fill up the hydrator again. Interview was rad. The interview at the beginning was really dope with Mark. Okay, Charlie is the homie. Charlie is... No, okay, I love Charlie. Sir Charles is the best, but we're getting a 2 for here because Chris is streaming with Dylan, and Dylan was hanging out earlier, and I think subbed to me, and so we gotta go and hang out with Mr. Griffing and Mr. Dylan. So please give a very, very hearty hello to CM Griffing G. Yeah, tell them hi, give them a lot of love. Hope everybody has a wonderful day, wonderful evening, wherever you are. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching me. Thank you for listening to my bullshit. Thank you for the follows. Ankit3009, Naders, thank you so much for the follows. I'm at 599 followers, almost 600. Let's go. That's pretty dope. Hagerman Hour, thank you for being here. It was awesome having you in chat. Trash Puppy, Coder, dude, I had my mod in here. K-Tronics, very good information, very interesting. Have a great rest of the day. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the man, woman, or NB friend. Thank you for the kind words. First time chatters, you love to see that. Everyone take care. Find a friend and make them follow me so I'll hit 600. Coder, you're always here. Well, I appreciate you lurking. All right, say hi to Chris for me. Spam some emotes. If you're a sub, now we have a lot thanks to people like Spiro. No, that didn't work. All right, spam this. Here we go. No way, dude. Thank you, CM Griffin, you freaking precog bastard. Somebody sold me out. All right, see you over there.
Yep, makes sense.
Okay, install